Hey there, and how's it going, folks? Took me a couple of minutes to get here. I was talking about let's just say a big thing. I've been trying to find out more about the James Franco stuff this morning. Holy crap! It's amazing what you could find out once you wire in. But you know what? You work on someone else's schedule, and that is okay. That is totally okay. Hope you folks are doing great this morning. Get me a drink. Like I said, I'm wired in, I feel like, for this stuff. Oh man, I had one of my biggest videos ever hit this morning, too, which is totally crazy as well. Oh, it's been something. I've got a I'm setting up stuff behind the scenes too. Today there are rumors that JD's team rests, although if they do, they have left a million witnesses on the table, let's just say. I mean, they made a good case yesterday, but my God, there are a lot of people that have not been talked about. Some of the biggest there's some giant witnesses that should have been discussed by now, but they did not. And again, that's just rumor. They could bring up other people, but time. I mean, we're getting to the halfway mark with the case. So it's not like you have oceans of time remaining in the case. You don't have. The judge said that they're going to operate on the timeline that they mentioned. Yeah, Alejandro Romero was amazing. I mean, he was absolutely amazing. I thought him vaping while he was driving. Oh my God, that was the best stuff. He starts vaping in the middle of testimony. He's my hero, I have to say. He very much is my hero. I've never thought that was a powerful testimonial tool too, because it, he he showed you that he isn't on anyone's payroll. He doesn't want to be there. The reason I say it that way is because they have alleged forever that everyone that appears is on JD's payroll. And you could tell yesterday that just simply isn't the case. Like, the reality is that Alejandro Romero, again, he did not want to be there. He was mad because he keeps getting called in because it's disrupting his life. I mean, I get it. I get it. Oh, by the way, people were asking about, okay, so we were working on something yesterday, and I want to get your opinion on this. I think it's hilarious. So we're working on a muffin and megapint like shirt and coffee cup stuff. So here's the design for muffins. What do you think? Sigmund Tug. I love it. Sigmund Tug. And there's your muffins. Check them out. Look at the little JT muffins. So I'm gonna put that on a shirt and probably a coffee cup. I think that one's hilarious. Let me pull up some other ones too. These are Peter Gilmore's designs. Like, he does. I work with S.K. Bennett for comics. Although I worked with Peter early on. He does his own thing these days, and he does great work with stuff. But he does designs for shirts and whatnot for me these days. And oh man, I love these. I have to pull them up through something else. So I have this one as well. Look, Dr. Tug. Look at that head. Oh, they're perfect. He does great work though. I mean, S.K. Bennett, like I said, I love working with him with comic. My God, his realism and stuff is amazing. You have people that their talents. SK could probably do these too, but he's just buried. But Peter has a very funny sense of humor as far as this stuff goes. He like so. We're gonna put these on a shirt and coffee cups, and also we were working on megapines. Just like a megapint design for a coffee cup, and having your megapint, get your megapint on, and put them on drinks. I thought that might be fun. Oh, I thought that would be fun though. Like I said, you gotta have fun with this stuff. Hey, Jesse Croft, thanks for the 2. Appreciate the contact. Have a coffee on me. I thank you for that. Cheryl, thanks for the 449. Thanks for the Amica t-shirt. It arrived super fast in the UK. Awesome. Glad that it got there. Glad you enjoy it. Gail, thanks for the 5. Hello, Tug. I'm going to break rules tonight to watch this. Hoping I don't fall asleep listening to it. Oh man, it's good to, I always like watching live, I love watching live. Light Mission 23, thanks for 2. Is Elon supposed to testify? Okay, so big news. I did a video called James Franco Betrays Amber Heard. And James Franco has. James Franco backed out. So did Elon Musk. James Franco, now I wonder if Elon was ever going to do it at all, just to be honest, or if she did a PR move. But James Franco, they were kind of counting on him to do some damage control. And James Franco, he jumped. And you know why he jumped? There's 2 things. Okay, so nobody has seen this. Well, if you've kept up with this case, you've seen this. But there was something added. And props to Adam Waldman, man. I love that guy. He is not trying the case right now, but man, I love that guy. I absolutely love him. There was this declaration that he built this case. He deserves every piece of attention that he gets because he built this case from nothing. He made sure that JD had advocacy, that that it could be proven legally. And he picked up this. Now, this may not look like much, but this is the declaration of the business partner or ex-business partner of James Franco, one Vince Jolivet. Vince Jolivet said, you can tell through here, I've redacted a few pieces. This exclusively came from myself, by the way. Let's just say it sourced its way to me. That's the best way to go with it. And yeah, I mean, when you look at it, good stuff. Good stuff. It says that, I was the producer for all of these different films. I worked with James Franco forever. Thankfully, I've moved on because you know the rumors about James. He would have had to answer for those on the stand too. The big thing that James Franco would have had to deal with is he would have had to answer all those questions about the women that he supposedly, let's just say did things with. I don't want to point my finger and be like, oh, James Franco, but he did indeed have some real problems. I mean, some real problems. And it would have buried him. It would have absolutely buried him. There's no qualms, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It would have buried him, and he knew it too. So he backed out. But even with that, when I think he was afraid of it. And this declaration does a lot of damage, which I put in the video. So if you want to watch that, there's a video, like I said, I put it up live. It did phenomenally well this morning, too. I was shocked. Adam Henson, thanks for the 5. Is it too late for the makeup lie to be used as evidence? Can JD's team still use it? You mean pointing out the makeup lie? Is that what you mean? I'm curious what you mean by the makeup lie on that. They can always take it apart, 2012, thanks for that too. Boomer, read my super chat. Y'all, indeed. What's up, man? Usagi? Amber, never heard of her. Exactly. Patty Force. Give me 1 second. Patty Force. Thanks for the 5. Still loving the content. Great. I'm glad you're here. Glad all of you are here. I'll sing to you in a little bit. Now, maybe I'll sing the muffin song. Chicago Wiggy, thanks for the 3. Great way to wake up. Muffins and Megapines. Yeah, where's couch? Oh, we haven't even gotten to a couch yet. I thought about putting him on a couch, like laying there, but it was easier to serve muffins standing up. Hairdresser to the Stars, thanks for 5. Who will the defense have as witnesses? It seems everyone is jumping ship. They're all friends and close folks. So there's one main person that has, we'll talk about probably one of the most important witnesses here should have been called by JD's team. They actually are somebody that was in the camp for Amber Heard, and then they were allowed to slip away. I'll probably, they had They had a legally taped conversation by Amber Heard. Amber Heard did crazy stuff with them. They were also, at one time, they were working with a certain rocket man. It was a lot of interesting stuff. Yeah, I'll have to bring up their stuff a little bit. Maybe I'll do it this weekend to explain everything. And thanks for the two. Your coverage is very good. Scotland greets you. Aye, Scotland. That umbrella guy says hello. Thank you. Thank you for that, too. 2012, thanks for the two. AH uses Amica cream on James Franco. I know he just disappeared. Bells in your head, thanks for the 5. Do you know if JD's ex is testifying for AH? No, no. Vanessa Paradis is not. She's actually, I don't think she's going to testify for anyone, but she gave statements before saying that JD was great. She's actually been on his side the whole time. So them bringing him up, that's why them bringing her up was such a nasty move, because she never alleged anything about JD. She's never so much as said a negative word about him. So those are my thoughts on that. You asked thoughts? No, she's been in pocket, and I think it was very gross of them to bring her up at all. Raquel Forrester, thanks for 5. I remember dressing up as Captain Jack as a kid. Want to be a pirate too because of JD. Those were the days. Yeah, that's why I like this song, When I Was Young. Because if you think about it, all of this stuff didn't exist. You didn't have all these fake claims popping up. You didn't have all of this nastiness and this hatred pointing at somebody that obviously is very undeserved of it. They wanted to make sure that they destroyed somebody, and well, they did a good job of it. They did absolutely a good job of it. But unfortunately, you remember the reality. Christian Carino brought that up yesterday. The public doesn't want to see the people that they look up to in litigation. They don't want to see them destroyed. And that's been one of the horrors of this case, period. It's destroying somebody. I swear to God, like freaking YouTube is so funny with the way it does stuff. So I put out a video this morning that, like I said, it's done remarkably well. But watching when YouTube is like, okay, it's had enough, it's done enough. In the first hour and 25 minutes, it picked up 154,000 hits because it was talking about James Franco. Like I said, he betrayed her. She was counting on him, and that he joins the ranks of Jason Momoa. He joins the ranks of James Wan. These people have turned on her because I think it's because it's no longer beneficial to them to be on the side of Team AH. It's absolutely not beneficial to be on her side. But it's interesting to see. James Franco was going to leverage her to try to get back into Hollywood. That was his way back in. Didn't work out, though. Gabriel Badwell, thanks for the 449. Waiting for somebody to make a brand of Amica cream called Amica. They probably make a small fortune right now. Or Arnica cream there. Yeah, I was thinking something about that. I'm going to check on it today to find out about something, or tomorrow, because I've got an idea with that, actually. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 279. Avatar Dad Body on Couch with Muffins. Mega Pint Amica. That sounds sexy. A-Bomb, thanks for the 5. Hashtag Justice for Johnny. Wonderful coverage. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, PI Lawyer, thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug, lawyer from the UK. Keep up the good work. Thank you for that. I'm glad to see so many lawyers looking at this case. Again, my favorite person out of this case, though, by and far, the guy who built this case, the guy who doesn't get the love right now, because of some nasty moves that were made early on. This one, Adam Waldman. Adam Waldman should have gotten the love. He should be there and be able to do this, and I hate it because I like Adam Waldman. He's aggressive. He's very aggressive. The case has gone well, but you have to remember these are his witnesses. This was his case. He built it. They may put it on a certain way, but, he found these people. He found the evidence. Like I said, he built this out of nothing. He also changed public perspective. So that guy deserves love, man, because he did it. I hope everybody involved loves him, because, He put it on the line so much that they added him into the counterclaim. You notice they keep mentioning Adam Waldman. They keep going after him. Cheeky Bird, thanks for the 5. Do you think Johnny Depp will win this case when it's done? I think he will. I think yesterday the Christian Carino stuff was very strong about pointing the finger at Heard destroying his career and using the op-ed. Remember, the whole point in this case isn't whether or not she abused him. That has to be a requisite of it because the abuse, once it's proven, she can't wiggle away very easily. But the point is, did this specific article destroy him? And Christian Carino said yes yesterday. After it came out, he lost Houdini and he lost Pirates. There's $50 million right there. Bam. Samantha Taylor, thanks for the 5 there. Do you think D's team is saving time as a strategy for AH's testimony? Thank you. Probably. I mean, they're on the clock there. There's been some... I want to see who they skip. Because there are some other people. There's another thing. There's somebody... Okay, there's another lady that worked at the Eastern Columbia building that has not spoken. And that lady's testimony pointed the finger at Elon Musk. I have a conspiracy theory that this is just, again, basing on evidence that we heard in the UK 2020. I think that she may have been setting up Elon Musk, too. And I always wonder what exactly is behind the scene on Elon, because Elon has gone above and beyond. But she had marks on her arm when she was with Elon that they started appearing publicly, and she had bandages on her arm and they would bleed through. She also, when she appeared with marks and bruises on her, there's a witness that says that JD was gone when they started seeing those marks. But you know who was around that time? Elon Musk. It was one of the Eastern Columbia building people. They haven't testified. I don't know if they will. So that would have been fascinating. Bells in your head, thanks for the 5. Court on. I'm not seeing any court on yet. We still got a couple minutes there. They may have some coverage pop up on they haven't gone live on their Live View. They have a thing called Live View that comes up. Some places that are in the courthouse, they may be able to go ahead and broadcast, like Law and Crime. But Live View hasn't cut on yet. Bells in your head, thanks for 5. I meant Ellen Barkin. I've read that she's JD's ex and is willing to testify. saying it was aggressive. Oh, okay. That whole thing is so ridiculous. So he was in a meeting, and apparently he threw a glass that she said in a meeting. She wasn't really an ex, though. Her testimony is rife with issues, but possibly I didn't see her. I don't know if I'll have to check the list because I wasn't expecting her. Holly, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugganots. Appreciate that. If I miss anybody, I'll make sure to hit that too. Jessica, thanks for the 2 there. Listening to you brightens up my workday. Well, thank you for that. I like listening here for sure. And we'll do live streams, like I said, throughout the weekend. All right. Footage is starting to come up. Give me a minute. Got to start setting up. The court just came in. So they're doing preliminary matters, so nothing's happened yet. They're set. I'm setting up right now, though. The court feeds have just come on. No hurry yet. Just to say, when I say that, like some people will just park stuff in the crazy cat lady's handing out stuff. They're probably like lists of all the cat food that she needs to buy. I want to buy some cat food. I want to grind your bones dust. That's what she's saying to JD. This is crazy. Oh, look, it's my lady judge. How you doing, Judge? Yeah, look, that's a signal. She's like, hey there, that umbrella guy. She takes off her glasses. Yeah, look, she's smiling at me. I got you. Judge. I got to get set up real quick. All right, here we go. That's perfect. The one thing I wish they would fix in this trial is the sound, because the sound is so awful. You know? Like, again, to get even halfway decent sound, we have to jack the sound up 100. Well, we have to jack the source sound up 600%.
All right, your next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Depp calls Terrence Doherty, Dougherty. And for the first part of the deposition, it will be Mr. Depp's counsel asking the questions, and then it will change and we'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to have our first witness. We're going to have a new one. This will probably be video, I'm sure. JD, the back hair thing looks better. He's been doing that since he testified. It actually is a good look for him. I'm going to turn my mic relay down a little bit. The testimony. Make sure to share this out. Like it too, if you would, because, yeah, some of us get buried out here on our own. Lots of silence. DD, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership, too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate you. Hey, Tammy Joe, thanks for the 10. Thank you, Tug. Love your coverage. Hey, appreciate you there. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for 279. 10 a.m. Did it start? It is. It's there. We're just waiting. 2012. Read my first super chat. I thought I did read your first super chat. Did I not go back far enough? I'll have to go back. Oh, gross. Jason Croft, too. Merch idea. Amber turd toilet brush. It's funny. Princess Snoopy, thanks for the 2. I think Amber killed my nickname. Oh, no. They're waiting. So they're setting up Video Depot. But they don't have it set up, because there's always there's always issues when it comes to Depot and whatnot. Hey, Katrina, thanks for the 15. Hey, Elon and Franco ran off to the muffin shop. They didn't want the bad press. Do you pass on your proof of investigation to the team? Always. I pass it on through sources, and it gets where it needs to go. That's how I would say that. The videos and pics, you debunked. It's everything. JD for the win. Yeah, I always pass everything on. Everything, it's not, when I do videos of stuff, I always pass everything on. Marie Watson, welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the membership, too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate that. But yeah, I pass on everything. If I do a research thing or something, I always do. We're waiting. They're setting up their first video. You haven't missed anything. If you are just joining us live, if you would, please smack that like button.
360 Riverside Drive.
Good morning, Mr. Doherty. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Terrence Doherty.
What is your address?
360 Riverside Drive, New York, 10025. I went to Oberlin College. I got a BA there and with the majors in history and in English, and I studied viola da gamba performance at the Oberlin Conservatory. I then took 4 years. 4 years after I graduated, I went to Columbia Law School.
In what year did you receive your BA from Oberlin?
1991.
And what did you do in the 4 years between your graduation from Oberlin and going to law school?
I was a kindergarten teacher in the South Bronx at a homeless shelter for a few years. And then I did freelance editing work for an academic press named Routledge, and simultaneously was the writer, research assistant to feminist cultural critic Bell Hooks.
And remind me, sir, where you went to law school?
Columbia.
Did you receive your JD from Columbia?
I did.
In what year was that?
1998.
Having
received a JD from Columbia, I take it you know what a statute of limitations is. Is that correct?
Correct.
After receiving your JD from Columbia, what did you do in terms of your professional life?
I worked at Fried, Frank, Harris, Shriver, and Jacobson for about 4 years, 3.5, 4 years. I was in their tax department. And after that, I went to work at Patterson Belknap. And I was also in the tax department there, but worked on primarily with their exempt organization clients. Patterson has a large exempt organization client practice.
Is it fair to say that you worked for Mr. Schwartz's firm, Patterson Belknap, from about 2002 until about 2005?
That's exactly right.
Did there come a time you left Patterson Belknap to work for the ACLU Foundation?
Correct.
At the time you left, was the ACLU a client of Patterson Belknap?
Yes.
And it continues to be a client until the present day, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Was there any time between 2005 and today where Patterson Belknap ceased to be a client of the ACLU?
No. You mean where the ACLU ceased to be a client of Patterson, right?
Yes, thank you for that correction.
Yeah, no, we've been a client the whole time. Not always with active matters, of course, but a client the whole time.
In what capacity did you start at the ACLU Foundation in 2005?
I was the ACLU's first in-house lawyer. My title was Senior Corporate Counsel.
What were your responsibilities generally when you began as Senior Corporate Counsel at the ACLU Foundation?
My role was to serve as the organization's in-house lawyer and to assess what the needs were for an in-house counsel department or practice at the ACLU.
And I take it you have continued to work as a lawyer at the ACLU on an uninterrupted basis from 2005 to the current day?
Correct. My title changed relatively soon after 2005. In either 2006 or early 2007, my title was changed to General Counsel.
Is that still your title today?
It's part of my title. I'm General Counsel and I'm also Chief Operating Officer.
To whom do you report?
I report to Anthony Romero, the Executive Director, Chief Executive Officer.
So that's a direct report. There's no intermediary between the two of you, correct?
Yeah, direct report.
Sitting here today, do you know how much money Ms. Heard has actually donated to the ACLU, actually remitted to the ACLU?
Yes, I do.
How much is that?
So when you say remitted, do you mean direct payments from her personally, or do you mean payments on her behalf, or payments from a donor advised fund that she might have set up, or
We can break it down. Let's first from how much has Ms. Heard paid directly to the ACLU?
That would be $350,000 paid directly.
How much has been paid indirectly and credited to Ms. Heard?
There was $100,000, which was a check from Johnny Depp. There was a $500,000 payment from a donor advised fund at Vanguard. And then there was a $350,000 payment that appears to be from a donor advised fund at Fidelity, making it total $1.2 million.
Elon Musk paid $850.
Of credited toward Amber Heard, to what are you referring?
And I think I might have done the math wrong. Let me just do the math in my head. It's 700, 800 plus the 5. I think 1.3 is the amount. We received a check from for the $100,000 payment. We received a check from Johnny Depp's representatives, and it was said to be a payment in connection with, on behalf of Amber Heard. She confirmed that. The $500,000 payment from Vanguard Charitable, she confirmed was a payment on her behalf, and the $350,000 payment as well.
When you say credited toward her, what does that mean?
Well, she had, when we initially had contact with Amber Heard in 2016, she indicated her desire to pay $3.5 million to the ACLU, and that was, and these were amounts that were in relation to that, her having expressed that that's what she wanted to pay to the ACLU.
So it's fair to say that she has not donated $3.5 million as of today to the ACLU, true?
True.
When you say that Mr. Depp, our client, donated $100,000 to be credited toward Amber Heard, did the ACLU in fact credit that $100,000 toward the $3.5 million Ms. Heard promised to donate to the ACLU?
We do credit it.
Did Ms. Heard direct you to credit it to her account, as it were?
We asked Ms. Heard if we should credit it, and she said that we should.
With what person or entity is Vanguard Charitable associated?
So Vanguard Charitable is a nonprofit that Vanguard, the financial institution, has set up that provides for a wide variety of donor-advised funds for individuals to use for their charitable giving. So there are thousands of Vanguard Charitable donor-advised funds. If you were asking specifically about the one that we received the $500,000 contribution from, we believe that that is a donor-advised fund that was set up by Elon Musk.
Who is Elon Musk?
He's a tech entrepreneur.
And isn't he also a donor to the ACLU Foundation in his own right?
Yes.
But it's your testimony that as to the $500,000 that came from Vanguard Charitable, that was associated with Elon Musk, correct?
We believe so, but it is not conclusive.
Did the ACLU have any communications with Elon Musk about the $500,000 contribution?
Yes.
And please describe those communications.
There is a document that we produced that Elon Musk emails Anthony Romero regarding the $500,000 contribution.
What did Ms. Heard tell Mr. Romero or the ACLU about her donation and how much she was going to contribute?
There were communications back and forth between the ACLU and Ms. Heard, including a thank you acknowledgement letter that was sent under Mr. Romero's name to Ms. Heard, thanking her for the $350,000 contribution, noting that it was part of her intention to make a $3.5 million contribution to the ACLU, and Mr. Romero attached to that communication a standard ACLU pledge form and so that was the communication. We were aware very early on that her intention to contribute the $3.5 million to us was half of her $7 million divorce proceedings. I don't recall which specific communication with us gave us that knowledge.
What, if any, understanding did the ACLU have prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's plans to dispose of the other half of the $7 million settlement, or the other $3.5 million?
Yes, we understood that the other $3.5 million, the other half, was going to a children's hospital in Los Angeles.
When did the first donation, the $350,000 from Ms. Heard, actually arrive at the ACLU?
It was very soon after the communication between Elon Musk and Anthony, and I believe that it was that communication was in August of 2016, and it was shortly thereafter.
Please describe your conversations with Ms. Weitz.
I asked Ms. Weitz whether it was her decision to ask Ms. Heard to be an ACLU ambassador, and she indicated that it was. I asked Ms. Weitz to describe what are the criteria for, sorry, a calendar thing popped up. What are the criteria for asking for becoming an ACLU ambassador? And what were the reasons why she thought that Ms. Heard would be an appropriate ACLU ambassador?
How did Ms. Weitz respond?
She said that ACLU ambassadors are people who are artists or influencers that are aligned with one or two ACLU policy issues. And the criteria for determining whether somebody can be an ambassador is that they have prior expertise in that policy area, that they can speak in detail about the area, that they are aligned with the ACLU's policy views of the area, and that they have significant following so that their communications to the public that we support reach a wide variety of people.
Of those criteria, which did Ms. Weitz identify as the most important, if any?
I don't think there's any that she did not identify any as the most important.
What, if anything, did Ms. Weitz tell you about Ms. Heard's expertise in women's rights?
Ms. Weitz said that she had arranged a meeting between Ms. Heard and representatives of our Women's Rights Project and our Reproductive Freedom Project. And Ms. Heard spoke with such clarity and expertise on issues of gender-based violence that she decided that she would be an appropriate person to ask to become an ACLU ambassador, and she did so.
What, if anything, did Ms. Weitz tell you about Ms. Heard's significant following?
Ms. Weitz said that she looked at Ms. Heard's social media.
Anything else?
No, not that she said to me.
All right, let's look to topic 6. What, if anything, did you do to prepare to testify about your role, the ACLU's role in the conception, preparation, drafting, or publication of the op-ed?
I reviewed the documents that we produced. I had 3 meetings with our lawyers. I spoke with Ms. Weitz and Mr. Romero.
Please describe your discussions with Ms. Weitz.
I asked Ms. Weitz whether she was involved and what her involvement was with respect to the conception, preparation, drafting, and our publication of the op-ed. And she indicated that because of her role as our Director of Artistic Engagement, She was involved in all aspects of the conception, preparation, drafting, and publication, and that the other members of the communications department who worked on this, even though they didn't necessarily report to her in terms of our hierarchy, they reported to her in terms of this specific task. She was the person who was the director of this project.
Did Ms. Weitz tell you that she participated in the drafting of the op-ed?
Yes.
Other than Ms. Weitz, were there any other lawyers at the ACLU involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
Ms. Weitz is not a lawyer. So were there lawyers involved in the drafting of the op-ed? I believe it was the drafting of the op-ed was all done within the communications department.
What is Ms. Weitz's academic background?
I don't know her academic background.
Was any ACLU lawyer, and I mean in-house lawyer, involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
I believe the answer is yes, and I believe that there are documents that support back and forth between support for the op-ed, but I don't recall.
Boom.
Sitting here today, do you know how many ACLU lawyers were involved in the drafting of the op-ed?
No, I don't.
Were there any ACLU lawyers involved in the reviewing of the op-ed before it was submitted to the Washington Post?
Yes, there were.
How many?
I think there were 4.
Were you one of the 4?
No, I was not one of the 4. And to be clear, when what I was referring to were people in our legal department who are experts on women's rights issues. There was nobody from neither I nor anybody on my in-house counsel team was involved in the drafting of the op-ed or the review of the op-ed.
Why not?
We were not involved. We were not brought into the loop. I don't know why.
Is it fair to say that the ACLU didn't think there were any potential legal implications to the ACLU involved in the publication of the op-ed?
I have not spoken with any of the lawyers in the legal department about whether they thought it would be necessary to involve any member of my in-house counsel team in the review of the op-ed.
Who were the 4 attorneys in-house at the ACLU who were involved in reviewing the op-ed before it was submitted to the Washington Post?
Okay, so I was referring to people in the legal department, not the in-house counsel's office, the legal department who do our work, our civil liberties litigation and advising on legal issues relating to civil liberties. And I believe that the op-ed, the 4, was reviewed by Lenora Lapidus, David Cole, I believe Louise Melling was involved, and there may have also been a fellow that was involved in reviewing it. These are all, there are a number of back and forth emails that we produced that will indicate specifically who those people were.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 2, please.
This is huge, by the way. Make sure to tell everybody to come watch this stuff live, because this is huge stuff. You have the ACLU admitting their involvement, admitting Elon Musk's involvement. I mean, that's the bombshell stuff. This is what your case is about.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
These are conversations within the ACLU communications department about Ms. Heard donations to the ACLU and the possible engagement of that issue as a communications matter for the ACLU.
Mr. Doherty, if we could start in the email in the middle of the first page of Exhibit 2.
The middle of the first page. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Who is Stacy Sullivan?
Stacy Sullivan was a senior person in our communications department.
Is she still at the ACLU?
No.
When did she leave?
I don't recall the date.
Who is Stephen Smith?
Stephen Smith, at the time, was our Associate Director for Strategic Communications. Now he is the Deputy Communications Director.
And I believe you testified earlier that Mr. Romero first came to learn about this through Elon Musk, is that right?
Correct.
Tell us exactly who ACLU Media is. You said it's
an email account that is monitored by members of the communication staff so that when media inquiries come in, rather than them going to a specific individual in the communications department who could be working on something else or on leave, it goes to a central email account that is then monitored and emails within it are directed to the appropriate people.
Who's Sandra?
I assume that is Sandra Park, who is a lawyer in our Women's Rights Project.
Was Ms. Park involved in the op-ed in any way, either reviewing or approving?
I believe she was.
That coverage is good for the ACLU, correct?
Yes.
And the press coverage, among other things, enabled the ACLU to promote its work helping victims of domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Specifically, how does the ACLU record donations?
We record donations in our donor database. It's referred in the trade as a CRM, a constituent record management system. And at this time, our CRM was a company called PIDI. At this point, our CRM is with Salesforce.
Is there anyone at the ACLU who interacts or who interacted with PIDI?
There are many members of our development department that interacted with PIDI with respect to the functioning support of that system and the vendor relationship. And I'm not sure if you're asking this, but then there are a number of people in the development department who can input donor information into this database. I don't see them as having interaction with PIDI, but it's with our database.
What type of information is input?
It's very broad. The names, address, contact information, donations, prior history with donations, issues that they are particularly interested in. It's also differs depending on the nature of the donor. If somebody gives a $50 annual donation, that is recorded. If somebody is a $3 million a year donor to the ACLU, a different level of information is recorded in the system.
If someone makes a donation on behalf of another person or to be credited to another person, how is that recorded by the ACLU?
It is reported as such, as relating to, but there's many different ways that somebody could give on behalf of somebody else. People can make a gift in honor of somebody else. People can make a gift in order to fulfill someone else's pledge. People can make a gift, a donor may help bring another donor to the ACLU. All of that information is recorded in our systems.
Can a donor earmark his or her donation for a particular purpose?
Absolutely.
After Ms. Heard announced her donation to the ACLU, what specifically did the ACLU do to document that donation?
Well, we sent out a note to Amber thanking her for the donation. That is likely the contribution acknowledgement letter that Mimi is referring to. And that information was kept in our files. And the information regarding Ms. Heard was recorded in our Salesforce, or at the time, PIDI database.
At the time the ACLU sent Ms. Heard the acknowledgement letter, was it the ACLU's expectation that the $3.5 million would be paid by Ms. Heard in all at once in a lump sum?
No, I do not believe it was. I believe that we believed that it would, based on the Elon Musk email, we thought that it might be, that it was intended to be over a 10-year period, although that was never specifically confirmed.
Well, that's interesting. What email are you referring to?
I believe that the first email from Elon Musk to Anthony Romero said that it was over a 10-year period.
Anything else to make the ACLU believe that Ms. Heard was not paying the money right away out of her divorce settlement with Mr. Depp?
Anthony, in his communications with Ms. Heard, referred to the amount as a pledge, and a pledge is generally what a pledge means is that the amount is not necessarily paid all at once. It's pledged to the organization rather than just sending a check. There's some kind of varying levels of commitment made to give amounts over a period of time, which is, excuse me, useful for the charity to know so that it can make future projections as to income.
Mr. Doherty, who, if anyone at the ACLU, was assigned to handle or track Ms. Heard's donation?
That would have been two different people, depending on what you mean by track. There is a person in our leadership gifts department, which is the department that deals with high-level donors. His name is John Moresco, and his role is to, in addition to facilitating, maintaining the relationship with those donors, is to oversee the back and forth with those donors for annual giving. So in this case, that would include Ms. Heard's gifts to the ACLU. And then there's a second group within the development department that is the team that maintains the overall donor database, the then PIDI, now Salesforce database.
Okay, was Exhibit 9 prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
It's not back up on the screen yet. Okay, here it is. Yes, it was.
Is it maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Were these emails, to your knowledge, prepared contemporaneously with people having knowledge of the contents?
Correct.
Okay, if we could please move ahead to Exhibit 11.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
A lot of information about Elon, huh? A lot of information.
I see it.
Mr. Doherty, you've ever seen this document before?
I have.
Is this one of the documents that you reviewed in preparation for your deposition today?
Yes.
Was this prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared by Mr. Romero contemporaneously on or about September 19th, 2016?
It was prepared by someone in our development department who I believe to be Mimi Clara, but yes, to the rest of your
Does
question.
Romero have knowledge of the contents of this letter that he signed?
Yes.
So he states to Ms. Heard, thank you for your wonderful gift of $350,000 to the ACLU, the first installment of your very generous pledge of $3.5 million. You see that?
Yes.
So as of September 9th, 2016, Ms. Heard had actually donated only $350,000, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you would please turn to the next page. I believe you referred to this before, but if you could just clear it up for the record. Have you ever seen this page before? And it's called Pledge Form, Bates number ACLU 3033.
Yes, I have.
What is it?
This is a document that is used, well, in the generic document is one that is used regularly by the development department. This one in particular is branded in connection with our 100th year anniversary, but that's just a branding thing. What the form is a form for people who are making pledges to the ACLU to document that that promise in a form like this. When a form like this is filled out, we see that as that documents the full amount that they intend to contribute and the time period over which those gifts are going to be made.
And is it your understanding, sir, that this pledge form and the two documents after it, ACLU 3034 and 3035, were in fact attached to the letter Mr. Romero sent Ms. Heard on September 9, 2016?
Yes.
And who prepared this ACLU 3033, the pledge form?
I believe that, well, it was somebody in our development department. I don't know whether it was Mimi Clara or John Moresco or someone else, but it was somebody who was preparing it in connection with the preparation of the tax acknowledgement letter.
There's a reference on top of the pledge form, Amber Heard, care of Pierce O'Donnell, Greenberg, Glusker, and then there's some other names. Do you know what the firm Greenberg, Glusker had to do with Amber Heard?
No.
And you have no idea why it was sent to Ms. Heard, care of Mr. O'Donnell at Greenberg, Glusker?
I expect that it is the case that, well, many of our significant donors have representatives that we work directly with on technical things such as a pledge form.
Okay. And directing your attention to the next page that was attached to Mr. Romero's letter, it also says pledge form, but it has some columns.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that this is a proposed schedule for payment of the remaining $3.5 million donation?
That is what it is.
And do you know that who came up with this proposed schedule?
I don't know who prepared this form and don't know who told the person who prepared this form to do the gift payment schedule in this way.
Did Do you see at the bottom of that page, ACLU 3034, part of Exhibit 11, that there is a signature line?
Correct. Yes, I do.
Did Ms. Heard ever sign this pledge schedule?
No.
Did anyone at Greenberg Glusker or anyone else on behalf of Ms. Heard ever sign this form?
No.
Why not?
I don't know the answer.
Did Ms. Heard ever agree to any schedule for the payment of her $3.5 million donation?
There are documents that we produced that point to Ms. Heard being aware of this as a multi-year commitment, including the Elon Musk email to Anthony and back and forth between Anthony and Amber on an annual basis about her, about this gift.
My question was actually a simple one. Did Ms. Heard ever agree to any schedule for the payment of the remainder of the $3.5 million donation?
I don't recall her having, seeing anything where she agreed to a 10-year schedule like this.
They tried to save her butt.
Let's go now, please, back to Exhibit 10.
Sir, stand by.
They tried to save her butt. They produced this after the fact because it went public that she had not paid $3.5 million after taking clout for it for almost 4 years.
Okay.
She never signed or
Mr.
agreed
Doherty,
to it.
have you ever seen this exhibit, Exhibit 10, before?
I have.
What is it?
This is an email exchange that includes Anthony Romero, our Director of Development, Mark Weir, the Executive Director of our Southern California affiliate, which encompasses LA, and me, regarding the check that we received from Johnny Depp's representatives in the amount of $100,000.
Was Exhibit 10 prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes,
Was it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of its business?
yes,
Were these emails prepared contemporaneously by people having knowledge of the content?
yes.
Okay, let's move please to the second page of the exhibit. The email from Hector Villagra to Anthony Romero, dated August 25, 2016 at 12:44 p.m. Do you see that?
12,
At the bottom of this page.
at the bottom of this page?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yep, 1244, yes.
Is Anthony Romero?
Yes.
And who is Hector Villagra?
Hector is the executive director of the ACLU of Southern California.
And you see where he informs Mr. Romero, the actual check is for Mr. Depp, care of his CPA, and handwritten on the check, it says donation being made in the name of Amber Heard. So I think you've testified that the ACLU in fact received a $100,000 check from Johnny Depp, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why Mr. Depp asked that it be credited to the name of Amber Heard?
No, I don't.
Mr. Villagra tells Mr. Romero that he has been designated, or that he has been the point person. What does that mean?
Hold on, let me just find that.
It's at the very end of the exhibit on the next page.
Oh, okay. My staff let me know that you have been the point person. Yes, Hector is saying that Anthony was the main person with the relationship with Amber as a donor.
And why was Mr. Romero the point person?
Mr. Romero is our one of our most significant fundraisers at the organization, and he has a specific portfolio of donors that he and his team, such as John Moresco, support.
And do you see, going back to the second page of the exhibit, Mr. Romero's response to Mr. Villagra, copy to Mark Weir that same day, or strike that on August 25th? Do you see that?
I do.
Now let's move back to the first page. And do you see the email from Mark Weiler to Hector Villagra, copy to Mimi Clara, on or about August 25th at 11:12 a.m.?
Yes.
So he says, just spoke with Anthony, who got off, strike that, just spoke with Anthony, who just got off the phone with Elon Musk. And Anthony refers to Anthony Romero, correct?
Correct.
Why was Mr. Romero discussing the Heard donation with Elon Musk?
My understanding is that Anthony reached out to Elon Musk because he had a prior relationship with Elon Musk, and Elon Musk was the person who first contacted Anthony about the donation, about a donation from Amber.
And wasn't Mr. Romero specifically asking him about Mr. Depp's donation of $100,000?
That's how I read this email, yes.
And if you look down, just below that, the email from Mr. Villagra to Mark Weir, and he says, got it, we will hold the check. That's a reference to the ACLU's holding the check from Johnny Depp, correct?
That's how I read this.
Okay, so now moving back up to that email from Mr. Weiler to Mr. Villagra, copied to Mimi Clara, he says, we're going to draft an email from Anthony to Amber explaining the situation and asking for her advice. What does he mean there?
I take that to mean that we wanted to hear from Amber regarding whether this gift was attributable to the amounts that she wanted to contribute to the ACLU.
Did the ACLU in fact reach out to Ms. Heard about Mr. Depp's $100,000 donation?
Yes, there are documents that we produced that show a back and forth on that point between Anthony and Ms. Heard.
And Mr. Weiler, or Mr. Weir writes, I'll keep you in the loop, but definitely hold the check until we get clearance from Amber. Why would the ACLU need clearance from Amber Heard before it accepted a $100,000 donation from Johnny Depp?
My understanding of this is that we wanted to know whether this, before we cashed this check, whether it was in relation to the Amber Heard desire to contribute to the ACLU as opposed to a separate desire by Johnny Depp to contribute to us individually. And in fact, the communication from Johnny Depp's representative said that it was in connection with Amber Heard, so we wanted to clarify what was going on.
So moving to the email directly above that from Hector Villagra to Mark Weir, he says, we have more folks than I knew who followed TMZ. Here's their latest report. Amber Heard calls BS on Johnny's charity donation. Now you owe double. What's that a reference to?
I don't really know specifically, other than to say that this is more indication that we were unclear of whether the Johnny Depp gift would count toward
BS.
the amounts that Amber said she wanted to contribute to the ACLU.
And then directing your attention to the top email in Exhibit 10, Mr. Weir responds, she's calling Johnny out on the $14 million in the press. What does that refer to?
I don't know. I'm not aware of how 14 million plays into any of this.
Okay, let's move ahead to Exhibit 12, please. Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Just making it larger. Yes, I have.
And what is it?
This is Amber confirming that we can cash Mr. Depp's check.
And did Ms. Heard, in fact, send this to Mr. Romero on or about October 17th, 2016?
Yes.
And is this a document that was created in the was maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
And it's true that the ACLU ultimately deposited Mr. Depp's check for $100,000, correct?
Correct.
Did the ACLU credit the $100,000 paid by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledge or donation?
We do credit that $100,000 amount toward the toward Amber Heard's charitable giving to the ACLU.
Where, if at all, is that credit reflected in the ACLU's records?
There are documents that we produced that show the fact that this was considered part of Amber Heard's charitable giving to the ACLU.
After the ACLU received Ms. Heard's initial $350,000 payment, it received press inquiries about the Heard donation, correct?
Correct.
How many?
Oh, I don't know the specific number, sorry.
Was this document, Exhibit 20, maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business contemporaneously by people having knowledge of the contents?
Yes.
On what date was Ms. Heard appointed an ACLU ambassador?
It was in October of 2018.
Okay, let's move ahead, please, to Exhibit 22. Did the ACLU ever issue a press release regarding the Vanguard $500,000 contribution?
I don't believe we ever issued a press release in 2017 regarding Amber Heard's donations to the ACLU.
Why not?
We received an email from Amber that is in the documents that says that we don't need to do this. We shouldn't do this this press release.
Let's go to 24, please.
Stand by.
This has been explosive so far. Look how far down the rabbit hole the ACLU goes. That's what I've been saying. And Elon Musk, man. This stuff again. All those people, free speech champions. Elon Musk right there, front and center, paying almost $1 million while simping Amber Heard. Yeah. Oh, man, what a hole. What a rabbit hole. It's deep.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document, Exhibit 24, before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is Anthony in his email to the one we just saw said that his comms people were going to be reaching out to Amber's people. And so Steve then starts that process, and Amber then, then Amber responds and says that she's no longer working with Pierce and introduces Steve to her new lawyer, Eric George. And she indicates that she has a concern about issuing a press statement.
Is this document maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
And was it prepared contemporaneously by people having knowledge of its contents?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the email at the top of the page. You see the email at the top of the page from Ms. Heard to Jody Gottlieb and others dated July 6, 2017?
I do.
Have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is Amber letting Steve know that she's no longer working with Pierce, but instead working with a new lawyer, and indicating to Steve that she is going to be talking with her PR team about whether, about issuing a press statement about her 2017, issuing a press statement about her 2017 gift.
And directing your attention, she writes, their concern is that the press could potentially spin the fact that this is an installment and not the entire lump sum, as you well know, isn't possible due to the structure of the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement is a reference to the settlement agreement between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard of their divorce, correct?
I read that to reference to the settlement agreement to be the settlement agreement between Heard and Depp, but I don't have any independent knowledge of that.
What was the basis of your belief that she was going to pay you every year?
The original communications and her response to us when we reached out to her, and she indicated, on a number of occasions that this was something that she was going to be looking into.
But she didn't do it, did she?
What we did receive was the $500,000 Vanguard charitable contribution, and then the next year, the $350,000 contribution.
She didn't pay you on an annual basis, did she?
Yes, we didn't receive any amounts in 2019 and on.
Let's move up to the middle email on the page. Mr. Weir to Steve Smith. Thanks, Steve. Her gift is technically unrestricted, but it is weighted towards women's rights issues. What does that mean?
What that means is that there's a particular type of gift that is legally restricted for a specific purpose, and that could be that the restriction could be done in a number of ways. That was not done in this situation, but nonetheless, the intention in making gifts to the ACLU was to support that work. So there's that subtle distinction, and this is not an uncommon one at the ACLU.
After the Vanguard payment of $500,000 in July 2017, what, if any, payments did Ms. Heard make to the ACLU?
There was one more payment of $350,000 that came from Fidelity Charitable. So it looked to be from a donor-advised fund at Fidelity.
And when was that donor-advised Fidelity payment made?
In 2018.
So
We
that,
have go ahead, sorry.
go ahead.
Oh, we have a document that we produced that shows the contributions that we've received from Fidelity Charitable and the timing for each of those, one of which includes includes the Amber Heard 350.
Okay, if we could please move to Exhibit 39.
Yes, sir, stand by.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 39. Have you ever seen this document before?
Hold on, can we get the bait stamp number, please?
It is 3037.
Crazy cat lady's there too. She's gonna be on.
You're welcome. I'm directing your attention to the penultimate entry on that page.
Yes,
There appears to be a reference. Well, first of all, have you ever seen this document before?
I have.
And what is it?
This is a document that we created that lists the contributions made to the ACLU on a specific date, December 11, 2018, that came from the online at Fidelity charitable account.
And is this document maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
The information in this is maintained in the ordinary course of this business. We created this document in response to the discovery requests.
And does it truthfully and accurately reflect the donations made to the ACLU online on or about December 11th, 2018?
I believe that it does. It is a document that I believe our development department pulled information from Salesforce, our current CRM, into an Excel, and that's what this is.
So directing your attention to the penultimate entry on this page said $350,000 designation, donation from Amber Heard.
Mm-hmm.
What does that refer to?
What that refers to is that since the giving account are the names of the Fidelity Charitable Donor Advised Funds, which is the column in the right, this one is designated as anonymous, meaning that the person who set up the donor advised fund, in this case, I believe Amber, wanted it to be an anonymous donor advised fund. So that it would be within her discretion to decide which gifts were that she recommended were her recommendations or not. And so we put into this special purpose category, we marked that this was a donation from Amber Heard, meaning a recommendation from her to make a contribution from her donor advised fund.
So this is an anonymous donation for someone in Amber Heard's name, correct?
It is anonymous to when this donor advised fund was set up, it was determined that it would be that the gifts would presumptively be anonymous unless she were to recommend to state otherwise.
And did she ever state otherwise?
We believe that this was that she indicated that this was her $350,000 gift, and that's why we put into the column that this was a donation recommended by her from her donor advised fund.
But the money did not come from her, correct?
The money went from her to her donor advised fund, and then she recommended that the funds be paid from Fidelity to us. So the amount that $350 we received did not come from her directly. It came from what we believe to be her donor advised fund at Fidelity that she set up.
What basis, other than Ms. Heard's telling you, does the ACLU have for the proposition that Ms. Heard paid the money to Fidelity before it came and was given to the ACLU?
What we have is what she told us, which is how donor advised funds that are anonymous work. The only thing that we legally needed to know was that this came from the Fidelity charitable, and that's the kind of reporting that we would do on this. For example, if we were reporting on this gift in our tax filings or anything like that, we then, our donors who have donor advised funds, they then let us know that they made that recommendation, and we then credit it to them as being associated with their giving to us in our CRM.
Well, Mr. Doherty, I didn't ask you what the ACLU was legally required to do. I asked you what, if anything, the ACLU did to investigate whether, in fact, Ms. Heard provided the funds to Fidelity. And your answer is nothing, right?
I don't believe there was anything else. I don't know what else we would have gotten.
So, just so the record is clear, the ACLU relied only on Ms. Heard that she was the ultimate source of the Fidelity funds, correct?
Yes.
Because you've already testified that Ms. Heard was not the original source of the funds for the $500,000 Vanguard contribution, correct?
We received that $500,000 from Vanguard, their 501c3, not from any other person.
Right, but Vanguard was associated with Mr. Musk, true?
We believe that to be the case, yes.
Okay. So after this December 2018 donation, has Ms. Heard made any donations directly or indirectly to the ACLU?
No, those are the four contributions, the four that we've discussed.
Well, we're almost 3 years since her last contribution. What, if any, efforts has the ACLU made to get Amber Heard to pay?
We reached out to Ms. Heard. We reached out to Ms. Heard starting in 2019 for the next installment of her giving, and we learned that she was having financial difficulties.
Well, let's unpack that. So when in 2019 did the ACLU reach out to Ms. Heard about making her promised contributions?
I don't recall the date, but there is a document that we produced that was an email from Anthony to Amber about this in 2019.
Okay, let's move ahead to Exhibit 67, please. Have you seen these documents, these attachments before?
Yes, I've seen these.
Okay, and we'll just go through them one by one if you don't mind.
Sure.
If you look at Bates number 4673, it says $350,000, December 11th, 2018. What is that?
I believe this tracks with the Excel spreadsheet that we looked at just a few moments ago that talks about online giving through the Fidelity Charitable Fund. And whereas the prior one listed all of the December 11th, 2018 gifts, this one lists the $350,000 gift from the Amber's donor advised fund.
Moving to the next page, it says designation donor from Amber Heard. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does designation mean?
So this was the column in Salesforce that allows us to include additional information about gifts, in particular whether they are restricted in a certain way. And so that's why the term designation is used. And here, I think we filled into that designation field the information that we knew to be the case, which was that this was a recommendation from Amber Heard's donor advised fund.
Okay, now if you move to the next page, 4675, there's just one word on that, and it's anonymous. Do you know what that means?
This corresponds to the column of that same spreadsheet that listed the names of the donor advised funds that individuals set up at Fidelity, and that the name of the Amber one was anonymous.
Now, when Ms. Heard made her direct payment, her first contribution of $350,000, that was not designated as anonymous, wasn't it? Was it?
That was not a gift from a donor advised fund, so there weren't those columns for us to fill out. It was just a gift to the ACLU. And I do believe that in Anthony's acknowledgement letter to that included the pledge form that wasn't signed. He included a question about anonymity and whether we could list her as a donor in our annual report. So that was our first connection with her. So, we weren't sure whether her giving would be anonymous or not.
Well, the first donation wasn't anonymous, correct?
No, because no, it was not anonymous. But what I'm saying here is that this is the name. I believe this is the name of her donor advised fund at Fidelity. And the first time she gave us a gift, I think it came right out of her own, her own banking accounts.
Right. And between the time Ms. Heard made her first donation of $350,000 directly, which is attributed directly to her, and the time this anonymous donation comes in, did anybody at the ACLU have any discussion with Ms. Heard as to whether she wanted anonymity?
I don't believe she did. I don't believe she did.
Okay, if you could move ahead, please, to page number 4678.
Yes,
Have you ever seen this document before?
yes.
What is it?
This is the document that Vanguard Charitable, so Vanguard's 501c3 nonprofit, uses when someone makes a recommendation from a Vanguard Charitable Donor Advised Fund to give an amount to a charity. And they then send this letter saying that they, Vanguard, are giving this amount to the charity. And it describes whether, this is the document that would describe whether or not the donor wants to be anonymous or even wants to indicate to us who they are.
And this is the Vanguard contribution about which you testified earlier, correct?
Correct.
Let's move ahead, please, to 4679, which is the next page.
Yes,
And have you ever seen this document before?
I have.
And is this one of the documents that you reviewed in the context of preparing for this deposition?
Yes,
And directing your attention to the middle of the page, it says remark from Amber Heard. What does that signify?
this, I'm sorry, I'm counting the 3 seconds. This is a record of a wire into our accounts at JP Morgan Chase in the amount of $350,000 from Amber Heard's account
And
at
this was
City National Bank.
her first contribution, correct?
Yes, this is the 2016 August contribution.
Okay, and if you could move ahead, please, to the next page, ACLU 4680. Have you ever seen this document before?
I have.
What is it?
This is the original email from Elon to Amber and Anthony describing her plan to donate to the ACLU over the next 10 years and her support for our work, and that she wasn't restricting the gift. She just had a preference about the use of the funds, and that Anthony would forward her the wiring instructions, and then he did so, and then the $350,000 was wired, as we saw in that last JP Morgan Chase ACLU bank account wire record. And so Anthony let Amber know that we received it.
Okay, so let's unpack that a little bit. So the email in the middle of the page was an email sent to Mr. Romero from Elon Musk on or about August 18th, 2016 at 1:14 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And he says, Amber, I described your plan to donate $3.5 million to the ACLU over the next 10 years, as you very much believe in what they are doing. You see that?
Yes.
Why was Ms. Heard, or strike that, why was Mr. Musk representing this on behalf of Ms. Heard?
I don't know the answer to that question, but assume it's because of Elon's prior relationship with Anthony and that he indicated, I will make that introduction for you.
He is representing that Ms. Heard's plan was to donate $3.5 million over the next 10 years. Is that correct?
Correct, that was her plan.
Did Ms. Heard ever say in words or substance that Mr. Musk was not correct and that wasn't her plan?
I do not believe she ever said that.
So she never refuted Mr. Musk's representation that she was going to pay the full $3.5 million, correct?
It isn't the case that she didn't object to that she was going to pay the 3.5. It's just that she didn't object that that was her plan as of August 18th, 2016.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Let's move to the next page, which is 4681.
Yes.
And you see at the top it says Salesforce screenshot. Would you remind us, please, what Salesforce is?
It's our current CRM, our constituent record management system, which is where we store all the information we have about our donors. We call it our donor database.
And I believe that we've seen a version of this in an email from Mr. Moresco, correct?
I do recall that this this is part of documents that we produced.
Okay, well, let's start from the bottom up.
Sure.
If you look at the bottom entry in the column, it had the entry that has a close date 8/19/2016, completed $350,000. What does that mean?
That's a record of her $350,000 contribution to us.
And you see the designation, the giving name pledge payment?
I do.
And what does that refer to?
That this was in connection with her overall plan to make a contribution to us of $3.5 million.
Okay, now let's move up to the entry in the middle of the chart. It says Ms. Amber Heard soft credit 2017, close date June 12, 2017, completed $500,000. What does that mean?
That's the record of the Vanguard charitable contribution in 2017.
Why does it say soft credit instead of pledge payment?
Because it didn't come directly from Amber. It came from the Vanguard Charitable Trust, Charitable Fund. And we wanted to continue to associate it, though, with Amber in our donor database.
Is it customary for the ACLU to make distinctions between hard donations, that is coming directly from the donor, and donations made by others in the donor's name?
It's extremely important for us to understand whether funds came directly to us from a donor, from a donor advised fund, or from another donor altogether. That's all very helpful information to us as we think through our fundraising program.
So, but my question was, is it common practice? And it sounds like it is common practice because you say it's important, correct?
Yeah, I believe it's a common practice. I believe it's a common practice.
Okay, and then let's look at the top entry in the chart.
Yes.
This is for the December 2018 payment, and I believe you testified this is the last payment Ms. Heard has made, correct?
Correct.
And it says Ms. Amber Heard donation 2018 payment. What does this signify?
This signifies this relates to the 2018 $350,000 gift that we got, which I believe came from Amber's donor advised fund at Fidelity.
Okay, and let's close this out by looking at 4682. Purports to be an email from Liz Fitzgerald to Jonathan Moresco. Who is Liz Fitzgerald?
Liz Fitzgerald's then title was Director of Special Gifts, but her current title is the Director of Development. She's the number 2 in our development department. She reports directly to Mark Weir. And even then, as Director of Special Gifts, she reported directly to Mark Weir.
All right. And with respect to Exhibit 67, the attachments that we've described, were they created in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
The only one that I would not say was in our ordinary course of business is number 4681, in that this was created in connection with a discussion with Amber Heard's attorneys about Amber's donations to the ACLU.
But all of the other documents in this exhibit were created in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct. And even this one came from our donor database, which is something we keep in the ordinary course of our business.
And it's your testimony sitting here today that the information depicted on ACLU 4681 is accurate and reflects the accounting records kept in the ACLU's ordinary course of business, correct?
It is correct that we received the 350, the 500, and the 350, and that we associated them all in some way with Amber. It does not list the 100,000 Johnny Depp payment, and there's differing terms that are used in that. I'm not sure we would use the term soft credit. We might refer to another way now. After that 2017 gift, that's when we launched the new database system, the Salesforce system, and prior it had been the PIDI system. So we had been doing some changes to definitions about how we record gifts. But the basic, which is that these are all associated with Amber Heard, these three gifts, that is absolutely accurate.
Well, you raised a good point. Why isn't the $100,000 donated by Johnny Depp credited to Amber Heard?
I think it should have been recorded in our database because it's information that we would want to have in that database about gifts relating to our relationship with Amber Heard. And we now do consider that gift as part of the constellation of gifts that are attributed to our relationship with Amber Heard.
So that's how you would get from the 1.2 million to the 1.3 million, right?
Yes, 700 plus 8 plus 1 is 800 plus 500 is 1.3, correct.
So the ACLU sitting here today attributes $1.3 million toward Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledge, correct?
Correct.
And of that $1.3 million, $100,000 was paid by Johnny Depp, true?
Correct.
So putting aside 4681, all of the emails prepared by ACLU employees in the course of their ordinary business?
Yeah, I'm just reminding myself. Well, I believe that 4679 was also downloaded from our records in relation to this litigation matter. I don't believe that we created this document and had it in a paper file somewhere, but I think we pulled this information, this wiring information. It may be the same wiring information that was looked at the time that the donation was made.
So Exhibit 67, it's fair to say, is comprised of ACLU business records kept and maintained in the ordinary course, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
All right, they're going to go to break.
We're going to change topics with Mr. Doherty.
Take our morning break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is
All
getting
right,
good. Oh
let's
my
go ahead and
God.
take our 15-minute recess. Do
We
not
got a
discuss
lot
the
to
case
talk
with
about
anybody, don't
right
do any
now.
outside research, and we'll see you then. Okay.
This is big stuff. Amber Heard lied for almost 4 years about charitable donations to the public. She intentionally deceived the public, deceived the media. She went out, she collected clout on it, lied about it. Look at her. She knows she's busted. People got you, Amber. Got you, Amber. Yeah, you keep smiling. I wish I may, I wish I
Go ahead and come
might,
back and
but
take a break and
this
talk
won't
about
go
it
away
before you-
tonight.
Okay, all right.
You got busted. You busted. She is so screwed, man. She is so screwed. She knows it too. That's the beautiful thing about it. I love it. Got busted, Amber. You're going to prison now. Your career is over now 'cause you suck it. What a testimony. I mean, that was magical, was it not? You got to admit, that was some pretty good stuff. Like, it keeps getting better. I keep telling people when the ACLU got up there, they're going to drop some bomb shells. I've been trying to point this out. I have something, too, that most people don't have. So, through sources, I actually got a hold of a deposition back when, and it was the deposition of one of the people. I made it public, by the way, after talking about it, but it's the deposition of one of her main lawyers that talks about the coordination between the ACLU. And this stuff is just insane. I mean, what they were doing behind the scenes. Oh my God, it was absolutely insane. You didn't pay your charity bill, Amber. You're gonna go to jail, and I love you. I can't leave it alone. My wife's like, that's the worst $30 you've ever spent. She tells me that all the time. You're always singing into the stupid microphone. It even makes mic checks go well. It's good stuff. Now I'm gonna pull up something. So they're about to get into something really big, and that's going to be the ACLU letters. And I talk about these all the time. This is a suppressed topic on YouTube. Like, it is a suppressed topic online because the ACLU, they have the right politics that they're usually shielded. I don't care either. Let me make this very clear when I talk about this. I don't care about your politics. I hate politicians. I hate freaking political parties because it makes people so easily manipulated by companies like this. And I mean people in general, society in general. So when I talk about this, I'm not talking about your politics. I'm talking about how, because of politics, people get shielded. Now, what we're going to get into is the op-ed and how it was written, though. And there are a bunch of emails behind the scenes that absolutely 100% prove that the ACLU, okay, so the ACLU tried to snake their way into this case at one time. A lot of people don't realize this. Before it was disclosed what the ACLU had done, the ACLU volunteered to help Amber Heard's side. They wanted to, they asked the court to be able to get involved, but as a concerned party, they just wanted to throw in their bid. They pretended that they weren't involved. Like, they are snakes. They're absolute snakes because they were involved from Jump Street. I mean, look at these look at this stuff here. Okay, so this was the initial. Again, forgive redaction. This platform has been so bad about talking about this subject. I've been talking about it for about 2 years because that's why I know a lot about it. There are other people, again, that are more knowledgeable because they have sharper memories. You know, in my days, I forget things. I know we all forget things, but I forget stuff. There's some people like the real Laura B, for example. She's like a still trap on YouTube, or not on YouTube, but on Twitter. She if you've never followed her, you definitely should. Like, she knows the ins and outs of this case probably better than anybody. But these letters, these were explosive. And like I said, when the media got them and they came up and went away, they were big for a moment. I got them probably a week before, and I talked about that somewhat, but my God, like, you talk about a suppressed topic again. And I hate the idea that anything gets suppressed in that. But read this. Listen to this. Hi, redacted. I'd like yours and Amber's thoughts on doing an op-ed in which she discusses the ways in which survivors of gender-based violence have been less safe under the Trump administration and how people can take action. It could be time for some time after 11:14. Now, here's the thing that you have to remember, and you can find this. You can find proof of everything that I talk about posted firmly on their timeline. A week before this op-ed actually does drop, the ACLU launches her ambassador title. You remember them talking about that there? They made an ambassador title. What the ambassador title is, you have to politically align with the ACLU on at least one topic, but they prefer myriad topics. You have to have the same political thought. You have to have the same political motivation. You have to believe in the exploitation of the people that listen to you as an audience as well, because they were talking about your audience, how many people that you can get a hold of, so they believe in the political exploitation. Again, it's easy to exploit people. When I say political exploitation, what I'm saying is they take your drive and the things that you're concerned about, and they exploit it for profit. They lie to you, because Johnny Depp has nothing to do with Donald Trump. In fact, quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. He made some, I'm going to say, really dumb statements there on politics. A lot of people do. We get crazy about that. That happens, but he's not conservative. He's a liberal. This is happening. They weaponized Donald Trump against a liberal, which is such a duplicitous thing. And it actually is. I'm going to choose my words carefully in how I say this. It's not a good thing that it happens, period. But it's a telling thing, I guess is a good word, when you see how they used him with politics to further their own ambitions. So they talk about, when it could be, how they're going to try to impact Congress, and her ambassador title could appear in the byline and announced in social media promotion of the piece. Also, there's a little side bit here. So I want to tell you something that's actually kind of crazy. So listed in their targeted publications is a statement about Marie Claire. Okay, Marie Claire came out with an article the other day talking about how they had a source close to Johnny Depp that was talking about this, that, and the other. They were doing damage control. Anybody could claim to be a source, I suppose, but any of the sources that are close to Johnny Depp, let me just say, I would think I would know those sources, and the sources that I talked to decried that article as fake. They're trying to damage control 2 days ago before this stuff hit, because they knew that their name would pop up in this, in my opinion. They started doing damage control. They started doing pro-Depp articles, talking to some pro-Depp person that doesn't exist. They made up a fucking story, excuse my words, but they made up a freaking person. They made one up just out of the blue so they could deflect this. But you see, this, what this letter is, I want to make this point, and I want you to really grasp this. They wanted to make Johnny Depp the face of the Violence Against Women Act. They were going to take him before Congress, and they were going to make him the face of it. They were going to make her the face of the aggrieved party for the world, and they were going to make him the aggressor. And it's spelled out here. It's spelled out in black and white. Now, they were talking about the lawyers that they had on staff. One of the things that he brought up that I found particularly interesting is the discussion about TMZ, them commenting on a TMZ article. They were behind the scenes rooting for her, being like, yeah, she really showed Johnny Depp, didn't she? And I mean, when you think about that, that's messed up, isn't it? Hey, Pooh Bears, thanks for the 8 there. Noob sticker. He went all noob, didn't he? Hey, Stendar 117, thanks for the 10 there. Amber emotes like a Skyrim NPC, that's true. Love you, Tug, and you love your smooth voice. Thank you for providing the truth over the duration of this case. Hashtag me poo. Hey, I love this case. I love it. I love it because it's crazy. I love it. Are they going to be video all day long? Don't know, Dragon Dane. But this, like I said, this is it's actually been a very good testimony, because the ACLU, okay, so people were asking, is this a Johnny Depp witness? Kinda is a good answer, I guess, sorta. In the fact that they don't want to be there. they don't want to be asking questions or answering questions, but they are. I'll catch super chats too as we go through breaks and stuff. I don't want you to think just because I didn't hit yours, I will hit every super chat. I always do. I appreciate, like I said, all of you backing, considering all of our stuff is getting ghosted these days. So, I do appreciate that. I put up by the way, just to mention this. So I put up something new. I put up the Muffin Man shirt. I want to show you this while we're sitting here talking uh, about this. So I thought that testimony the other day was pretty funny. The Muffin Man, the muffin stuff. I thought that was great. So I made this. Look. Oh, you gotta admit that's awesome. All profits that umbrella guy makes this month from shirts goes to charity, local charity, of course. So I'm gonna post this in the links in the description. It's right there. If you want to pick one up, you should. They're funny. But we're going to make a mega pint coffee cup. I can't make it while I'm live because the service on this on this thing as is so bad. I'm afraid I'm knocking their signal out. That people ask why I only broadcast at 720. It's because you look at how bad their connections are on this stuff. It's awful. Bad Goat, what's up? Thanks for the 20. Victory! Exactly, indeed. For real though. Okay, so she lied about charity for 4 years. She lied about charity for clout for 4 years in the public. When Johnny Depp called that out, she about faced and shut down. Now, the breakdown of her donor money, it goes as follows. Here, let me pull this up for you. So the breakdown of her donor money that was just noted, she paid. Okay, so Johnny Depp, this would count. Why does this matter, first of all? Because it impeaches her character. So Johnny Depp paid $100,000 from jump. So there's $100,000 out of 3.5 she was supposed to donate. Wait, let me go even further back. She was supposed to donate $7 million, the entire divorce proceeds, to charity. She even went on record in UK 2020 saying that she did so. Not that she was planning to do so, but she did so. Well, you find out that out of money, only $1.3 million has ever been paid. $850,000 of that was made by Elon Musk. Donor, that's Elon Musk. $500,000 they just admitted was from Elon Musk, and Amber Heard's team admitted in opening that was Elon Musk. He's been underwriting her. Like I've been saying forever, he's underwriting this entire case. He doesn't just underwrite this part. He's paying for her defense. He's paying for all of her witnesses. They're not paying a dime. He's underwriting this whole case. That's why she does so many crazy. If she had to pay out of pocket, it would be different. But Elon Musk has enabled this awful behavior. And every time you talk about it, if I talked about this outside of this case, it'd get throttled and buried. It absolutely does. And it's insane. Because again, I don't care if he's out there simping for Amber Heard. That's his business. What I care about is him destroying another man's life just because he has some infatuation with Amber Heard that apparently, according to people that we've not heard from, there's a Trinity Esparza, I believe, is her last name is Esparza. She works at the Eastern Columbia building. She testified in the UK 2020, and she said that Elon Musk, the marks on Amber Heard, they weren't there when Johnny Depp was around, but Elon Musk was around and marks started appearing. I actually have always been of the opinion. Now, again, this is just off in left field from me talking. I think before Amber Heard got called on what happened, I think she was planning on doing this again, but doing it to somebody with a lot of money. She has some really egregious looking wounds on her arm at one time, like bandaged, still bleed through wounds. They look pretty awful. And they were on her arms while she was with Elon Musk. I think she was going to set him up. He also, if you look at pictures from back then, go and look on Twitter. You'll find people talking about how he has marks on his head. They look like bruising and stuff. And yeah, it looks like the same relationship before. Again, that ain't excusing Elon either. But it's just fascinating, isn't it? That, Elon was around. Elon had apparently been infatuated with her forever. We have some of his text messages. He was texting Amber Heard on 05/22/2016, the day of the Eastern Columbia building with all the police officer footage and stuff. That was on the 21st. So the day after that, we have Elon Musk on premises, or rather on phone, hitting her up. They're all sweet talking, him talking about getting her private security and all this other business. But you could tell she called her, the reason I call him Rocket Man all the time is because in her thing, that's what she called him. He's her Rocket Man. Oh, isn't that sweet? Oh, I mean, that just hits me right in the folds of my heart. Dear Rocket Man, will you pay $1 million so I can smack you in the forehead? Oh, that's love. That's love. What a crazy, messed up mess. Barbara Hay, thanks for the 20. Did Johnny sue for embezzlement? He sued. He sued his prior business partners. We don't know the. Oh wait, are you talking about for her? No, he the way that their divorce proceeds are set up, I don't know how that works with charity, if you're talking about that. Now, if you're talking about his $650 million, he sued his former business partners because he had a $650 million stolen from him, and we don't know the particulars of that. But here's an interesting thing. For her charity donations, she said that she wanted paid, charity, everything going to charity, right? Well, Johnny Depp made the initial payments to charity. He made an initial payment of $100,000. When he made that initial payment of $100,000, guess what happened? She threw a fit. She threw an absolute fit. That's why the ACLU called her before accepting in her name, because she wanted $7 million tax-free. This is my opinion again. If she got to call it charity, Johnny Depp was already going to pay anything on the back end tax related to it. He was going to end up taking out the tax related portions. So she was getting $7 million free and clear, and she got the clout for it. So best of both worlds, $7 million. And again, I don't care what she did with her divorce, her money, but she lied about it for years, and she used it as part of an abuse lie. That's what I care about. And thanks for the 20 there. You are amazing. Thank you for that super sticker. And you are amazing, actually. All of you are amazing. If you'll do me a favor, by the way, tell people we're live over here, because we're ghosted today. Like I've had 50 people write me so far and ask me if I'm live today. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sitting here right now. I'm live. So make sure. Oh my God, I got a crazy email just like last night. I didn't notice. It's from an anonymous server called Anonymous. It came in at 2:31 a.m. and it said, "I spy with my little eye something that looks like lead in yours." Maggot cookies. No one will find the crumbles. Heard you on Heard? MRAs deserve the rope with the runs. What crazy. Get some of the weirdest hate mail. Oh my God. I'll have to post that one in a few minutes. I just noticed it while I was going through my stuff. Matt Rainwater, thanks for the 10. Hey Tug, much love from your brother from across the pond in the Bluegrass State. Do you think it's too late to bring up the makeup lie? Well, we brought it up. If she uses it, all right, they're coming back. They're back. Let me pull this off the screen. We got a lot to talk about with charitable donations today and the ACLU. We're gonna have a very good conversation at break. Okay, so make sure that you are definitely there, because we will have a good conversation during break. I always like being able to hear about case from people who know cases. Like I said, I spent I'm not going to say I'm the most knowledgeable person out there. I don't even mean it that way. But I've spent 2 years looking at it, and I know the ACLU stuff pretty well. Hey, Caleb, thanks for the 7. Love your tunes. Keep them coming. Appreciate that. I'm having fun. I'm having fun singing, so goof it off. Dan Soda, thanks for the 20. Did Elon Musk pay for Whoopi with Amber Heard through the ACLU? Pretty much, pretty much. Careful, Tug, they're unhinged. Yes, they are indeed. They are indeed. Well, I mean, we do what we can. I've already called the local enforcement to make sure that we don't get swatted or anything like that. But I mean, you can't. There's only so much that you can do. Unfortunately.
All right, if you want to continue.
All right, we're going to continue with our ACLU look. They're going to switch topics here. Like I said, it's big. Tell everybody we're live. This is a topic that you do not want to miss.
One, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a series of communications among people in our communications department around engaging Amber on our programmatic work, specifically relating to her being an ACLU ambassador.
Let's now turn back to the email starting on ACLU 47. Bottom of the page from Gary Johnson to Jody Gottlieb and others.
Yeah.
Purportedly dated November 6, 2018. Who's Jerry Johnson?
Jerry Johnson was a more junior person in our communications department. His title was Communications Department Strategist. And strategists are often communications department associates that have expertise in and do work in a select number of our issue areas.
Okay, he writes, I'd like your and Amber's thoughts on doing an op-ed in which she discusses the ways in which survivors of gender-based violence have been made less safe under the Trump administration and how people can take action. Why was the ACLU recommending that Amber write on that subject?
With Amber agreeing to be an ambassador and to work on women's rights issues and in particular issues of gender-based violence, Jerry was coming up with specific things that were of significant policy importance to the ACLU that could be the subject matter of an op-ed written by Amber.
Directing your attention a few lines down, he uses the acronym GBV. What does that mean?
Gender-based violence.
Then further down, he says, if she feels comfortable, she can interweave her personal story, saying how painful it is as a GBV survivor to witness these setbacks. What is the ACLU referring to when it talks about her personal story?
There were a number of things that Amber had expressed from her personal story about her having been a survivor of gender-based violence. And so one of the things that we do with ambassadors is we want them to tell authentic stories about our issues in the public, and to the extent that they have any personal direct experiences, for that to be part of their story for the public.
So the ACLU was not forcing her to relate her own experience with GBV. It was leaving it up to Ms. Heard's discretion, correct?
Correct.
And Exhibit 31 was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And it was maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
Let's move to Exhibit 33, please. Mr. Doherty, asking you to please look at Exhibit 33 and ask whether you've ever seen this before.
I have.
see the email from Robin Schulman to Jessica White dated November 14th at 10:58 a.m.?
Yes.
Who is Jessica Schulman?
Robin Schulman is a person in the communications department who is no longer with us, but who had expertise in issues involving gender issues.
Well, you anticipated my next question. Is Robin Schulman still at the ACLU?
No.
And is she an attorney?
I don't know whether she's an attorney. A number of our communications department staff members are, but I don't know. She wasn't working as an attorney.
Ms. Schulman is asking Ms. White, what's the status of this situation? What situation was she referring to?
The situation is whether we are going to be doing an op-ed with Amber.
Okay, and moving up on the page, there's an email from Jerry Johnson who says, quote, Jess had drinks with Amber last night, and it sounds like she was able to confirm with her that we'll be doing the first draft.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
It is often a decision has to be made when we're working with ambassadors or with other people who are speaking to the public, who does the first draft of the document. So it sounds here that Jerry is saying that that from Jess's conversation with Amber, we are moving forward with some kind of an op-ed, and that ACLU communications department staff members would be writing the first draft of it.
And Jess refers to Jessica White?
Yes.
Okay, let's please turn to Exhibit 35, please. Have you ever seen this document before, Mr. Doherty?
And yes, I have seen this document. Thanks, Michael. I didn't know.
And what is it?
This is a series of communications about it's the result of a series of communications about the op-ed that Amber, under Amber's name, took place with a media outlet. And so this is Jessica White's sending a draft of that to Amber.
Great, and let's go to the first email first, the email that starts in the second half of ACLU 185. It purports to be from Robin Schulman to Jessica White on November 29. Do you see that?
I do.
And is she attaching the first draft of the op-ed to that email?
So I assumed that it was not an attachment, but it was just pasted into an email, but I can't tell from this. I don't see anybody saying attached. So it could be either, but what I see this as is Robin sending a note to Jess Weiss for Jess Weiss to then forward to Amber.
Understood. Robin says, I tried to gather your fire and rage and really interesting analysis and shape that into an op-ed form. What does that refer to?
That refers to the effort for our ACLU ambassadors to speak publicly in a way that is impactful, that is shows the importance of the issues and how important they are personally to individuals. And in this case, therefore, Amber's passion for working on gender-based violence issues and speaking about it, and that she has an analysis that is one that Robin finds interesting.
And so when she's referring to fire and rage, that's Ms. Heard's fire and rage, correct?
Yeah, that's my read of this, even though I recognize that it is confusing because it's an email from Robin to Jess.
I have all these emails. We can look at them ourselves.
Against Johnny Depp, who purportedly abused her, correct?
I didn't take it to mean that. I took it to mean fire and rage about gender-based violence issues.
Was it your understanding that it was Robin Schulman who prepared the first draft of the op-ed?
Yes.
Okay. And Robin says to Jessica, your lawyer should review this for the way I skirted around talking about your marriage. Whose lawyers is she referring to there?
I believe these are Amber's regular advisors or who were involved in the review negotiation of the NDA between Amber and Johnny Depp.
And then if you look at, direct your attention to the top email from Jessica White's to Amber Heard, she says to Amber, apologies for the delay, but we have needed to pass this through quite a few lawyers. What lawyers did Jessica White's pass the op-ed through?
These were lawyers in the Women's Rights Project of the ACLU, plus the director of the Center for Liberty, the deputy legal director of the ACLU, who runs the Center for Liberty, within which is the Women's Rights Project, and even the legal director of the ACLU, who runs the whole legal department, our programmatic litigation work on behalf of civil liberties, David Cole.
But it never got to your level, correct?
Well, David Cole is at my level, just to be clear. He also reports to the executive director, but it never got to me or anybody on my team.
No one asked you to review the first draft of the op-ed?
No.
Did anybody ever ask you to review any drafts of the op-ed, including the final draft that was published in the Washington Post?
No.
She says, I want to make sure nothing was said in here that puts you in jeopardy with your NDA. What does that refer to?
The non-disclosure agreement that was entered into between Depp and Heard in connection with the dissolution of their marriage and the settlement agreement.
Okay, and is this a document that was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
All right, let's move please to Exhibit 37. Have you ever seen Exhibit 37 before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a draft of the op-ed that Robin is sending to Amber after a conversation that they had to discuss the issues in the op-ed, and in particular, to have a conversation about the op-ed. And then she sends her changes that were made to the op-ed that were relating to things that Robin and Amber discussed during that meeting.
And to be clear, this next draft of the op-ed reflects changes that Robin Schulman made after she met in person with Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did Ms. Schulman and Ms. Heard discuss during their in-person meeting?
My understanding is that they discussed some of the personal experiences that Amber Heard has had that that Robin used to incorporate into the op-ed.
And isn't it true that Ms. Heard's advisors initially revised the draft to remove any reference to Ms. Heard's marriage or divorce?
I recall a number of email communications back and forth among ACLU personnel and Ms. Heard's attorneys where they were suggesting edits to the op-ed relating to matters covered in the NDA.
And then isn't it also true that there were some at the ACLU who expressed their belief that excising those references to her marriage and divorce from Johnny Depp made the op-ed less impactful, correct?
It is correct. That is correct.
But ultimately, based on
Wow.
those voices, Ms. Heard pushed to get that excised material back into the op-ed so it could be more impactful, true?
That's not my understanding. My understanding is that the language that wound up in the final op-ed piece was very different from the original language that Robin included in the op-ed after having spoken with Amber about her personal experiences.
And how was it different?
It did not refer directly to Ms. Heard's relationship with Johnny Depp.
Okay, let's move ahead, please, to Exhibit 38.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
So the ACLU was saying, you're going to get sued if you put this stuff in there. And she was like, oh, well, I need it to be uglier for Johnny Depp. I got to do more damage. That's what you're hearing them discussing right now. I mean, that's crazy when you think about it. Like, they knew
Mr.
that she was
Doherty,
going to get
have
sued.
you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
And is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for your deposition?
Yes.
What does this relate to?
So this relates to Stacy Sullivan, who reported to Terry Tang, and her role with respect to this op-ed piece was to think about the best place to place it and to make the contacts with the media in order to get it placed.
And she suggests here that the outlets that the ACLU and Ms. Heard was considering were the New York Times, the Washington Post, Team Vogue, and USA Today. Is that correct?
So not Stacy, but Jerry, who I think you said she, Jerry is a he, and Jerry wrote some suggested places to place this after having had conversations with Amber.
And Jerry's suggestions were the New York Times, Washington Post, Team Vogue, or USA Today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Whose responsibility was to place the op-ed? Was it the ACLU's, Ms. Heard's, or some combination of the two?
The work to place the op-ed was taken on by the ACLU in that we have in our communications department people with expertise and who regularly do just that kind of work. But as we can see from this email, it was done in consultation with Amber Heard.
And Mr. Johnson writes, since the draft turned out pretty strong and Aquaman slated to do large numbers, I'm wondering what you think about it. What does he mean by saying the draft turned out pretty strong?
This appears to be the analysis of how broad-based and how what kind of reach the media outlets where we can place this will have, and that media outlets are more likely to take on publishing an op-ed like this if it is a strong one, and if it is and to the extent that it is written by a person who's an entertainer or well-known person, that the more they are in the public eye at the time, the more likely it will be accepted by a more prominent or broader reach media outlet. And so that's the sort of descending media outlets are in descending terms in terms of descending, likelihood of, descending importance and reach, but greater likelihood from, for example, as we go down that list.
And Amber's referencing her own direct personal experience and her marriage to Johnny Depp makes it a stronger product, correct?
I think that the Amber's contributions to the, the portion of the op-ed that talks about personal experiences is part of what informed the view that this was a strong op-ed, and the importance of the women's rights issues referred to in the op-ed, in that some of them were very timely women's rights issues before Congress.
And Ms. Heard had a co-starring role in Aquaman, correct?
I don't know whether she was a co-star, but I know that that was a film that she was in.
And didn't she tell the ACLU that she wanted the op-ed to come out just after Aquaman was released?
I do recall that there was a conversation about the optimal timing for the op-ed piece.
And as part of that conversation, Ms. Heard said in words or substance that she wanted the op-ed to come out soon after Aquaman, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Who did she relate that to?
I don't recall, although I believe that there's documents that we produced that can shed some light on that.
Is Exhibit 38 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared by people with knowledge and prepared in a contemporaneous manner?
Yes, it was.
And it was made in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, true?
True.
Okay, if we could move ahead, please, to Exhibit 41. This is another one of these, well, it's not that long.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
This stuff is so bad for her. It's talking about the op-ed. Now, they have proved that it was about Johnny Depp. They have proved, which I'll show you the emails. They're not bringing them up on the screen, but I will go over what they're discussing, the bits about skirting the marriage and everything. I have those on file myself.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
These are further communications among employees, staff members in the development department regarding the placement of Amber's ad and the finalization of the op-ed piece. Not ad, I'm sorry, op-ed and the finalization of it.
Great, and if we could move ahead, please, to ACLU 257. And specifically the email from Robin Schulman to Jessica Weitz on December 11th, continuing on to the next, or strike that. Let's go to the email on the last line, Jessica Weitz's email. She says,
What's the timestamp? What's the timestamp on the email that you're referring to?
I'm sorry. This is December 11th email at 11:05 a.m.
Okay.
From Jessica Weitz. You see that? Okay, and she says, Amber sent back the op-ed with final edits from her legal team, which specifically neutered much of the copy regarding her marriage and the domestic violence. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that consistent with your recollection?
I'm not sure about the use of the term neutered here, but I do know that her lawyers removed references to her marriage and divorce.
And then she writes, the goal is to get this out this week to capitalize on the tremendous campaign for Aquaman. What does that mean?
That means, from the ACLU's perspective, that Amber is about to receive an incredible amount of press and be in the public eye. So what better a time would it be than now to put out this op-ed so that it generates significant readership about our issues?
And Amber agreed with the ACLU on that point, correct?
I believe the answer is yes. Every step of the way we were making these decisions with Amber's PR representatives involved.
Okay, let's move back to an email in the middle of 257.
Okay.
And It is from Jessica Weeks, timestamped 11:09 a.m. on December 11th, 2018.
Okay.
Robin, her lawyers omitted the below, but Amber would love to see a way to have that part in bold somehow put back in. Is there an artful way to do that? Otherwise, she is okay with the final. 2 years ago, I sought a temporary restraining order from my then husband. Ellipses was changed to 2 years ago after successfully acquiring a temporary restraining order, but still not cleared by her lawyers. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that consistent with your understanding about what Ms. Heard's desires were?
Yeah, I trust Jessica White's relationship with Amber so that when Jessica told Robin that that was something Amber wanted, I have no reason to think that that's not correct.
Okay, and finally, let's look at the beginning. The first email, Exhibit 41, from Stacy Sullivan to Jessica Weeks, says, yes, and I need to read the latest version. And Robin told me Amber's lawyers took out some of the stuff that made it really powerful. So let me look to see if I think it's strong enough for top tier. What did she mean by top tier?
I think from Stacy's perspective, the more powerful a document is, the more likely it will go into a top tier news outlet such as the New York Times or the Washington Post, you know, that sort of descending tiering that was in Jerry Johnson's email.
Okay. And is Exhibit 41 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business by people having knowledge and done so contemporaneously?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move ahead to 43.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
So Warner Brothers was utilized to ruin Johnny Depp's life, and they've known about this for years.
Directing your attention to the first page in Exhibit 43, from Jessica Weeks to Sean Walsh. Who is Sean Walsh?
Sean Walsh at www.rconsulting.com. I don't know who that is. This is an email that includes in it people other than ACLU employees and ACLU consultants. So I'm assuming it's somebody relating to, you know, one of Amber's representatives, but I don't know for sure.
Do you know who Eric George is?
Yeah, George, BGR firm. Yes, Eric George was one of Amber's attorneys.
I have his deposition, by the way.
And she's announcing to the group that it's going to the Washington Post, a triple exclamation points.
Correct.
Take it the ACLU was pleased that it was placed in the Washington Post.
Correct.
And I believe you testified earlier, but I just want to confirm for the record, the ACLU took on the responsibility of attempting to place the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And why the ACLU instead of Amber or her PR team?
Placing op-eds about matters such as this is the kind of thing that is the bread and butter for the ACLU. And so I don't recall if a conversation happened about whether her PR people or our PR people should be in the ones that do the work to place this, but it is fully consistent with how we do our work that we placed this one.
All right, let's go back to Exhibit 42, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
They should have cut the dead space out of those. I mean, this has been powerful stuff, though. The article, the places they listed, by the way, were places like Vice, Broadly, Marie Claire, Teen Vogue, LA Times. They also
Have you
leave
ever
a
seen this
CNN.
document before, Mr. Doherty?
I am familiar with this document.
Is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for this deposition today?
Yes.
Was it made in the ordinary course of ACLU's business by people having knowledge and doing so contemporaneously?
Correct, yes.
Was it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Would you please direct your attention, sir, to page Bates number 1181. In the middle of the page purports to be an email from Stacy Sullivan, Michael Larrabee, and others at the Washington, well, I'll just say Michael Larrabee. Who is Michael Larrabee?
Michael Larrabee appears to be a person who was a contact that Stacy Sullivan had at the Washington Post. And so she reached out to him first about placing the ad. And then because she received a bounce back out of office from Mike Larrabee, she sent her original request to Michael Duffy and Mark Laswell, also at Washington Post.
And what was the purpose of her sending them this email?
This was her attempt to get the op-ed placed.
And she writes, "Hey, Michael, wondering if we might interest you in a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you may recall, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, on what the incoming Congress can do to help protect women in similar situations." Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read it correctly.
All right, let's look, please. Let's turn to Exhibit 73.
Yes, sir. Stand by.
The ACLU was writing news organizations saying things like, with whom you may recall was beaten up by Johnny Depp. So they did their damage. And they did it intentionally. And they were captured in email doing this. Morons left a paper trail. You got to admire that. You got to admire being dumb enough to leave a paper trail.
Doherty, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
Is this the online copy of the op-ed that the ACLU placed?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Who came up with that title?
Based on my investigation, I'm not aware of I'm not aware that the ACLU had any role in writing the name of the op-ed piece. And my understanding of how op-ed pieces work is that it is the media, in this case, the Washington Post, would have drafted the name of the title of the op-ed and not the person who wrote the op-ed.
Did the Washington Post seek the ACLU's or Ms. Heard's approval of its title?
I believe the answer to that is no. There's nothing in the evidence that shows that they reached out to us to do that, and it is inconsistent with my understanding in that these news outlets do not usually ask for the permission of the author of the op-ed for when they come up with the title.
Hello, Mr. Doherty. Would you please, or would the technician please call up Exhibit 45?
Yes, sir. Stand by.
This is getting into the crux of the matter. This is what destroyed his life. She absolutely did it, and it was absolutely about Johnny Depp. Remember, her defense is, I didn't name Johnny Depp in it. You've heard over and over again that the early drafts of this said, 2 years ago when I got my temporary restraining order from my then husband.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen Plaintiff's Exhibit 45, which is Bates number ACLU 623?
Hold on, I'm just making it a little bigger. Okay, yes, I have seen this document.
And is this one of the documents you reviewed in preparation for your deposition?
That's correct.
And what is it?
This is an article that was in US Today and specifically ties Amber's statements in her op-ed piece to Johnny Depp.
And when Jessica White says so much for not mentioning JD, what did she mean?
I speculate that she was saying that there were significant efforts made by Amber's attorneys to take out the references to Johnny Depp and her marriage, and yet nonetheless, people made that connection.
And in particular, the reporter for the USA Today took her to be referring to Johnny Depp when she spoke of being the victim of domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Was this document prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business contemporaneously by people having knowledge?
Yes, it was.
Is it maintained by the ACLU in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And would you please move ahead now to Exhibit 46?
Yes, sir. Stand by.
Their own words, so much for not mentioning JD. So again, they busted themselves in writing, admitting that it wasn't just about JD, but people took the article to be about JD. So, I mean, that's an important distinction, too.
Mr. Doherty, have you ever seen Exhibit 46, which is ACLU page number 1287?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a statement by Robin Schulman saying that that the article that they're referring to basically, recasts everything that is said, but ties it to Johnny Depp.
So Ms. Schulman is agreeing with Mrs. White's characterization that the USA took Ms. Heard to be referring to her allegations of physical violence by Johnny Depp, correct?
Yes.
And she says it's kind of amazing that they just grabbed the entire op-ed and rewrote it using Johnny's name. Why was it amazing?
I don't know why she found it amazing.
Because that was consistent with your understanding. She was referring at least in part to Johnny Depp, correct?
Yeah, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that there were that she was referring to Johnny Depp and her marriage.
Was Exhibit 46 prepared in the ordinary course of business by people having knowledge contemporaneously?
Yes.
Was it maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 59, please, which is Bates numbers ACLU 2614 through 2616.
Okay.
That was a huge admission there.
Have you ever seen this document before?
Just going to the beginning. Yes.
And what is it?
This is a conversation among ACLU employees regarding what were the amounts contributed to the ACLU that were connected to our relationship with Ms. Heard.
And is this Exhibit 59 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
And it was prepared contemporaneously by people with knowledge in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And looking at the chart on ACLU 2615, This is the same contributions chart that you testified about earlier from Salesforce, correct?
Correct.
And again, as in the prior exhibit, this chart or ledger does not reflect the $100,000 contribution from Johnny Depp in Amber Heard's name in August of 2016, correct?
Correct.
And you still can't account for why that wouldn't have been included.
We assume that there was an error made in not including that in Ms. Heard's account, where we keep the records of her in Salesforce. Although Anthony, as you see, then raised the very question, what about the $100,000?
And directing your attention to the first page in this exhibit, do you see the email from Mr. Romero to Mr. Moresco? Subject, a quick question. Mr. Romero asked, did Elon's other gifts come from Vanguard? To what does that refer?
My personal knowledge is that Anthony was just asking whether other gifts from Elon Musk had been issued from recommendations he made to Vanguard regarding his donor-advised fund at Vanguard.
And Mr. Moresco then responds, one of them, yes. His $5 million gift in February 2017 was from Vanguard. Do you see that?
I see it.
And if you look at the next page, Vanguard was the same entity that made the soft credit contribution in Amber Heard's name to the tune of $500,000, correct?
Correct.
And he says, in any case, my understanding was that the $500,000 from Vanguard was recommended by EM. Do you see that?
Yes.
And EM stands for Elon Musk, correct?
Correct.
And also in that email above that, Mr. Moresco states that Mr. Musk's $1 million gift in May 2018 was from Fidelity. Do you see that?
Yes, he must have, either that means a separate donor advised fund he has at Fidelity, or from Fidelity, in direct investment accounts he has at Fidelity. I'm assuming the former, but I don't know.
And if you look at the next page in the Salesforce chart, the second payment credited to Ms. Heard for $350,000 as of December 11th, 2018, came from that same Fidelity, correct?
I don't know the answer to that question. I know that it came from a Fidelity donor advised fund, the $350,000, but I don't know if it is Elon Musk's donor advised fund at Fidelity.
But it could be.
It could be.
Okay, let's move, thank you, on to 61, please. Which is Bates number ACLU 1669 through 71. Directing your attention to the last email in this exhibit from Jill Sargent to Inga Sarda Sorensen and Tyler Richard. Who were Inga Sarda Sorensen and Tyler Richard?
Inga and Tyler are both senior communications department strategists in our communications department.
Okay. And Ms. Sargent from Reuters asked, I'm preparing some material while awaiting a verdict in the Johnny Depp libel trial in London and wanted to fact check Amber Heard's current previous links with the ACLU. Do you recall that Mr. Depp's that this is a reference to Mr. Depp's defamation case in the UK against the Sun?
It appears to me that that's the trial she's referring to.
Okay, directing your attention, please, to page number ACLU 1670, the email from Jessica Whites to Tyler Richards. Do you see where Ms. Whites writes, the answer is yes, she's still an ambassador. That's a reference to Ms. Heard still being an ACLU ambassador, correct?
Correct.
Then Ms. Whites writes, quote, she donated her full settlement to charity, 50% to the ACLU and 50% to another organization. That's a reference to Ms. Heard's representation that she donated the full amount of her divorce settlement from Johnny Depp to charity, correct?
Correct.
And that statement was not true. She had not donated the full amount of her settlement, $7 million, to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
At the time that Jess Whites wrote this in July of 2020, Ms. Heard had not donated her full settlement to the ACLU, and I'm not aware of what she did to the other organization.
At the time Ms. Whites wrote that, the ACLU was still $2.2 million short, even if you credit Ms. Heard with the $100,000 that Johnny Depp gave to the ACLU, correct?
At the time that she wrote this, we had received the 1.3, so yes, 2.2 million of the full 3.5 million we had not received.
Was Exhibit 61 kept in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business?
Yes.
Was it prepared in the ordinary course of the business by people having knowledge contemporaneously?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 62, please. Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is Jessica Whites reaching out to the communications department in order to come up with a correct statement that we could make in response to the Reuters article. And she comes up with recommended language on this that she then wants to confirm with our development department. So she is doing diligence to ensure that anything we say to the media is going to be correct.
All right. Let's move ahead to Exhibit 63. Do you have that in front of you?
I'm just making it larger right now. It just arrived.
You ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is back and forth between Richard Tyler in the communications department, Jessica Whites, and another communications department junior person, Ava Lopez. And it all concerns what we can say to, what we should say to Reuters in response to their question about Amber and her contributions to the ACLU.
And this was prepared in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, correct?
Correct.
And it was prepared and maintained in the ordinary course of the ACLU's business, true?
True. Correct.
Let's look at the second page of the exhibit, an email from Tyler Richard to Jessica Whites.
Mm-hmm.
Who is Tyler Richard?
It's Richard Tyler, and no, it's Tyler Richard. That's right, Tyler Richard, and he is a senior person in our communications department.
And Mr. Richard says, Amber Heard is an ACLU ambassador for women's rights since 2018. She also pledged her full settlement to charity. Do you see that?
I do.
And Ms. White's responds, yeah, I think that's safer. I had nightmares about this last night. I'm very upset. Do you think this is okay? Why was Ms. White so upset about the characterization of Ms. Heard's charitable donations or lack thereof?
My understanding is that as a communications department professional, Jessica was concerned about these news articles that were appearing and what impact they would have on, how the ACLU and its work with Amber is seen.
She was concerned that the ACLU was not telling the truth about Amber's paying the $3.5 million, correct?
I don't see it that way. I see it as her doing everything she can in order to produce a correct statement to the press.
Wouldn't the correct statement to the press be that she's short $2.3 million?
As I testified earlier, that's not the kind of thing that we would ever say about a donor to the ACLU. Instead, we would, especially when it isn't the fact that there was any specific time period by which we were supposed to have received any specific amount of money, considering that she didn't sign the pledge agreement, and therefore there's an attempt so as an organization, we attempt to work with our donors who are having financial difficulties in order to receive, the funding from them that they want to give to us. So no, I don't see this. I don't know. We would, in that sort of scenario, we would never say she's short anything.
Directing your attention to the email at Bates number ACLU 1700 from Ms. White's to Mr. Richard, dated July 31. She says, "I'm just stressed about her and the difficulties with all this." Who is her?
Assume that is Amber Heard.
Why was Ms. White stressed about Amber Heard?
Because this is a stressful thing to have these kinds of news reports out there, and in particular about an ACLU ambassador.
What kind of news reports are you referring to?
What I believe the Reuters article, from the Reuters article.
And what did the news article say that was distressing?
I think it was the tie between the attempts to make Ms. Heard look poorly in the press regarding her donations.
But did you talk to Ms. White in preparation for this deposition?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you about the donations and how she was stressed about Ms. Heard?
Ms. White's didn't say anything specific about that.
You didn't ask her about why she said she was stressed about Amber Heard and the difficulties with all this?
I believed in reviewing the documents that I had an understanding of why this was a difficult situation for many people.
So the answer is you didn't ask her about that, did you?
I did not ask her that question.
I guess we'll have to. Did you ask her about the nightmares she had about Amber Heard and why she had what the substance of her nightmares were about Amber Heard?
No, I did not.
Your Honor, counsel for Ms. Heard is now taking over the questioning.
All right, thank you.
Exhibit number 1, this is page down 2866. It was introduced as well by counsel for Mr. Depp, but it's easier for me to just jump into this one. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
It says here, Amber, I described your plan to donate $3.5 million to ACLU over the next 10 years, as you very much believe in what they are doing. Now, the way in which donate is used here, how would you interpret that?
I would say that at the very least, it is expressing an intention to make that donation. And it's, by the term plan.
Okay. And would you distinguish between donate and pledge given the reference to the next 10 years?
About Elon Musk's intention?
I would read this to mean that it isn't clear whether this is intended to be a pledge, a legally binding pledge to create a receivable. This is something that I would want to, what I would hope would be a legally binding pledge, but I wouldn't necessarily say that this was.
Right. And the term donate here, how would you interpret that based on the description you gave a little earlier?
I would take donate to mean contributions from Ms. Heard.
And what, if any, interpretation would you have that this also meant pledge?
So two things in response to your question. One is plan to donate. When I said it would come from Ms. Heard, I would think that that would be either Ms. Heard directly or from a donor advised fund that she has set up and would recommend. But over the next 10 years makes me think that donate could theoretically be a pledge, but that's something that we would want to attempt to confirm.
And just so I understand, what's the difference between donate and pledge in how you are interpreting this?
If this used the word pledge instead, I would have more assurance that this was intended to be a hard and fast promise that even could potentially be a legally binding promise.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 2. Do you recognize this document? Page 2632.
I do recognize this document.
And what is your understanding of what this is?
That this is the cover letter to which the check for $100,000 was attached, which related to Johnny Depp's contribution to the ACLU in the name of Amber Heard.
Now, you've used the term binding a few times here in responding to these. What is your distinction with the words pledge and donate that relates specifically to binding?
A pledge is, if something is legally binding, it is a pledge, but it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody that uses the term pledge means something that's legally binding. Donate is a much, much broader term.
And donate can mean pledge?
Yeah, I think that the word donate can be used in connection with a pledge.
Do you have any understanding of what Amber Heard believed was a pledge versus a donation?
I don't know.
Did the ACLU have any reason to believe that Amber Heard would not pay the ACLU $3.5 million?
I think that everybody at the ACLU was hoping, the ACLU was hoping and expecting that the full 3.5 million would be paid to the ACLU. The fact that the pledge form wasn't signed was, cast some potential doubt on that. And then once Ms. Heard began having financial difficulties, we obviously recognized that that might impact whether the full 3.5 million is paid or impact whether it's paid over a much longer period of time in some intermittent way.
Do you have any evidence to suggest that Amber Heard still does not intend to pay the ACLU the full 3.5 million?
I have based on my investigation, I'm not aware of any indication that Ms. Heard has decided to no longer pay additional amounts to the ACLU.
I'm going to ask you to bring up number 4, please. I'm going to ask you to take a look at this document, and it starts out on the bottom with Amber on October 17, 2016 to ARP. Who's that?
That's Anthony Romero's private email, Anthony Romero private.
All right, and she's telling him to go ahead and it's all right to cash Mr. Depp's check. Do you see that?
I do.
And then Mr. Romero responds to her, says, thank you for the response. We will cash the check. But that means you have, quote, overpaid for this year as you wired $350,000 and then the $100,000 from Mr. Depp. So you can keep track that where you are on the overall amounts. Do you see that?
I do.
Right.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition
Overpaid.
Defendant's Exhibit Number 14, and it's base stamp ACLU 2588 through 89. This is, and I realize there was a version of this that Mr. Chu showed you, but this includes an email from Mr. Romero to Jonathan Moresco, and then Mr. Moresco to Mr. Romero with a copy to Mike Weir. And it says here, hi, Anthony, if you get a chance on Sunday, can you please check in with Amber on her next pledge payment? She has a balance of 2.55 million on her 350,000 10-year pledge. Below is a summary of her other payments. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And so this has the 500,000 and the 350,000 and the 100,000 on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was September 28, 2018. I'm going to show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 15. It's date stamp 2595, and I'm going to make it larger. And if I can show you, we have an email from Mr. Romero saying, is there anything I can do to help facilitate pledge payment of 350,000? And it's dated November 27, 2018. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. And then Amber comes back on 11/29 and says, hang on, I'll be right with you. You see that?
Correct. Yeah, I see it.
Okay. And then the $350,000 payment came in on December 11, 2018, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that made a total of what, 1.3 million we've decided, right? What was the total amount of the donations after the 12/11/2018 that were made towards Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledge to ACLU?
1.3 million.
All right. Now, if Ms. Heard had just given 350,000 each year, what would the amount have been as of December 2018?
1,550,000. It would be 350,000, 350,000, 350,000. So that's 1,050,000.
Okay. And so she was effectively 250,000 ahead of that as of December 2018, correct?
Objection.
After Mr. Depp filed suit against Amber Heard on March 1, 2019, what, if any, payments did Ms. Heard make to the ACLU towards her $2.5 million pledge?
No additional payments.
No, this was also shown to you by Mr. Chu on one of his documents. It's ACLU document 3037, the 12/11/2018 $350,000 designation donation from Amber Heard Anonymous. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, the ACLU continues to recognize Amber Heard as an ambassador for the ACLU. Is that correct?
We do. She continues to be listed on our website.
May a donor deduct a donation before they actually make the payment to the ACLU?
No. Yeah, a deduction cannot be taken prior to when the deduction is made. A deduction is taken with respect to a tax year, so the deduction would have to be made within a tax year in order for it to be deducted that year.
Okay. Now, you also testified earlier about different sources of donations, and you said that someone can make a donation in honor to fulfill someone else's pledge. Do you recall that testimony?
A person can make a donor in honor of someone else. And when I said in honor of a person, I was more referring to, in memory of a person or in honor of, a new executive director of an organization. People make donations in honor of them. But a person certainly can make a gift and say that I would like to make this gift to the organization because I know that this other person has committed something to the organization and I'd like to pay that amount. A person can do that.
Now, was it your understanding with the letter from Mr. White that Mr. Depp was making a $100,000 payment on behalf of Amber Heard towards her $3.5 million pledge?
Yes, that gift from was in connection with the amounts that Amber had said that she wanted to contribute to the organization.
All right, and it's been your testimony, I think, that there was an error in not including that in your sales force. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is it also your understanding that Elon Musk made the $500,000 payment towards Amber Heard's $3.5 million pledge?
Yes, we don't know that with absolute certainty, but that is our organization's understanding.
Okay. And you credited it towards Ms. Heard's pledge, correct?
Yes.
Does it matter to the ACLU where it comes from if it's tagged and said it's as part of this person's pledge?
We're always happy to receive funds from donors, and if a donor is unable to make a contribution of an amount that they said they intended to make, if they're able to have someone else make a contribution to the organization, that's completely fine by us.
It's still more money to ACLU, correct?
Correct.
And it's towards a pledge that you're hoping you can count on, correct?
Toward a pledge in the weak form of it, which is that somebody's making an intention, it would not be able to be satisfied in connection with a legally binding pledge.
Well, you did credit the $500,000 towards Amber Heard's pledge, correct?
Yes, we did.
And although you didn't initially credit the $100,000 payment by Mr. Depp towards her pledge, you agree that that should have been credited towards Amber Heard's pledge as well, correct?
Correct.
Now, we saw a document that Mr. Chu showed you a short while ago that indicated that Elon Musk made some other significant contributions, including $1 million and $5 million that were separate and apart from the $500,000, correct? Is that correct? Okay. Now, Mr. Chu asked you if the ACLU benefited from the fact that Amber Heard pledged or donated the $3.5 million. And I think your answer was that you benefit, whenever there's donations made and the publicity associated with it. What, if any, benefit would the ACLU have had if Amber Heard pledged or donated 1.3 million as opposed to 3.5 million?
If I understand your question correctly, I think that it is always a positive thing to report on donations made to the ACLU.
Mr. Doherty, you testified to a number of documents about the op-ed and the back and forth with the attorneys and everything else. Are you aware of any evidence at any stage of the op-ed drafts through publication that Amber Heard did not rely on her counsel's advice?
From what I know, Ms. Heard involved her attorneys and made changes to the op-ed based on the advice of her attorneys.
And so my question is, are you aware of any evidence that would suggest that Amber Heard did not rely on the advice of her attorneys?
Based on my investigation, I'm not aware of a situation where she did not rely on her attorneys.
Thank you. And I'm going to make a reference to their exhibit number 31. This is, it's just called Exhibit 31, and Mr. Chu put it down. Jerry Johnson was writing an email, and he listed a number of topics. Was it your understanding that the ACLU chose a number of those topics, of course, subject to Amber's approval, but it was their idea on some of these issues to address in the op-ed?
My understanding is that those were ACLU issues that Jerry Johnson came up with that might have been issues that could be covered in the op-ed.
All right. I assume for your next witness is a remote witness, correct? And I assume it'll take longer than 30 minutes. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, that's right, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it'll take a little longer than 30. Yeah.
Wow,
All right.
man.
I think what I'd propose then, ladies and gentlemen, what I might have you do is take an extended lunch till 2:30 because I have an obligation at 2. So then that means though that we would go through till 5:30 tonight. Is that agreeable with everybody on the jury? Is that agreeable with everybody here? All right, let's go ahead and do that. Then let's go ahead and give you a lunch break until 2:30, okay?
What if they said
Just do
no?
not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
We got a lot to talk about in that. That was jam-packed with explosive testimony. I I mean, that stuff was explosive because it reveals that the ACLU they fully admit that this article
All right.
was
We have
about
recess
Johnny
till 2,
Depp.
okay? All right, thank you.
It was intended to do damage. They also admitted that not okay. So the entire case, you've got to remember what this case is about. This case is about an op-ed that was written and whether or not that op-ed destroyed Johnny Depp's career. That is the end all be all to this case. You know, you have to have certain requisites. So let me pull up this picture right here. This picture, I think, pretty much says everything that you need to think about when you're thinking about this case. So here's this picture while he's talking. You have this op-ed, that op-ed. It supposedly wasn't about Johnny Depp. That's what we've heard. And it's not the catalyst that destroyed his career, according to Amber Heard. He already destroyed his own career. The thing is, though, if you look at their own evidence, all of the hit pieces that they pulled up, they pulled up 10 entire pages of articles saying that these articles, they're the articles that prove somehow in some way that his career was already done. Well, when you look through their exhibit list, what you find is that the damage to his career doesn't transpire until those articles come out. Yes, he had negative articles writing about movies, of course. He had some articles about lifestyle because, as they said, he's an enigma. One of his draws, like Christian Carino noted yesterday, is the fact that he was a mystery man. You know, people didn't know about him, so they would read about him. And of course, if people are interested in to read about him, well, you're going to have items. If you look, this is what they submitted as their article review. And they make this case very, very well without intending to. They put together page after page of negative reviews. You can see like article, NPR reviews of Dark Shadows, article, Johnny Depp, Alice Through the Looking Glass has terrible reviews. Article, The Lone Ranger reviews. It's awful as everyone thought it would be, and you have like Transcendence, awful, and again, he had a Razzie and so on. Okay, well, you have pages and pages of these. But the thing that they leave out when they put all these hit pieces together, they leave out the fact that none of these say the one thing that this is all about. They don't talk about him getting fired. When you have that article drop, you'll notice a change here. You go into, hey, wait a minute, we've got a reboot coming up. But, and you have things like, oh, Johnny Depp, he's not going to be buried. We're not going to have those issues. You have discussion, even with after the UK article, you have discussion about his career, what's going to happen. But as you go past that, what you see is him losing jobs. That's when this op-ed comes out, because it's her words. And her words empowered his career demise. Again, that's not a negative review. They want to pretend that those were negative reviews. Accusing somebody of some of the worst shit in society is not a negative review. It's not saying Transcendence sucks. There's a big difference. And they know that. And they're being flagrantly dishonest about that. Men, thanks for the 14. Did they provide motive for the op-ed? Yeah, the motive, it's financial motive is what it is. Like when they write it, the ACLU is trying to make money. The ACLU, they drive themselves off of, like they said, article placement. So an article like this, taking Amber Heard and taking that story that she's selling, it's worth quite a bit of money to the ACLU. I mean, again, they're profiting from it. They profited off of this lie. They profited heavily, but also, okay. So the ACLU, a couple of weeks ago, they had this big blow up in their organization where they had one of their main people end up getting terminated. All right. In that, they talked about his position. His position was a political influencer position because the ACLU, they aren't just a money organization. They're an organization that they push political clout, political power. You know, that they themselves, they gain money via influence. But more than that, they want influence. I mean, they're all about influence. They're all about making sure I'm moving this article around. They're all about making sure that they establish themselves with a specific narrative, because the narrative, if you can ingrain yourself in politics, you not only pick up power politically, you can not only influence policy, but you have a go-to audience. You always have that go-to audience, you know, because people, they become, it's amazing. That's one of the reasons I don't like politics or talking about it, because it divides us over menial things a lot of times, you know, because we're talking about utopian ideals, you know. Say we're talking socialized medicine, for example, just throwing an idea out there. The government in our talks, if me and you were talking about the benefits we're not talking about a government that's going to exploit that and going to bring in big pharma and, you know, have backroom deals and stuff. You and I are talking utopian ideals, and the people that would discuss that and exploit it, that discussion, they oftentimes exploit it. They want power, or they want finances, or both. And that's exactly what you see in this. This is the original contact letter. Again, excuse redactions. They didn't show this on the screen, but I have these filed away because I use them. I've been covering this for years. You know, you'll see a lot of people talking about, just like TMZ the other day. You had these articles coming out and other people saying, oh, TMZ, they bought this. We've newly discovered it. Yeah, you newly discovered what we were talking about in 2020. Congratulations. You know, I'm glad you found it, but it's not new news. It sounds big, it sounds new, but it's not. This stuff, too, it isn't explosive. It wasn't just found out. This has been out there, but a lot of people, they chose to ignore, and it's been suppressed. Like, the platforms have suppressed this. That's how much power and influence. You know, a certain Rocket Man is really good friends with, he's one of the earliest PayPal creators. You know, he's part of that group. Guess where those people went? They went here. They also, he's really good friends with Jack, who used to run Twitter. You know, Twitter. Well, that was an interesting one, wasn't it? Hey, Kat, thanks for 5. I watched Dark Shadows. No one can ever tell me the villain in the show wasn't Amber Heard. The actress totally channeled Amber. I watched that I didn't like it when I first saw it. I watched it not too long ago, and I thought, hey, you know what? This is a pretty good, just mindless enjoyment film. He was funny in it. Like, it was, I enjoyed his acting, but my mom was a big Dark Shadows fan. So when I went in, I don't know what you could do with that. So going in, just seeing it by itself, I was like, yeah, you know, this wasn't terrible, actually. It was kind of fun. It's just a mindless movie. But he did a good job in that. He was really funny. Pin caps and band-aids, thanks for 2. JD knows it's in the back. This is irrefutable. Yeah, and Christian Carano yesterday said that this article cost him 2 jobs. It cost him Pirates of the Caribbean, and it cost him Houdini. There's $50 million right there. Nathan Jasper, thanks for the 5. Amber thought that she could take down a Titan. She'd get the world. She didn't expect the Titan to fight back. Now, backed by the world. I mean, that's true. You know, and the thing that they don't understand, too, is they don't understand the idea of perhaps gaining a victory. Even if they won in this case, right? They've destroyed themselves getting here. She has torpedoed her entire life getting here because she admits what she did. So no matter what the jury finds, she is destroyed. There will never be a day when, if she gets a movie role or something, there aren't thousands of people saying, this is trash, it needs to be taken down, this person is a monster. Isn't it telling, too? The ACLU still has her as a women's ambassador. They still list her as one. You know why they do that, by the way? Because Elon Musk simps those big bucks. He paid them in two payments we heard just right off the bat. He gave them $1 million He gave them $5 million. By the way, this is what irritates me about people telling me that Elon Musk is going to save my free speech on Twitter. Yeah, this is an organization that labels speech hate because they don't like it politically. They do things like that all the time. You see organizations that do that, and they will suppress speech because they don't like it politically. They decide, these are the same kind of places that call people like myself alt-right. Like, what? Because I talk about their organization being corrupt. They're corrupt as hell. Of course, you've got to say that we're some kind of, part of a hate group or something else, because you can't have the truth coming out, can you? Yeah. Like I say, I very much don't like politics. I come from a long line of distrusting authority. I think that's a very American standard. We were we were founded on distrust of authority, and it continues. So if that's some kind of alt anything, but no, that's what they do. They label you horrible things so they can keep this. And look, this is their original contact letter where they give away what the entire point is. Trina, thanks for the 5. Is it me? Is the ACLU also pissed? They didn't get their money. Yeah. They expected. See, they can deflect any way they want. But here's the reality of that $7 million, by the way, or 3.5 of which go to the ACLU. That money was paid in the divorce. There shouldn't have been installments or anything. It should have changed hands from JD to her, and her to whatever charity. There should have been no installment platform. Why would there be? If she's paid the entirety of that money and she's donating the entirety of that money, why? Why would she need it? Because she never planned on paying it all. She's never planned on paying it. She had talked Elon Musk into paying it because what was going to happen is she knew that her boy that she was seeing behind the scenes, he was a major donator, a major contributor for the ACLU. She knew that he would pick up her tab because he was going to give the money anyway. It would go in her name. No muss, no fuss. She'd get the headlines. She'd get the clout. She'd get to run down JD. And he, like I said, he'd pick up the tab. He'd end up paying the millions on it. So what would it matter? They fought really hard to suppress that Elon Musk was a donor for that. They fought very hard. In fact, if you didn't keep up with this case, this had to go. So you had the judge in Virginia rule that the ACLU had to turn over all information in this case. The ACLU fought it. They were not going to turn over anything. So Johnny Depp took them to the New York Supreme Court and pushed them to have to respond. He won there. That's why they had to respond. They petitioned the court not to have the guy who's in here talking about this. They didn't want him in there. They wanted a records keeper there, not this person to have to talk for the ACLU. They just wanted a records keeper, not the person that had direct knowledge or contact. They said, well, anybody could talk about that. We don't really want this person there because they had direct contact. They knew too much about it. And when they were asked direct questions, they'd have to be truthful about it instead of saying, I'm not really sure. I don't know. Because if they didn't, that's contempt. They have a problem. They'd be lying on the stand. They fought hard to keep that out because, again, they've tried to intervene in this case many times. And this is why there have been many people that ask, why not make the ACLU part of this lawsuit? Why not sue them too? Well, if you sue them as part of this, they bring the power of an ocean of lawyers to bear. That's what they're made for. They tie this thing up forever. They'd never let it go through. They would just bog it down and nothing come out. As is, it took years for them to come off of that finance. Just the information that we heard took years in the making. I mean, that's insane. I watched it for years develop, like over 2 years, and it had already been seeded before that. Christopher George, thanks for the 2. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you there. Appreciate that. Like I said, I'll catch up any super chats I've missed or anything too. I'm keeping them right in the moment where we're talking, but everyone and all of you are appreciated too. Like I can't say that enough. Michael Singer, thanks for the 5. My takeaway, ACLU, pay to play. At least now we know how much the buy-in is. Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. Now, what I take away from this is anybody that would allow an organization like this to speak for you, and anybody that doesn't see what these organizations are, they're either intentionally lying or they're lying to themselves. You know, it's let me see. I'm looking for a statement. I want to see the ACLU, their statements about it. So the ACLU, I mean, they're getting called out all over the place right now. But you know the problem with all of this too. In a week, nobody will care. In a week, the what I mean is, I'm not saying you or I. I'm talking about like the news media. They won't care in a week. They didn't care before. They absolutely didn't care. You know, they've been into the bag for the longest time. But it's astounding. You can find, like, if you go through their timeline, you'll find when they discuss that Amber Heard is an ambassador when she was brought on. I mean, you can still find their statements about that. You know, they have the announcement of the ambassadorship. You could see them respond to Amber Heard for it. Let me bring that up on the screen while we're talking, and then we'll go over that letter there too. But I want to bring this up because I was looking through their timeline the other day. I was curious if they had removed anything, and they probably have removed some statements, but a lot of these statements, if you search, they're still there. Like here, for example, you can see when they're thanking her for her support, and they're honored to have her on board as an ambassador. You know, you can see them sharing articles about what went on. Here's where they share that she donated millions to support the ACLU. Again, these aren't real. These are lies. These are absolute lies. Here's where they're sharing the op-ed. So you can see, look, this is planned. Here's where they're talking about the ambassador title, December 19th, 2018. We're glad to have you on. And then less than 10 days later, they're dropping the op-ed because that was planned. That was the plan. They gave her a title, Women's Ambassador, so they could weaponize. They not only weaponized claims, they weaponized the gear between one's legs. They divide us with that. And they used it again. They destroyed a man's life, and they're okay with that. They will never call it out. They'll never step up to the plate. They'll never do anything about it because they have too much money on the line. And thanks for the $13.99. ACLU, means of exploiting Amber and sacrificing Johnny Depp's to get their end, should make them open to get sued. What do you think? They would be open to be sued, definitely. They would definitely be open to be sued. And somebody said I had like 3 hours of Super Chats can I catch up, and I do very much. We'll catch all that up at the end. Like I said, I'm just catching them while they're live here too, but I'm not missing anybody, and I appreciate all of you. Moses, thanks for the tip. This is a win for JD. He was grinning through it. Oh, it's a big win. It's a big one because this is what it's about. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 279. My outrage is black and blue. Do you have ammo for me? Exactly. So listen to this. This is the op-ed. And again, excuse redactions. These are mine. They didn't show this on the screen, so I'm just pulling my own up here. I'd like yours and Amber's thoughts. I'm doing an op-ed in which she discusses the ways in which survivors of gender-based violence have been made less safe under the Trump administration and how we can take action. It could appear to be time for 11/14, which it was not, by the way. You saw when they actually dropped that. They had to drop it a month after. It dropped right around Aquaman, which Warner Brothers knew was weaponized. They allowed that to happen anyway. It's one of the reasons I think that they didn't bring her back. I think creative issues, she's hard to work with. She's terrible to work with. A lot of people refuse. And she weaponized their product, which that caused them issues in the back end. And they knew it would. As more and more stuff was getting louder, they knew it would. So I don't think they were happy about that. But they allowed it. And Sarnoff was Amber Heard's simp. So anyway, which it's time to remind the newly elected Congress of its priorities. Her ambassador title could appear in the byline and announced in social media promotion of the piece. In the op-ed, she could go over these different parts, so the Congress's delay and reauthorizing. You notice, too, if you really want to understand the problem with all of this, it's in the title of the act here. Is this Violence Against Persons Act? No, it's the Violence Against Women Act. Now, why does that matter? Because it suits everyone, right? No, but it shows you how societally men are perceived when it comes to this. Men are the aggressor, women are the aggrieved. It's even in law. Some countries don't even acknowledge that, like, a man can be sexually molested until identity became, again, not getting into any argument about this, just saying it this way, because this is true statistically. Until you got into the identity discussion about people identifying as female. In Scotland, you couldn't have a man be so sexually molested statistically, because it involves an act of penetration. So there were zero. No man could have that. Now with identity discussion in that, you do have that statistical add-on, but it just shows you how biased that system is. Men can't even be sexually molested in that. Boys, they can't be. They don't count because technicality. Like I said, many countries don't even acknowledge that. So when you look at legislation, again, it perceives that. And the reason that's a problem, when you look at Johnny Depp, he was automatically perceived as an aggressor because a woman said words and she weaponized those. That is not an indictment of women either. That is an indictment of society. That is an indictment of a system. I mean, because in this situation, you have a lot of women speaking out saying this is jacked up. Because at the end of the day, nobody wants more victims. Nobody wants more damage. Everybody, the whole problem with uplifting someone like Amber Heard, it shows you what we want to do. As a society, we want to acknowledge that people are hurt by things that they need, and we try to uphold them. We try to uplift their lives, but in the process, you have manipulators like this that definitely take advantage of our societal goodwill. It's an inevitability. It's an inevitability that in anything you have that, but in this is a true problem. I was reading articles the other day talking about how me saying that, literally me saying that makes me some kind of a sexist monster. It's like, are you kidding? For the longest time though, you really talking about situations like this at all. I mean, that's spun as sexism. If you say that there are issues that impact all of us, and that some issues impact women specifically, some issues impact men specifically, no way, Hey, Jan, thanks for the 10 there. Keep on doing what you're doing. Is it normal for me to get surveyed about your channel? One popped up in the video yesterday. I said good things, but it seemed odd. Never seen it before. Every now and then you'll get one. Every now and then. But yeah, my issue, like, you got to tell people we're live over here because we're ghosted. Like, again, I had a bunch of people asking me if I was going to be live today, and I thought, are you, you're not able to see where I'm live? That's a problem. So they brought up, that was brought up, like I said, here, but also other things too. Also, I want to cover this part too. So they go into Target publications. You can see a few places here. Remember, the Washington Post is the one they got, but they said their bread and butter is targeting different places for article placement. So they know how to manipulate. They're actually very good at manipulation, and they admitted it. And if she feels comfortable, she can weave her personal backstory, saying how painful it is. They'll never be able to if they admit that they backed a domestic abuser, that'll destroy them. So they're destroyed either way. But it doesn't matter because they get their financial underpinning from Elon Musk. So it doesn't matter. Again, I'm sure, I hope that Tesla backers, I hope all those people where their money, they back something, I hope they realize where their money goes, because their money goes into this, to supporting domestic abuse. That's where your money went. When you back Elon-based products, when you think you're backing something so you can go to the moon, yeah, no. It's so you can just... So Elon Musk can think with the appendage between his legs while simping for a monster. That's the reality. They admitted in conversations that this was about them. This was brought up. They were asking about different times, like where you skirted the NDA or something. So here's, different things. So again, I redacted certain portions, but this is with Amber Heard. Apologies for the delay, but we need this to pass through quite a few lawyers first. Please read Redacted's notes below. Let me know your edits. Also, you should show this to your attorney, one from the long list. I want to make sure that nothing was said that puts you in jeopardy with your non-disclosure agreement. So obviously, that's about Johnny Depp. Here's an even better one. Hey, Redacted. That's Amber Heard. Hopefully your travels have been great. It's been a total pleasure talking to you. I tried to gather your fire and rage, a really interesting analysis, and shape it into op-ed form with mentions of a few policies in the growing movement. They're talking about the Me Too movement. This is right at the growing... This is where Me Too went from a movement. It was basically a blunted instrument, and they sharpened it into a sword so they could plunge it into the belly of Johnny Depp's career. They sharpened Me Too, and they just, and it worked. They used it at first. Now, you had people that were attached to Me Too decry this after a minute. They didn't want to be involved, but at the beginning, it worked very well. Dolly Love, thanks for the 5 there. Good job, super sticker. Thank you. Appreciate that for sure. This is D007. Sheepoo question. Amber threatened JD's life to a fake Johnny Depp account on Instagram, and I think I recall her dad making threats too. Her dad did make threats. He was talking about, that's let me put that a different way. Her dad allegedly made threats to a mechanic. His name was Kalaki. It looks like Kill Lackey. You can look him up. His deposition. People have posted it on Twitter, so just look up Kalaki, Kill. Like I said, it looks like Kill Lackey. Like I'm gonna do that to a lackey. That's how it reads. But yeah, he was a mechanic that was hired. You can find footage of this. They did like on one of those surprise shows, and Johnny Depp was getting her classic car, redone for her. She ended up with a bill on it later on. Well, the dad supposedly threatened that mechanic, threatened him, to harm him, and threatened that he was going to off JD, Yeah, it's some interesting reading. You should definitely read that one. Pink caps and band-aids, thanks for 5. Imagine knowing you're innocent and taking all this with grace and smile. It's a monster and pin tries to erase you. Johnny's a better man than most. Now imagine it this way. Imagine she made contact with Johnny Depp in 2018, 2 years after the fact, wishing him happy birthday, pining over the fact that she wants him back. She was crying about how Elon Musk had separated from her, and she wanted JD back. That's what Christian Carino was saying. And there's texts that talk about it too. His texts are publicly available as well. So it's not just him saying, hey, I thought that. Her own words via text showcase that 2 years after the fact still, she was pining about him. After beating him behind the scenes, after all of the insanity. Because you know what? He was the perfect punching bag for her. She actually got to wipe her feet on his life and his career. And he paid for everything. So, of course, if she would have been just he stayed with his last significant other. His wife of his mother of his kids, rather. I was going to say wife of his kids. Hold on, let me grab it. I dropped my water. He stayed with the mother of his kids for 14 years. He would have stayed with her for a long time, too, if she just wasn't a monster. He still stayed with her quite some time. Johnny Depp has this thing. If you look at everybody that's around him, like let's look at Isaac B, for example. And I know this from a lot of people. I've talked to a lot of sources. I've talked to some of his friends. I'll be honest about that. If they want to discuss who they are, they can. That's their business. I've talked to his friends, though, and loyalty is a big thing that they discuss. They discuss knowing him for quite some time. Not Isaac B., by the way. I've not talked to any witnesses or anything like that. I'll go with that. None that are out there right now. I've never talked to Isaac B., period, but I'd be interested in it. He seems like he'd be a likable guy. His art is woo, woo. Some of that can get you put on a watch list, but yeah. But I mean, he seemed Johnny Depp, though, he doesn't cut people loose. So even in this relationship, he stayed in this relationship long after it was painful, because that's what he seems to have a habit of, just keeping people around, thinking that he can change them, thinking he can do something more and better with it. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for 279. Elon. You may, what is that? Crew C the hay? I have no idea what we just said. You made a French joke. I probably butchered it very badly. Amica. I have no idea how bad I butchered it, but I'm sure it was bad. Jay Phillips, thanks for the 5. Are you sure you're going to give the shirt money to charity? I hear there's a problem about people not doing that. Yeah, actually, in our community, just to give you an example of something we did not too long back. Now, we had to go around and get our stuff together for this. We had to actually get church groups involved and small business. We have an area. Some people call it I just call it the lower income area, but some people refer to it as the projects here. I always hated that, because I grew up poor myself, Well, they have playground equipment there, and there's no money to fix that stuff. It has been there for 30 years, I'm going to say, maybe, or more. I mean, it looked like a death trap, and that reflects in a kid's mind. If you can't even go outside, you got no money inside, so when you go outside, you're going to get tetanus and hurt because of playground equipment. Yeah. So we ended up getting all that replaced. I was shocked by the price. I never realized playground equipment cost so much. Like, we ended up getting all that replaced, and I mean, it cost, God. So part of it, just for some of the main stuff, foundation and all that, it was like, $6,000 just for the regular stuff. And then when we got a bunch more stuff added on, it was like 18 grand after we got it in there. So that's one thing we replaced in that area. We also, the lower income portion in that, they'll sometimes remove kids from homes, and they don't have anywhere to put them. So they end up sleeping on mattresses on the floor if they have mattress money. So, a while back, they had a run on need for beds, and we ended up getting together with groups and providing 38 beds, I mean, we just try to do good. Again, that ain't saying, ooh, yeah, look at us. It's just, you got to do good in life sometimes. But during the beer bug, I believe, again, I've got to look at the note. I figured it up because we were talking about the other day, but I think we gave away 167 things of baby formula, because people were buying up all the baby formula at the time, and they were putting it on eBay, and they were selling it for 10 times its price. Like, if baby formula cost $23, they were selling it for $230, and people couldn't find it. So we found a place where we could get a supplier to help, and anybody that reached out to us through YouTube. When I make a video, I'd put in there, hey, if you need something, hit us up. And we did stuff like that. And people help with that too, But I mean, just stuff like that. I think it's good to be able to do that. It's always nice. But yeah, a lot of people, like Amber Heard's. Here's one of the things. Like, I think JD versus her. Like, look at Charity. Charity's a good example. JD, again, we've discussed this before. He carries around Jack in the Box. He carries Captain Jack in a box and stops by children's hospitals. It just pops out and does the Captain Jack thing if he's in the mood, if he has time. Because he knows he can do good. Her, she lies about giving money to kids. Hey, DJ, thanks, dude. Does JD even need Musk and Franco to testify anymore? No, he never needed that. What she needed Franco to back up statements. So what she had, she had said before is that on the 22nd, Franco saw her face. And he said, "My God, what happened to your face?" So she brought Franco into this, actually. I did a video on that this morning, which did remarkably well. I was shocked. Like, you know, I mean, I expected it to do all right, but I mean, it did really well. And really what we're seeing is these people are turning on Amber Heard, too. Like, James Franco was willing to cooperate. He wouldn't do it in the UK because it would have been damaging to his career. He was afraid it would damage his reputation. But he was going to do it in this case. He was thinking very hard about doing it. You know, he was definitely going to go forward. But then he decided that's not his way back into Hollywood. Except for Jim, thanks for the 3 and the fist bump. Appreciate that. But yeah, looking at okay, so this message. Here's another one. This is from the ACLU. Hope your travels have been great. It was such a pleasure talking to you. I try to gather your force and rage. You know, you heard them say that. But many lawyers have reviewed this and tweaked the policy bits. Your lawyer should review for the way I skirted around talking about your marriage. Again, everyone knew that it was about Johnny Depp. So the lie that it's not about Johnny Depp, it's garbage. It's a garbage statement. This is the best that want it. Leonard Wilbert, thanks for the 10. Thank you for all the content and research you have done about this for so long now. I appreciate you all. Like, you know, I'm sure if I were born later, you know, if I were like a 20-year-old now, I would probably have been diagnosed in my life with obsessive compulsive disorder. And I say that as somebody who diagnoses people. I would have probably been diagnosed with it because I have behaviors that I have to keep in check because I'm so obsessive about something. If I get my mind on something, it's all I want to do. I've got to understand. I've got to see more. I've got to know. And it works really well with YouTube, actually. So as a positive, I can let that thing out of its box sometime. I can let that thing go and look into cases. It does remarkably well for cases because like I said, I need to understand. I need to know. So it works really well, and I appreciate you people empowering that because it's a healthy outlet for it, you know, instead of neurotically stacking things in my home or categorizing things, you know, I do this, and it helps. Thanks for the fun there. I pray all those who continued and contributed to this attack on JD are called to answer for their actions. I think a lot of people are going to get put on blast that deserve it. So this is probably your most telling thing. There are other drafts out there, okay? I've got bunches of drafts in this same thing that I have here. But listen, this is the early form of that article. Remember, she said, 2 years ago, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Well, the original statements in that, they had a lot more. Then 2 years ago, after I got a temporary restraining order against my then husband, I felt the full force. So you hear it? Like it's flagrant. She also talked about what it was like when she got her DVRO or her TRO. I keep saying DVRO, her TRO, temporary restraining order, this didn't happen either because there's footage of it. I've done a few videos talking about the footage from that day. So I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. The day I left the courtroom and walked into a pack of hundreds of photographers, I didn't have a team of bodyguards. My lawyers used their own bodies to block out space for me to walk to my car. The whole way there, I heard the press yelling the same question in one form or another. Is it true you're making all of this up? And that didn't happen. That actually did not happen that way. You had a bunch of paparazzi that were there, but you had security that were there too. They had it under control, and people were yelling, what went on with you and Johnny Depp? Are you doing okay, Amber? They were supportive. You know how paparazzi are going to be, that they're not yelling the negative. You didn't do this. It's all a lie. or he didn't, he didn't do this. Rather, it's all a lie. Like, that's not how the paparazzi, they respond at all. Oh, Law and Crime. Law and Crime now cares about this. You know what? I'm so sick of Law and Crime people following me on Twitter, too. They're doing the same tagging thing that I do on that I've been doing for days now, where I take screenshots of my broadcast and I put them up. Now they're mimicking my stuff. They notice that it works, so they're mimicking what I've been doing online. I can't stand Law and Crime, because if I were to do the same thing with something they had, they would flag me. They've taken down a dozen people. Oh. They're giving preferential treatment on this platform. Wait until Amber Heard comes up. They're going to be all over her, too. They've been editing out certain things in their broadcasts as well, which is fascinating. Oh, Karen, Heisenberg Kennels. Thanks for the 449. When was it that it came out in court that she wasn't in love with Elon Musk? When did Elon lawyers say he would not testify yesterday? That's true. Actually, Elon, what I think, I had this feeling. I mean, just hear me out on this. I think he was going to take the stand, and I think that we were going to see Twitter suddenly not care about things. He's not going to end up buying Twitter, but he was able to, put a full flex on something. He's going to end up probably having to back out, because that's a huge amount of money. That's going to be an investiture against Tesla, basically, and it'll probably end up not working out. But you could tell, like, right when that happened. I mean, there were. I'll be honest about it. There were about 5 accounts, like the Babylon Bee, that ended up unbanned that day, and I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting. But at the same time, I know who Elon is. I know who that guy is. For any good that you perceive from doing, it's beneficial to Elon. It's all about cultivation of an image. And this does not cultivate a positive image. So what we're talking about here, this would definitely be something someone like him would suppress. I don't want to trade one boot heel for a different boot heel emblazoned with another set of buzzwords. I don't need one logo changed to another logo. And I'm not going to pretend that, eating boot heel isn't eating boot heel. And I know that's what it is, It's what I always hate about, like, a lot of free speech advocacy. That it may benefit people. They think that's going to benefit them. So it's all good. But it's not going to be beneficial as far as free speech is concerned. Like, I hate that. And Elon is again, he's not going to invest $44 billion in something without it benefiting Elon. It's not about benefiting you in any way, shape, or form. You may be the unintended recipient of some of that benefit. But again, you think these things that are Elon negative, you think like he would ever allow that to continue? Absolutely not. He would shut it down in a heartbeat, He would shut that down in a heartbeat. DJ, thanks for the 5. Who would win in a fight? The certain nameless person or Ezra Miller? Probably not Ezra Miller. No, he might actually win. When's the trial supposed to end? 6 weeks. 6 weeks trial. SG, thanks for the 2. Thoughts on Amber's body language? Looks calm. I think she's not happy that this is coming out. I think she's not happy about it coming out at all. She looked a little, I know for the longest time that talking about Elon Musk on this platform, again, you talk about him negatively or any platform, it gets suppressed. You'll find a negative video slip through the cracks here and there. By and large, he's been very effective at marketing a persona that people like to buy into, because he memes. I mean, that got a guy a presidency. You can like or dislike the guy. That's not a pro or con comment, just being honest. That got a guy a presidency, but did it make the guy a good guy? When I look at any of these folks too, I mean, I found typically, people people try to benefit themselves in life, period. You know, everything people do, it has a benefit for self. And most people with, you know, hundreds of millions or billions of dollars, they probably aren't going to benefit us just plebs down here at the bottom. You know, anyway. So, like, it usually doesn't work that way anyway. But Bass, thanks for the 5. AH needs an Amica cream lozenges for a wretched harpy voice. Her voice, man, sometimes when she's like, it ticks me off. It really makes me irritated. By the way, here's something I'm going to ask you. So, would you find it beneficial if I took all of the police video from May 21st? I'm talking about where the police, they hit the door, when they're spotted outside of the Eastern Columbia building, all the way through. So there's like 5 minutes and something of footage for the first cops from where they walk in, they go up the lobby, they go to the front desk, they come in, they go up the elevator, and then they come down. You can see them, their demeanor before and after, what they expect and they don't. And then take the 2 body cam footages that came out yesterday. Would you find that all compressed into one nice little video where you can find it all together? Would you find that beneficial? Because I'm thinking about putting that all into one video. I think it might be a good video. You know? I think there's about 13 minutes of police footage out there. You know, we had the body cam footage yesterday that we saw. Again, you can tell, like, if you put all the cops together, I'm not talking about their testimony. All right, their testimony is a different beast altogether. There's a lot more there. But if you take just the film, you can see them on the exterior. Oh, here's another thing that a lot of people don't realize that's been captured in video too. Did you realize that, yeah, how it included audio? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I could include both of I cleaned up audio so you could hear it. So the first part, I was thinking like doing the first set of officers, and there's no sound to that. So there's about 6 minutes of, I'm going to say 6 minutes, if you include Josh Drew in the middle, and you should. So you can include all of that together. I know somebody who's already put that together. They did a great job. I'm not going to take credit for their work. They did a good job with stringing all of that. And I thought about putting that in, you know, talking about what's going on. And then at the end, putting the 2 body cam footages in one, you know, like maybe the new one and then the old one. And then you have all of the police footage so you can look at it together and you can understand and you can present that to somebody being like, yo, this is everything. This is all of what the police did. This is all of what they went through today too. You know, she's admitted this she's admitted to abusing him in audio before. To tell the world, John, you know, she talks about punching him. She talks about him walking away. I want to put 9 minutes of that footage back together again because, and I'm probably going to drop it this afternoon because, again, don't think anything that hasn't been produced right now with this trial. There's thousands and thousands of people that have no idea about that. So, you know, she talked, you know, I wasn't punching you. I was hitting you. You know, he's like, don't tell me what it's like to be punched, you know. She's like, oh, you're just a sis, you know. She derides, drills. The only audio that I've not found yet uploaded, and it really kind of irritates me because I can't find it yet, is the audio the other day. Maybe it's from another clip and I just don't recognize it. Maybe somebody could set this straight if you hear this, and send me this audio if you know if you have it clipped out. The other day she was like throwing a fit, big time, you know, telling him not to leave. Right? She has this big fit, and he's like, oh, I've got to go, and you know, again, she's having a fit trying to keep him from doing that. That's the one audio I don't have by itself, but it may be from a larger piece of audio, and I just don't remember it for some reason. Because there's a 4-hour piece of audio, and there's I've thought about uploading all the audio, but man, 4 hours is a lot of audio. Richard, thanks for the fine. My birthday's May 11th. I want a mega pint mug to drink out of on my birthday. I will have the mega pint mug set up today. Look, here's the design for it. I'll show you the design. I'll set them up today. So on either the weekend, whatever. I can't set them up while we're in trial because the signal for YouTube today has just been horrible. Like when I do it, it starts it causes issues. You know, my computer has enough resource for everything, so it's not on my side. I don't know what's going on with it, but it's just like anything. Like it maybe it's StreamYards, like anything that throws off the delicate balance of this this thing, it causes issues. So I thought about pulling them up, but let me show you this. Here's the Mega Pint design. I'll have that pulled up. Give me 1 second. I may put it on a glass too, because they have mugs in the the setup too. Here, let me show you this. All right, look, Mega Pint. I thought those are cool. Get your drink on. Get your drink on. Mega Pint. Thought about doing like images on both sides, and then I'm gonna do I did one shirt. I'm gonna do like this too. I like that one. I like the Muffin Man. You know, and I did this one already. This one's pinned at the top of the stuff. You didn't see it. You know, you have your. I thought that was funny. If you missed the muffin thing, by the way, for some reason, Amber Heard threw a fit, basically trying to take down that doctor who diagnosed her. That doctor met with her, and her husband had bought muffins. So what had happened is that doctor was running behind. Her husband went to the bakery, got muffins, brought them back to her. She ended up taking them Amber Heard. Amber Heard, she was sharing them with them. So this is something for free. This is just something you do. I do this stuff in my own job too. And Amber Heard pretended that she had somehow given away her identity based on that. So I thought that was really funny. Yeah, that was Curry. Yeah, that's right. Spooch Pooch, thanks for the 20. I want her to flip out on the stand so bad, but she's such a good manipulator that she likely won't, because she's taking out all of her frustrations out after court. Do you think she might snap, though? It's possible. It's possible. Is it practical? I don't know, but it's possible. Richard, thanks for the 2. That's dope AF. Yeah, I like it. I like it. This is Peter Gilmore's designs from comic books. I worked with Peter on like side stories and stuff. And he's a great artist. Right now, I work with S.K. Bennett, plan on working with him. I worked with him last book, this book, next book. You know, he's a talented guy. I love his work with that. For icons on the channel and stuff, though, I work with Peter a lot, because I don't know. He does a good job as far as commercial merchandising. I've actually never seen SK do commercial merchandising, so he may be great at it too. But Peter does a really good job with his commercial merchandising. Like I said, I like the way that looks. I like the way he does. Like, you know, again, it's good logoing. And he catches the point, like the humor to it. We've done a lot of joke stuff with the trial going forward. You know, just putting out art here and there with other artists too. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 279. Can I get a solitary clap for this sad circus? Well, you know what? You may not be able to get the clap, but definitely Amber Heard. You saw that thing on her lip. She definitely got the herpes. Here you go. There you go. One solitary clap. Oh. I think Amber Heard, like I said, I was curious. I actually wanted James Franco to take the stand. I really did. Because again, something that has never been put out there. Oh, I was talking about this earlier and I forgot to finish up with it, because we got the trial started. Damn trial interrupted us. Now here's so Vince Jolivet actually went on record talking about James Franco. Vince Jolivet, he disclosed something that was actually kind of big here. It works against Elon Musk. It works against Amber Heard, and it works against Whitney Heard in here. So this guy was a producer and a partner with James Franco. He says, you know, I did all this stuff. We have all since thankfully moved on. Again, I would have loved to see James Franco get up on the stand and have to answer for what thankfully meant, because James Franco got a lot of skeletons in his closet. That's why he betrayed Amber Heard. He was like, nah, I ain't doing that anymore. And thanks for the 5. What is the ACLU? The American Civil Liberties Union. That's what the acronym stands for. They're, I mean, you can look them up online. They're a quote unquote nonprofit. I think they're a 501c. They are a very ingrained political machine these days. Back when you could have argued that they tried to get involved with certain causes, and it was political, by the way, but it was causes like representing, people speaking out against war or something like that. Things that when you hippies, they move on. They do, people that were anti-establishment, war and so on. That movements I could definitely back. Kind of idea. I definitely back those. Still back a lot of that. I still don't like establishment. I still, most of us are anti-war and so on. The things that when you think about classic liberalism, that's what they used to supposedly endorse. These days, though, they've become a more power. They're more of a power-mongering organization that uses politics as a vehicle so they can make themselves bigger and more irreplaceable. They've been worming their way into political influence for a long time. It's astounding to see not just how far they've gotten, but and you think about it too. Like look at donations from someone like Elon Musk. I mean, he's giving away millions. Like it's just turning on the faucet. And they're empowered. Like I say, they're political though in what they do, as in they use politics as a vehicle to push their agenda. They'll tell you they're gonna take down the Orange Man administration. They're gonna make a dent in what's going on with that. Well, they get their headline, when they go out and push themselves to the forefront in that. They get a headline out of it. They also get their name attached to legislation. And more importantly, again, they become power brokers. More power, more money, more influence. It's just this never-ending cycle. And they are very powerful. They're a very powerful organization. Like the things that, if you look at the people who are gunning for Johnny Depp, it's scary. I mean, it's a scary mess. You have the richest man in the world. That alone is scary. You have one of the more politically powerful organizations in the United States. One that is just full of lawyers. Their power has come from being able to sculpt law. So, I mean, that's why you didn't want to bring them into this lawsuit, because they have the power to sculpt law. So they come to bear against you. It's not just money. It's legal power, and again, political power. So, I mean, that's a scary enemy. You look at the Hollywood, the Hollywood circus that's there too. They've thrown in their part. So you had companies that are worth multi-billions, hundreds of billions of dollars, really. In Disney, they got involved at one time. You had Warner involved, playing front and center. I mean, that's a daunting thing to face off against. And yet, you still had somebody stand up and say, "Yeah, I got to clear my name." But yeah, for James Franco, the really telling stuff comes after 2. So in 2016, while working with while working with James Franco. Vince Jolivet here shared offices with the Art of Elysium. If you don't know who the Art of Elysium is, that's Jennifer Howell. I was talking about her yesterday. Jennifer Howell is the person that went on record talking about Elon Musk, talking about the embryos, the frozen embryos. Actually, let me pull that up real fast so you'll know who Jennifer Howell is too. Give me a second. I think it's that one. Yep. I knew Paige Heard, the mother of Amber and Whitney. Paige shared with me that while I was visiting Whitney, that Elon Musk had gifted a Tesla or multiple Teslas, but Amber had found out they were bugged. Paige told me that Amber said Elon was controlling, abusive. She was in a legal battle with him over the rights to embryos they had created together. He wanted to destroy them. Amber tried to keep them to have a baby. Paige told me that Johnny was either an angel or a saint compared to Elon, and she wished that Amber and Johnny would reconcile. Paige also told me the reason Johnny and Amber broke up was because Amber was violent and emotional and loved Johnny so much she couldn't control it. I was indeed taken aback because this conversation occurred after the divorce when Hunter, that would be Whitney's little baby, was only a few months old. I was at Whitney's house. Whitney told me that Amber and Johnny were still in touch and that they were still each other's true loves or something to that sentiment. Whitney was still going through the emotions of having a baby, ups and downs. I couldn't believe they were bringing all of that up. So that's Jennifer Howell. Now, Jennifer Howell, by the way, has proven her connection, too. Just to say, she didn't just allege connection. She provided proof of connection, too. And this works into why that stuff is there's a point to all of this. There is a very big point to why all of that matters, which I'll bring up in just a second. But she provided text messages, too. And the text messages are from her and Whitney. Whitney was shocked when Jennifer Howell actually spoke out against Amber Heard. She was shocked by it. You could see, here's like a sampling from Whitney. Hey, she called her chosen sister. Because I choose you to be my sister. What does that say about Amber, by the way? You're my biological and I have to deal with you, but my chosen sister. Hey, Cadence, thanks for the 5. No statement, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. Appreciate that. Trip Mom, thanks for the 20. Thank you for the great coverage. Thank you for that, too. I appreciate it. Is Paige being called? Paige is deceased, so no, she's not going to be called. I didn't mean that's how it sounded. It sounded dumb. No, she's not going to be called. No, she's deceased. That's just the way I meant that. That sounded like snide. That wasn't meant that way. I've gotten to the mood, like this morning I was talking to like a dozen people and they were like, if this person, are they being called? I'd be like, no, blah, blah, blah. That's the reason so no that I'm being called. I think I just fell into that habit. She's deceased. That's the reason she's not being called. But no, if you look at these, like I said, you can see where she's in touch with the family there. She's definitely front and center. Now, the reason that I bring all of that up is because Vince Jolivet, whom this would have been opened up by James Franco if James Franco took the stand. Vince Jolivet, he was actually sharing an office with Jennifer Howell. Now, Jennifer Howell, they called her a liar. She was attacked, in the media. She's been threatened. Nasty stuff. Those freaking Amber Heard simps are crazy. They are absolutely crazy. Savannah Jackson, thanks for the 5. Do you think Warner Brothers is paying attention? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Amber Heard's been fired from Warner Brothers. She's done, man. She's gone. I'm telling you, she's gone from there. I know that. I'm sure of it. She's not been erased from Aquaman 2, but future projects, yeah, right. It ain't happening. Unless Elon or somebody backdoors their way in with money, she's gone. Like she was told that she was gone. Like I said, I know that. I'm for sure. I'm for sure with it. And there's public proof of it too. Again, you just look at her actions. So a few weeks ago, I'm not telling you this is why I know. I know because I know. Yeah, I'm sure of it. But there was a public reaction she had. So she freaked out about getting taken to task about this stuff. And she unfollowed Jason Momoa on Instagram, but she also unfollowed the Aquaman movie. She dropped them both. She's like, I'm done with this, because, of course, she got dressed down because Warner Brothers is front and center in this. And this is an absolute travesty for them. It costs them money. It's killing their products. They're not happy about it. So she got, let's just say that she got something she didn't like about that behind the scenes. And she reacted to it. She reacted to it volatilely. Now, she refollowed those two, which if you go to Instagram, you'll notice they're her last follows. Her last follow is the Aquaman movie. And the reason she followed that is because we were sitting on this live stream and laughing about it because some people had pointed that out. And I was like, oh my God, that's hilarious. Like, she unfollowed them. She's angrily reacted. She's let us all know about it. And Eve Barlow stalks this channel. She's stalking. Now I don't know who she's stalking right now, but for longest time, a lot of us covered, but I consistently covered. And again, you could see from court records, they put this channel itself in court records. They put it in multiple times, so you could tell who they were discussing there. But they decided to refollow while the stream was going on. But it shows you, again, proof of what I'm talking about. They're giving you the evidence too, because she's mad about it. Oh, thanks for the 3. I'll be back. All right. Hey, if you take a break or something, make sure you come back. Make sure we catch on because we don't know what's up next, but we're moving along pretty well. Next witness that'll come up, they didn't say who, but there'll be about 30 minutes, they said, of witness. Le Petit, thanks for the 2. Waiting for the Hammer song and verdict. Thanks for your coverage. I appreciate y'all showing up and doing that. Again, we've got weeks of this trial left, but it's interesting to watch, and it's definitely interesting to watch live. So, the Art of Elysium, though, again, you have James Franco and all of his people sharing offices, and this guy ends up dating Whitney Heard back in 2017. Now, one of the things that was disclosed by Jennifer Howell was that Whitney Heard told her, there's an incident that's going to be brought up. Whitney says, I witnessed Depp do all this stuff and Amber Heard punched him back, right? That's been her new story. Well, Jennifer Howell says the reason that Whitney Heard actually moved out of the Eastern Columbia building is because she was afraid of Amber. This is the same thing her boyfriend from that time was saying too. Said that she was afraid that she would end up getting hurt because Amber was abusive and she was violent, and also that she was afraid that Johnny Depp, he would be killed. She was afraid that Amber Heard would kill Johnny Depp. You can see where, I asked Whitney why she had moved in. She relayed to me a story about having to stop her sister Amber from attacking JD, and in the process, how she almost knocked her down a flight of steps. That's one of the incidents they're going to bring up. And Whitney's going to go to bat for her sister because nobody else has ever witnessed anything. So, of course, she has to. What do you think happens with Aquaman 2 now that she's canned? Thank you for your coverage. Thank you, Amy, for the super chat. $5 on that, too. They pushed it out a year. I think the verdict, it depends really on the verdict, first of all, because it's got to come out. They could always go in and digitally remove her face if they wanted to. If she loses, they'll probably do something like that. They'll go in and digitally redact. But what they're going to do is they're going to move it far enough away and see how all of this, if it dies down or not. They're hoping if they get far enough away from it that, again, they moved it all the way to the end of next year. So, I mean, it is a long ways away. They're hoping that on a long enough timeline, people will forget. So, if they think they can get away with that, they'll do nothing. But we'll have to see. Update, thanks for the 5. Do you think part of this case for JD was to solidify his own confirmation on Amber being a fraud, in love with him, so not to go back? I don't think he would have ever gone back, if that's what you're saying, I mean, you have to tell yourself that people are a monster. You know, it does. I think it was to tell the world. You know, she said, "Tell the world, Johnny." I think he did. I think he told the world. I think this was it cost millions of dollars to do that. And I think that was the point in the trial, really. You know, that's an interesting thought about that, though. I hadn't really thought about it that way. The Walking Bread, thanks for the 5. This YouTube unsubbing thing I thought was a big meme. Turns out I wasn't getting notifications for any of your content of that, and I'm big mad. I tell people, well, you know, I'm ghosted over here. You know, I mean, like you think about this. I've been covering this for years, you know, and a lot of people know that. So being live over here, people will come, and people just don't know we're live over here at all. Like I said, there's no notification on it. They've been if you are pro Johnny Depp, they will, you know, and again, I don't look at it as specifically being pro Johnny Depp. I look at it as specifically being pro the truth. And the truth is in the court of Johnny Depp. So you could call that pro Johnny Depp if you want. I just, if he were an abuser, if I believed that he was an abuser, I would not be pro Johnny Depp. You know, I mean, because I don't think anybody would. I think people would be like, oh, you know, that's, oh, gross. But that's not the case. So, you know, if I use the shorthand pro Johnny Depp, I hope that makes sense what I mean by that. I think it does, but still want to clarify that. So, you know, if you're pro him and pro that outlook, it's platform. Like I could put out content. Yellow Flash talked about this yesterday. He's starting to get demonetizations, which he doesn't get when he covers almost anything. But this case, now there are certain, again, outlets like Law and Crime, outlets like Court TV, they're anti enough that they get away with it and they get spotlighted. It's very telling if you want to see how they treat things. It's very telling when a YouTuber can have like content throttled and demonetized and cover the exact same content. Like yesterday's live stream actually wasn't demonetized, but the 2 before that were. And they're the exact same broadcasts. We're using the same signal as things that are trending on YouTube. It's like, you know, for the outlet. So, I mean, you can tell the biasing action there. The platforms are absolutely biased in that. You know, because you think about that. What would you rather be? You know, as a platform in a business, what do you think you would side with? Are you going to side with the people who pay you millions and millions of dollars? Or are you going to side with the truth? And again, you don't have to pick a side at all if you suppress it. We're not just talking about being a guy there either. We're talking about the... Oh, man, I'm going to have to... All right, they're back, huh? Maybe? No, they're not back. Actually, that stream, they ended their stream. Give me a second. I'm going to have to find a new stream. These places, I swear to God, they do this all the time. I'm going to have to find a new outlet real quick. Let me find another place to pick up with. They're not back yet, but still, because they're out for another 30 minutes. But I want to make sure that when they go live, if there's an issue, we actually have some place that... Oh, there it is. All right. Got another tune in. I thought it did go live. I thought they went live again because the second half, they cut their broadcast in two. I don't cut my broadcast in two like that. Also know, like, it takes all day to get people to find your channel. So, Bass, thanks for the 2. AH will star in the next Captain America film. Captain America, that's funny. She could be throwing around a shield. It has a giant Amica symbol on it. That'd be hilarious. I'd watch that. I'd sell the seas for it. Here's the thing. Let me say this too. So a lot of people, they think that they need products from some of these companies out there, right? You don't need their products. You can live without their products. And if you can't, if you feel like you need their products, well, there's always ways of picking up their products. Michelle, thanks for the 2 there. Why did he allow joint divorce? No one lied for okay, so she met with him behind the scenes. There's an audio taping of this. Remember, he's in a delicate state. Like, he loved her. Despite everything, he loved her. He wanted to kill himself. He was going to end his life in front of her. He was going to carve her out of his heart. So she meets with him and she's like, how do I get back my reputation, Johnny? What am I supposed to do? And he said, well, you know what we can do is we can do this joint statement. And there's audio tape of that. But, I mean, she's crying about her reputation being ruined. He's being called a molester and a monster and all this. And she's crying about her reputation. And Johnny Depp actually sided with her. Now, he's paying for that too. So that's why that exists, though. You know, in divorces, you'll hear people say, well, do this anyway. No side admits fault. But she weaponized that with him. I mean, she went out of her way to make sure. Like, it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Let me pull that down. Hey, let me mention something, too, while we are live. If you have not checked it out for any reason, I complain about companies like Warner Brothers. We complain about them a lot. You know, Aquaman, for example, it's not just a movie. It's also the comic industry. And the comic industry, they treat their customers like garbage in that. There are two main companies that run that. Disney, they do the same thing. Warner, they've done the same thing. You see how they treated people in this? Well, it carries over just like that. So you can either give up your hobbies to these places. You can walk away totally, which sucks, or you can back other endeavors. We created our own endeavor. We sent a loud message with it. If you back us, we put together a 44-page, again, comics are usually like 18 pages. So, you know, that's without advertisements. We don't do advertisements. We just do items in there. You know, it's all goodness, all great artwork. It's family friendly. Again, not made for kids, but it's made for all ages. We've delivered 2. We're working on a 3rd now, and you can join us with this. It's our way. We have to fight back and keep what's ours. Like, I don't want to surrender what I love to these places because they suck. They treat us like garbage. I'm tired of it. So again, we can either surrender, walk away, give them that, let them burn everything down, or we can create our own alternatives. And that's what we do. We create, think about, again, a detective noir adventure with monster, like classic monsters meets Twin Peaks in this one, for example. We have great artwork in it. This is S.K. Bennett's artwork. He is a phenomenal creator. Also, the little umbrella girl, if you see that umbrella, the reason we're there is because I do this with family. Like my daughter, that was her avatar at one time, the little umbrella girl. So she gets to put her own artwork in there. You can see that. Like, that's her artwork. SK put it in. Again, we have all of our comic books attached to this, if you haven't seen it. Plus, if you don't care about comic books at all, we have donation tiers. So you donate a comic book, we will match. We will make another comic book, and we'll take them and give them. We'll try out the children's hospitals first, and after those exhaust in the area, then we'll donate them different ways. We'll just make sure, and we'll donate them, and there will always be need. There will always be need. But if you want to check that out, again, this is our way of creating some kind of a viable option. I'll put it in the description here. Yeah, like you have to have options out there. We complain, all the companies, we complain about how they do. Well, if we don't have any kind of alternative, then we just empower what they do. Either that or we surrender. I don't want to feel like I'm preaching some type of nihilism. You know, I'm preaching consumer advocacy. If people don't appreciate you as a customer, then move on. You know, that's why, like on this channel, that's why I don't just thank you to thank you. I thank you to remind me, because I always, like, I see people get the big head, and I never understood that. You know, I've never understood getting the big head about doing YouTube or anything like that. You know, yeah, people tuned into your stuff. Congratulations. You know, maybe it's being faceless. It helps a little bit with that too, because I'm sitting here. I'm being lazy. I'm goofing off, you know. Maybe that helps a little bit, but I've just never understood that. Let me bring up one other thing. Let me show you. So we were talking about the ACLU. There's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of drafts with this too. It's not just these. Let's see. You can see the other drafts were out there, like, you know, where she talks about, like, these are how she wanted to. I write this article as a woman who, when my name became associated with domestic abuse, I had to change my phone number once a week because I was getting death threats. For months, I rarely left the apartment, and when I did, camera drones and photographers pursued me on foot, motorcycles, and in cars. Tabloid news outlets that posted pictures of me en route to my lawyer and my therapist spun them in a negative light. This is what her early drafts really look like. So we talk about them as early drafts, but the early drafts, you know, some of the early drafts are much, much more inflated than anybody realizes. I mean, they have a lot of statements. And you can see Aquaman. Amber Heard is an actress whose new movie, Aquaman, is coming to theaters this month. She's an ACLU ambassador on women's rights. So, Tony Deck, thanks for the 5. Love Stephen King. Did not watch the Stand remake. Oh, I saw it. I sailed the seas. And I watched it. It was terrible. You didn't miss. I'm a very big Stand fan. I love the Stand. I like it enough that when the comic, you know, there's a comic book version of it. And with the comic book version, you know, I have the original art for it. Let me see, I own 1, 2, 3, 4. I can see 8 pages of it, you know, on walls. Like when Harold, you know, he blows up part of the, you know, he blows up the home in the Boulder Free Zone. Got that picture. I've got the Boulder Free Zone when they first found it. I have a flag when they're having dreams of the rock concerts. I've got one of those pages. The guy, when he dies in the bowl of soup, you know, they talk about, you know, him being caught in the bowl of soup forever. That's like a, you know, a horrible eternity. Like, I've got that and a few others. You know, I love it enough that I've been picking those up for years. It was kind of an obsession for a little while. I love that, though. And the Warren, thanks for the 10. Oh, Tuggy Man. I bought the domain, the hearsay paper. We should become real legendary journalists, telling the truth about hearsay articles in a satirical way. PM me on Twitter if you're into the idea. Write me so I'll remember. I'll forget it otherwise. Just write me on my email is granular, GRANULAR, heaven, HEAVEN, @gmail.com. The 2 words shoved together. Don't ask why it exists. Again, I don't remember why that email exists at all. Ann Hart, thank you and welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Thugs. Thank you for that. Hey, Chesty LaRue, thanks for the $17.99. I appreciate that. No statement, but plenty of statement in backing. Thank you. I always, you know, when people, I say that over and over again because, you know, when people back, like people just be like, well, thank you for the da-da-da. No, I feel like there's still a statement in there. You know, you read the statement that people make. I feel that there is a statement in there that you should still acknowledge. So I always say that. But yeah, if you look up all of the different, again, some of this stuff is hard to find even with it being out, but you can find some of these different versions of that article. Well, you know, and you get here's the okay. So this is an entire draft, and you notice it's by Amber Heard at the top, like that. That's the kicker with a lot of this is it's by Amber Heard. Elvira Vogel, thanks for you. Hey, from Holland, you are first live when I open YouTube. Awesome. I'm glad you can actually find me there. If you're subscribed, you should see. If you're subscribed to me, that's how it should be. You should open up and you should see me right there, front and center. You know. If you're not subscribed, though, You want to see like how the platform treats this thing. Go on an account that is not subscribed to anyone, and just do a search for Johnny Depp and try to find any YouTuber. It's almost impossible to find YouTubers because all you do is get mainstream. It's because there's an algorithmic change. They made a change that happened around, they bragged about it live. And again, this is not just bringing up that situation, just talking about how I know this exists. They brought this up live in association with Captain Marvel. You know, when they got a lot of negative reviews of that, they said they were going to own the trolls. I thought, like, I did talk about that, by the way, because I hate it when celebrities insult people. I find it repugnant. Like in my regular job, Hollywood is full of hypocrisy. In my regular job, if I went in and I insulted you, I told you, you're not welcome here or whatever, hey, that wouldn't fly. That doesn't fly in most of our jobs. But in Hollywood, that's considered normal. And I will cover that. And Larson did a bunch of that stuff. You know, she did. So you can like her or dislike her. But the hypocrisy to that, it just annoys me. But anyway, they decided that Warner Brothers was getting too much negative feedback for Captain Marvel. So what they did is they put into the algorithm, they put a trusted source clause. What that means is the media gets preferential treatment on any subject over a YouTuber. So if the media decides they're going to review, say, Captain Marvel, or they're going to talk about Johnny Depp or whatever, you're going to find them. You're not going to find us talking about it. You may get it in a recommended article, and if enough people share and push it, then it may go somewhere. But typically, it doesn't do anything. Typically, you find you have to dig to find that. That's why, like, if I tag videos, I don't tag just like Johnny Depp. I'll also tag movies that are associated, like Aquaman or Fantastic Beasts. I'll tag certain companies because you might be able to find it in a roundabout way. It makes it even worse, too, because you can't actually use entire names and titles. Like if I put Amber Heard and Johnny Depp's name in the title, it automatically triggers a thing in YouTube where it makes it go into review, and I have to wait a day before I find out if I can actually post it without it being throttled. So, I'm next after Law and Crime. Is that with your? Is that with you being? Is that with you being subscribed or not? Because hey, I'd love to be up there. Hey, what's up, Wonder Girl? Props to Wonder Girl, by the way. Thanks for the 30-month membership. Tug, I wish someone would transcribe all Johnny Depp's texts and print them with original art into a hardbound coffee table book. I'd buy it. I'd love to read his stuff like that. I think he's hilarious. I think his texts are hilarious. I agree. Like, you know, I wanted to, excuse the words here, but I mean, really, like, think about this. Like, one of them we saw was, you know, thank you. I'd like to say, you know, thank you, but that would be like a monkey trying to F a football. It did happen. I mean, his texts are hilarious. I love them. Spardell, thanks for the buck there and the unicorn sticker. Appreciate that. Welsh Jim Bob, thanks for the $17.99. Hey, Tug, for myself and my girlfriend, I'd like to thank you for all the great work you've done for JD and contributions to charity. You're more than welcome to put it towards your Depp Island vacation. Justice for JD. I wish I could go to that island, man. It sounds awesome. I don't know, though. He might try to keep me hostage behind a bead curtain. I don't know. Maybe if I sing JD a song, maybe he'll say, okay. Hey, invite me to your private island, JD. We can talk about how we hate Muskie. There we go. I'm gonna break that one down. Iris, Ravenhill. Thank you. Welcome. Also, thank you for the membership. And welcome to the Tuggernauts. Lord. Tammy McKenzie, thanks for the vibe. Hey, Umbrella Guy, my birthday's on May the 9th. If I lived closer than you, I'd take you out for a mega pint for our birthdays. My birthday's on the 15th, so my birthday's actually on the 15th. So no, they're not back yet. They're all of the footage for it. They're supposed to be back in 5 minutes. They said they were taking a break. The judge said that they were going to be out for a minute. You know, put cat lady audio through your voice. Oh my God! Could you imagine if I could do that? Is the trial? No, we're on lunch. This is just lunch. They have a long day there. As you know, Tug, you have a good voice. I like my singing voice doesn't work very well. I like singing through the thing though. That's pretty funny. I mean, I'm not. I have no. How do I put this? I have no shame. I don't worry about embarrassing myself with things, but I don't delude myself about how much of an incredible singer I am. You know, I just like to have fun. My daughter says I'm embarrassing because I tell too many dad jokes. She's 8. She's like, Dad, you're embarrassing. You know what I tell her? Well, you know what? I still haven't got my Amica cream. That's what the problem is, because I love my Amica cream. I love these things. This little Amica cream, the cream for that, Peter Gilmore made that, and you could slap it over anything. If people want, I could put up a link, or I could put it on Twitter. You can slap it on anything you want. I'll give you the transparency for it. You can have fun with it. You know, just go wild. Just make sure that I see them though, you know, because I really like to. If you create stuff like people create fan art and things like that, if I don't respond to you, it's because I haven't seen it. And if I haven't seen it, if I keep missing, because there's like right now on Twitter, for example, I'm getting 10,000 notifications like every 15 or 20 minutes. Like I can't like find anything in that mess. So if I don't see you make something, if you make things, I'm a sucker for that. And I love seeing it. So that means I have not seen it. So you can email me or whatever. Because like I said, all right, the broadcast is back up, but it's not live yet. Okay, so the broadcast is actually, oh man, it's a new broadcast too. I'm going to go ahead and fix the volume on it. If you don't know this, the broadcast is so low in the courtroom that the broadcasts we're doing, if you decide to watch this on your own or whatever, I would rather you come here. But if you do, there's an extension on YouTube or on Google called a Volume Master you can pick up. And Volume Master will allow it'll amplify sound by 5 times. So it'll give you 600% volume. You know, you get the 100% plus 5 times more. And with this, the first day of the trial was still so low you could barely hear it. Von Sox, thanks for the 5 there. More. Elf on, move over. I thought it said more, my bad. Move over, Elf on the Shelf. We now have Turd on the Herd. Oh my God, a herd on the turd. That'd be gross. You could like have a little poop emoji that like it's dressed like Mira. Gross. Again, how does your career recover from this? Like, have you ever really thought about that? Because I got thinking about this the other day. You know, if you're known for your looks, you know, that's again what you market on, and your looks are already waning. How do you recover from something like we've seen? I don't see how it plays. Yeah, the broadcast, I have the broadcast up over here. They're just broadcast into the wall in the symbol still. New Virus Dictionary, thanks for the 5. Thanks for these absurdly long streams. I live alone after my divorce. I'm going to go crazy without the company. Lena, hey, I appreciate y'all keeping me company here too. You know, it's fun. It's more fun than this should be, just to be honest. We'll have live streams. I don't know about tomorrow. What I'm going to do tomorrow, just to be honest, I have an 8-year-old, 2-year-old. I'm married. You know, I'll probably do something with the family tomorrow. Later in the day, like late, I may live stream, but probably Saturday, and then we'll have Flashcast after that, and then Sunday. I've been live streaming every day regardless. I'll drop videos, but we will definitely live stream. We may live stream every day. I don't know yet, but I will go out in the day, do something with family too. So I can't guarantee I'll live stream. Stormy Song, thanks for the 449. If I could have picked a time to have COVID, I couldn't have chosen a better week. Your coverage has been great. And thank you for that. If you're saying that you do have COVID, that sucks. I had it. It took me 13 days to shake. Now, I had it before some of the different, the different variants now, but I had it. And it took me 13 days to shake the fever. Not to shake it, but shake the fever from it. It was awful. So I hope you're doing okay. I hope any of you, if you're not feeling well, if you're having anything going on in your life, I hope this is entertaining. I hope that you can join us for a little bit and forget about any of the stupid that's going on, the absurd. All right, court coverage just came back on. Give me a minute. It's funny they don't give us like a second warning, you know? It's just they pop back up. So give me a second. I'm going to pull that up. I want my Amica cream today, baby. I want some Amica cream. Here we go. I don't know why I'm singing about Amica cream. Hey, Nathan Jeffter, thanks for 5. People love Michael Jackson, even after the child abuse claims. It'll take time, but I'm sure Johnny will bounce back. Yeah, he's 58. Here's his problem. People love Johnny Depp still, but it destroyed his career. Like, the career opportunity thing is the problem. I mean, as far as public-wise, like, look at the sheer amount of support he gets.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Are you next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls
Laura.
Edward White.
Okay, thank you.
Edward White, all right. So Ed White is the accountant, if I'm remembering correctly, for Johnny Depp. He's going to talk about some of this. Laura, I hate hearing that for your father. My sympathies with that. You know, thank you for being here too.
Swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case on the penalty of law. Yes.
But Ed White, you heard them mention him. So he's going to testify live with that. They expected him to be a 30-minute witness, by the way. Tell people we're live, too, if you would. Share it everywhere. And thank you. I'm going to shut up while he's on.
Good afternoon, Mr. White.
Good afternoon, Counselor.
Will you state your name, full name for the record?
Yes, Edward White,
Where do you reside?
Los Angeles, California.
How are you employed?
Many years ago, I founded Edward White & Company, Certified Public Accountants, and I am the managing and senior partner of the firm.
What is a certified public accounting firm?
A certified public accounting firm is authorized by a particular state, in my case, California, to audit financial information and to certify the statements related thereto.
What's the nature of the work that's done at Edward White & Company?
It's diversified. It includes providing tax and related compliance services, that is to do the tax returns for the clients. That's both fiduciary, corporate, individual, as well as partnership work. We also are involved in providing financial statements for financial institutions and for governmental agencies. We, in addition to that, have a business management department and provide a wide variety of services in that capacity.
Are you the Edward White of Edward White & Company?
Yes, I am.
Who do you employ?
We employ a very talented group of professionals that have really amazing credentials. They have graduate degrees from NYU and USC in business administration as well as taxation. Many of my colleagues have been with the firm for over 25 years, in one case for 35 years. I'm very proud to be associated with this group of people.
Who are your principal clients?
We represent approximately 100 high net worth individuals and the companies that they own and operate. In addition to that, we do work for governmental agencies such as the Department of Justice, the state of Alaska, the state of California, and the city of Long Beach.
What's your educational background?
I started my college career utilizing the GI Bill. I served 4 years in the Air Force and was fortunate enough to have that opportunity. My undergraduate degree was in business administration, and I have a master's degree in business administration from the University of Southern California. After completing my graduate degree at USC, I took several tax classes, corporate, fiduciary, estate and gift, and subject matters such as that.
Do you have any other experience with education?
Yes, I was a former professor of accounting and taxation at California State University, located in Los Angeles, California.
What kind of work do you personally do?
The work I do is primarily transaction-oriented, acquisitions of companies, dispositions, that is buying or selling a company, arranging financing with large financial institutions, consulting with clients where they feel it's appropriate for me to be involved, assisting my colleagues. As I mentioned to you, we have approximately 100 high net worth individual clients, and there's always something that I can contribute to.
Do you hold any certifications?
Yes, I'm certified in financial forensics by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. I'm also a member of the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the California Society of Certified Public Accountants. And of course, I'm a certified public accountant.
What are financial forensics?
That's an attempt to ascertain not only the facts, but what transpired as it relates to financial activity. So you do a study based upon financial records. You then look at contracts. You look at other financial information in an attempt to, once again, not only ascertain what the results were, but what caused the results.
Have you ever previously testified in court?
Yes, I've been accepted as an expert witness in both the California court and the federal courts, and I have testified in matters involving the Department of Justice and the FBI.
Okay. Do you serve on any boards, or have you served on any boards?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor. This witness is not being proffered as an expert in this case.
All right.
Wasn't
This is
designated.
just a fact witness and not an expert witness.
Fact witness, and it goes to credibility.
I'll sustain the objection. I think we can move on.
Okay. Do you know Mr. Depp?
Yes, I do.
How'd you come to know Mr. Depp?
I met him because he was introduced to me by a senior executive at the Bank of California, Richard Smith.
Do you work with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I do.
In what capacity?
We are his business management firm.
How long have you served in that capacity?
By approximately 6 years.
What does that role involve?
Processing, managing his financial affairs. As you know, Mr. Depp is an amazing talent, internationally acclaimed for his work, but he relegated his financial activities to me and my colleagues, so we provide a wide variety of services for him.
Do you do this kind of work for other people?
Yes, we do. Numerous other clients.
When did you first become involved with Mr. Depp?
Approximately 6 years ago, after the introduction from Mr. Smith.
What was the nature of the work that you were to perform for him?
Initially, it was to perform a forensic study, evaluate his financial affairs, and to formulate recommendations on how he could manage his affairs in a more advantageous manner.
After you conducted that analysis, what did you do?
I met with Mr. Depp, the purpose of which was to share with him the results of our findings and to make recommendations on how he could resolve the issues he was confronting.
When was that meeting?
That meeting was on April 21st, 2016.
Who called the meeting?
I did. I called the meeting because I felt it was appropriate to meet with Mr. Depp and to discuss his affairs and to provide him with opportunities and plans and strategies to resolve the issues he was confronting.
Where was the meeting held?
It was held at his offices in Los Angeles, California.
Do you know approximately what time it began?
It began at approximately 7:30, and my recollection is there were 7 people in attendance, including Mr. Depp and myself.
Was alcohol served at the meeting?
Not to my recollection. I don't recall any alcohol being consumed.
Did Mr. Depp stay for the entirety of the meeting?
Oh, yes. He was very interested in the contents. He asked very thoughtful questions. He was fully engaged and fully sensitive to the matters that we were discussing.
Did there come a time when Mr. Depp didn't participate in the meeting?
No, he was very actively involved. He did excuse himself on 2 or 3 occasions. It's my understanding that he was going to contact Ms. Heard and attempt to respond to her concerns and also address the fact that this was an extremely important meeting and that it involved his financial viability and that he felt it imperative to stay and address the issues I was discussing with him.
When did the meeting conclude?
At approximately 9:30. So it went for approximately 2 hours.
At the conclusion of the meeting, what did you observe as to Mr. Depp?
That he was fully engaged once again. He thanked me profusely for not only addressing the problems, but he was excited about the fact there was a strategy and plan to resolve the problems.
Did he appear impaired to you in any way?
No, to the contrary, I found him to be.
I'm sorry, sir, there was an objection. All right, what was the objection, I'm sorry? Leading?
Just, I asked him for his observation as to impairment.
Well, if you want to ask different, I'll sustain that objection, but you can ask another question.
Did you make any observations as to Mr. Depp's potential impairment?
It was readily apparent to me that he was actively involved in the conversation. He asked very thoughtful and prudent questions. He was genuinely interested, and once again, when he left, he thanked me profusely for not only addressing the issues, but formulating a strategy and plan to resolve them in a successful manner.
Did you play any role on Mr. Depp's behalf with respect to the dissolution of his marriage to Ms. Heard?
Yes, I was actively involved in the negotiations of the separation and the marriage dissolve.
What role did you play in those negotiations?
Well, in my capacity as his business manager, I understood his financial capacity and the tax implications associated with it. So I was actively involved in addressing those issues as they were forthcoming from counsel.
You mentioned tax implications. What are you talking about there?
Excuse me?
I think you just mentioned tax implications. What are you talking about there?
Well, what I was talking about is that when Ms. Heard began the negotiations, she was asking for approximately $4 million. That
Objection,
balance
Your Honor.
then was
Foundation,
increased.
Hearsay, lack of foundation, hearsay.
These are requests made by Ms. Heard and her counsel in a conversation, in communications.
Here, you want to approach for a minute?
Certainly. As a result of your involvement on behalf of Mr. Depp in the negotiation, what was your understanding of what Ms. Heard was looking for?
She initially was looking for a consideration of $4 million, but her demand continually increased. It went from $4 million to $5 million. Then it went from $5 million to $5.5 million. Then it went to $7 million. And then it was $7 million, and she demanded that Mr. Depp also pay $500,000 to her attorneys. Then, after that consideration, she also said that all the community liabilities that were accumulated
Objection,
during the
Your
course of the
Honor.
marriage, which approximated
Sorry, there's
$13.5
an
million.
objection, sir. Whenever there's an objection, I'm sorry. If you can't hear it, I'll let you know, okay?
Thank you, Your
Yeah, no
This
problem,
just
sir.
goes into his allegations of what she said, which Your Honor just instructed, sustain the objection on that. He has no foundation to suggest that, no knowledge of that.
Your Honor, I understand that, I asked his understanding.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
May I continue?
She'll tell you yes.
Yes, go ahead, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He learns very well.
So the next demand was that all of the community liabilities that were unresolved, approximately $13.5 million, that Mr. Depp had to pay those liabilities in its entirety. So at that point, she was demanding $14,250,000 of consideration, and then it got worse. The next demand was that all of this consideration be paid to her free of taxation. And counselor, for him to pay $14,250,000 to Miss Heard, that would require him to earn approximately
Objection, Your Honor.
$30
This
million.
is so far beyond the scope, so far beyond his foundation of what was discussed.
All right, I'll sustain that last answer. All right. Next question.
Did you make a proposal as to how payments would be made to Ms. Heard?
Yes, I did, and they were initially contemplated to be paid directly to the charities. The Children's Hospital Los Angeles, for the benefit of the children who required severe medical service, and to the ACLU. During the course of the negotiations, one of the demands, because the contract changed, was that the payments be made directly to Miss Heard.
Did you have any personal involvement with either the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
Mr. Depp directed me to issue two $100,000 checks directly to the Children's Hospital Los Angeles. I knew that he was involved and supported their efforts and appreciated his service. In addition to that, he directed me to contribute $100,000 to ACLU. In accordance with his instructions, my colleagues drafted the checks, I executed them, and they were delivered to the two charities.
Did you continue making payments to either of those charities on Ms. Heard's behalf?
No, in fact, I was chastised for making the payments by Ms. Heard's counsel and told that the payments in the future had to go
Objection, Your
directly
Honor.
to her.
This is clear hearsay. He's not answering the question. I would ask for you to instruct him to answer the question and not expound upon his.
I'll sustain as to hearsay. Next question.
What role did you play with respect to the payments ultimately made to Ms. Heard?
We supplied the payments to Ms. Heard in accordance with the agreement, either on or before the date in which they were required to be paid. The first payments made to Ms. Heard was $2 million in 2017. Then in April of 2017, another payment of $1 million made payable directly to Ms. Heard was made. Then in August of 2017, another $1 million was paid directly to Ms. Heard. Then in November, $500,000 was paid directly to Ms. Heard. My colleagues drafted those checks, I executed them, they were delivered on a timely basis. Therefore, in 2017, she was paid $4.5 million directly paid to her. Then on February 1 of 2018, she was paid the final installment of $2.3 million for total payments that went directly to Ms. Heard of $6.8 million.
Do you know when this lawsuit was filed?
Yes, it was filed in March 1, 2019.
Were the payments that were made on Mr. Depp's behalf directly to Ms. Heard the only economic benefit she received?
Objection leading.
I haven't heard the, go, I'll overrule the objection for us now. Go ahead.
Were the payments made on to Ms. Heard the only economic benefits that she received from the settlement agreement?
No, as I shared with you earlier, Mr. Depp was required to pay $500,000 to Ms. Heard's counsel, which he did in a timely and respectful manner. He was also required to pay all the community liabilities, which accumulated during their 15-month marriage, was approximately $13,500,000. So he paid all the community liabilities. She paid none of them. That's why you have to aggregate the money that was paid directly to her, the money that was paid to her, to the charities on her behalf, the money that was paid to her attorneys, and the relief of all these liabilities that he had to satisfy. That's why I said to you, Counselor, that the total consideration paid to her was $14,250,000, and she demanded that that payment be made free of taxation, that Mr. Depp would have to satisfy all the tax liabilities.
How long were they married for?
They were married for 15 months.
Okay. Were the payments that went to Ms. Heard the only payments that you've made on Mr. Depp's behalf?
No, we satisfied all of his obligations, so it was very customary for us to pay everything that Mr. Depp was obligated to pay.
Are you familiar with an entity known as 2020 Wine Merchants?
Yes, I am.
Why are you familiar with it?
It's a prominent purveyor of wine in Los
Objection,
Angeles,
Your Honor.
California.
Foundation, hearsay,
I don't see the hearsay, but I don't.
foundation at this point.
Can we
Anticipating.
Sure, sure.
So they've lied about how much money. God, he paid $13 million in community liabilities for a 15-month marriage. God, no wonder they're so salty about them talking about it. They don't want this information getting out. So make sure that you spread it everywhere. She lied about the divorce settlement. She didn't send it to charity. She pocketed it all. Plus, free and clear, she demanded that she get all community liabilities paid off. So they'd racked up $13,500,000. And she got, plus her lawyers.
I think
God.
where we left off is
$20 million.
How were you familiar with 2020 Wine Merchants? And if that's not what I asked you, that's what I'm asking you now.
2020 is a highly recognized purveyor of wine in Los Angeles, along with other companies.
What involvement, if any, did you have with 2020?
I satisfied the liabilities that Mr. Depp incurred, which at the dissolve of their marriage was approximately $160,000.
Do you continue to pay Mr. Depp's wine bill?
Yes, I do. We pay all of his obligations, but his wine bill has shrunk to virtually zero because he does not consume that much in the way of wine. He's made a few gifts around Christmas time, but his wine bill has gone to virtually zero.
Are you familiar with a Spanish wine known as Vega Sicilia?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that?
I know that it is a very expensive wine, and that I know that Ms. Heard enjoyed drinking the wine.
How much does it cost?
The cost of the wine is approximately $500 a bottle.
Were you ultimately charged with paying for the wine that was served at the birthday party on April 21, 2016?
Yes, I was. We rendered the
Objection,
payment for that
foundation.
balance.
I'll overrule the objection. It's fine.
How many bottles of Vega Sicilia were served?
At Ms. Heard's request, she ordered 5 bottles of the wine and 8 bottles of other wine, so a total of 13 bottles of wine.
Thank you, Mr. White. I have no other questions
All
of
right,
this
Cross.
witness at this time.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. White.
Good afternoon, Counselor.
Your firm has been paid millions of dollars by Mr. Depp and his companies since you were first retained in 2016, correct?
Correct?
And in fact, you're being paid for the time that you're sitting on that witness stand today, aren't you?
No.
Well, you charged the time that you spent in connection with legal proceedings in this case, correct?
That's correct, but I charge for my time.
Yeah.
And at the same time.
You answer
that
my
I would
question, sir. In
charge-
fact, you charge $710 an hour for your time, don't you?
Counsel, if you'll let me complete my answer, I'll
No,
be happy to respond.
Sir, please try to stick to the question that I'm asking you. You've had your chance to go well beyond the question being asked, but if you could just please stick to the question I'm asking, you would go a lot faster.
Rude.
I don't think your microphone was on there. Well, it's not really, badgering's not
Yeah,
an
thank you, Your
objection,
Honor.
but that's all right. Sir, just if you could answer the question that's asked, okay? Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
All
Your
right.
Honor. Let me start over, sir. You charge Mr. Depp $710 an hour for the work that you do for him, don't you?
That is my standard rate for all clients, and yes, I do charge that rate to Mr. Depp.
And you gave a deposition in this case. You remember that on or around February 2nd, 2022?
Yes,
And that day, you charged Mr. Depp $710 an hour for the time that you spent giving testimony that day, didn't you?
yes, I did.
And you charged Mr. Depp $710 an hour for anything that you do in connection with his account, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You have about 6 people working on Mr. Depp's account, correct?
Yes,
And whether through you or one of your colleagues, your main contact with Mr. Depp and his companies is his sister, Christy Dombrowski, correct?
no,
Who is your main contact?
Mr. Depp.
One of your colleagues maintains active communication with Christy Dombrowski, correct?
Could you ask the question again, Counselor?
One of your colleagues maintains active communication with Christy Dombrowski, correct?
No,
Did he want more answer? Did you get lost, Rottenborn? Did you get confused? Excuse me, Mr. Rottenborn. Oh, it's funny, you know. He's like, oh, what a rude man, rude. He's like, if you let me finish, oh, I like you finish. It's just me. Oh my gosh, man, they act like petulant children, both of these lawyers.
Mr. White, I've handed you the transcript from your deposition that you gave in this case on February 2nd, 2022. You remember that? We did it over Zoom?
yes, I do.
Okay. And you swore to tell the truth in that deposition as best you can, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Can you turn to page 116 of your deposition transcript?
certainly. Did you say 16, Counselor?
116, 116.
Remember Amber Heard, so she drank $500 bottles of wine, and she drank 2 a day. No wonder she
Okay,
needed.
I have it.
And now you just answered no to my question about your colleagues maintaining communication with Christy Dombrowski, but at your deposition just 2 months ago on line 11 of page 116, the question is, what about Christy Dombrowski? The answer that you gave is, I haven't spoken to Christy in some time. One of my colleagues probably maintains an active basis of communications between her and our firm. Did I read that right?
Yes, but you
That
need
was
to
my
define
question,
the
just if
term.
I read that right, sir. Now, part of the services that you provide, that your firm provides to Mr. Depp, is to pay the bills to his doctors, correct?
Yes,
And you make payments relating to maintenance or damages to his properties, correct?
yes,
Now, you were contacted in early 2016, right? You testified to that to do work on behalf of Mr. Depp?
we were engaged in March of
Engaged.
2016, if that's your question.
Right. Around February 10th, is that when you were first contacted?
I do not recall the date.
And you said you were introduced by executives, a guy named Richard Smith at the Bank of California?
Yes,
Mr. Depp owed significant amount of money to the Bank of California at that time, correct?
no.
He owed money to the Bank of California, correct?
I do not recall that he had an active indebtedness with the Bank of California. He had other commercial loans, but not with the Bank of California.
And after you were brought on, you developed an understanding that Mr. Depp's financial status was very challenging, correct?
It was challenging, but we had an ability to resolve the problems if they were properly addressed.
He had liquidity problems, right?
He had substantial assets in excess of his liabilities, but he had short-term obligations that needed to be satisfied.
Let me just ask that again. At the time that you were brought on, he had liquidity problems, correct?
Can you define liquidity for me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. At the time he was brought on, he had liquidity problems, correct?
I would define the term liquidity as where the short-term assets are less than the short-term liabilities. And if that's how you're defining liquidity, I would agree.
In layman's terms that I can understand, because I don't speak all the kind of business school terms that you speak, he didn't have enough money at the time, correct? He was spending more than he was bringing in, correct?
Yes.
And you gave him advice about how he could hopefully get out of that problem, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, Mr. White, because you've testified to some degree of knowledge about wine that you allege that Ms. Heard requested. So you seem to have some knowledge of Mr. Depp's spending. Ms. Heard didn't buy any of the dozens of properties that Mr. Depp owned, correct?
Correct. He owned the assets prior to their marriage.
She didn't pay $5 million to blast Hunter Thompson's ashes out of a cannon, did she?
Not to my knowledge.
She didn't buy a yacht that she couldn't afford and then have to sell it to J.K. Rowling, did she?
Not to my knowledge.
Now let's talk about that meeting on April 21st, 2016. You said the meeting started at about 7:30 p.m.?
Yes.
And lasted till maybe 9:30, is that right?
Yes.
And you have no idea, no personal knowledge where Mr. Depp went after he left that meeting, do you?
That is correct. I did not go with him. I went home.
And at that meeting, Mr. Depp was given some catastrophic news about his business, correct?
He was given news that he needed to address a number of financial issues, but I had a strategy and plan to fully resolve them.
That news that he was given that night was catastrophic, wasn't it?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
All right, yes, sir.
They want to argue about semantics. Again, he wanted this to be hostile. He's treating it as hostile. Of course, he's going to get some hostile answers. But apparently, Johnny Depp's spending his money on what he wants to. If he wants to spend $5 million blasting Hunter Thompson's ashes into the space, he was friends with the guy. He gave him a $5 million
Mr. White,
send-off.
let's do this again with another under oath series of statements. You gave testimony in the UK trial, did you not?
Yes.
And that testimony was under oath, correct?
Yes.
All right. And in front of you, I have your testimony from the UK trial, and you gave that testimony on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct?
I gave it honestly.
Okay. You gave it on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct? You were one of his witnesses called.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you please turn to page 865? And it's just the second page of the document, upper left. Before that, the questions are talking about this meeting on April 21st, 2016. And you were asked the question, now Mr. Depp was given some catastrophic news about his business. Answer, that is correct. Did I read that right?
You did, but remember,
That was just
when
my
I get a
question.
chance
You
to
answered my
respond,
question, sir. You answered
I
my
did not
question.
define that term.
Sir, you'll have a chance, the attorney will get back up and redirect you, okay? So if you could just answer his question, that's fine.
And the reason I'm asking, sir, is because you just gave the exact opposite testimony here. So that's why we pointed that out. Now, you, at this meeting, you had a discussion about his financial affairs and a necessity to formulate a revised business strategy and plan, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about the following financial information. You talked about bank obligations and tax liabilities, right?
Yes.
Which means money you owe to either the government or banks, correct?
Yes.
You talked about assets that he needed to sell, correct?
Yes.
Properties and things like that he needed to sell to generate money.
Correct.
You talked about ways to reduce spending, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about how to get new engagements, correct?
Yes,
How to get new gigs, right?
not how to get them, but
The
I
need to
encouraged
get
him to get them. I'm not an
Understood.
agent.
I
do
appreciate
not
that.
procure his engagements.
And understood. You talked about the need to get new gigs to generate additional money to help address these financial woes that he was experiencing, correct?
Yes,
You also told him at that meeting that his taxes, he hadn't paid taxes in years, correct?
no, that's not correct. That he had not paid any taxes in years is not correct.
That he was significantly delinquent in federal tax obligations dating back years, correct?
I don't know how you're defining years. There were delinquent liabilities. I addressed them and formulated a plan.
And you talked about the significant delinquent tax liabilities that would run into the millions of dollars for taxes unpaid, correct?
That is correct.
I'm kind of losing the point in all of this, you know? So Johnny Depp didn't manage his money well, so Amber Heard wrote an article and beat him behind the scenes. I mean, what's the point?
And so after receiving this catastrophic news, as we discussed, you have no idea where Mr. Depp went when he walked out of the doors of his office, correct?
I do not know
Okay.
where he went.
Can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 936, please?
They're trying to seed this as a reason for one of the incidents she's going to allege.
Mr. White, I'm not going to, this is a long document that we can scroll through, but what I'll represent to you, and Michelle can sort of scroll down, is that these appear to be Mr. Depp's tax returns for Mr. Depp and his companies from 2009 to 2019. Do you see that?
Yes,
And these are returns as part of your role as his CPA firm now, his business manager firm now. Your firm prepares these tax returns, correct?
yes,
And you maintain these tax returns in the ordinary course of your business, correct?
that is correct.
Your Honor, I know there's going to be plenty of redaction to do, but I just would like to move these into evidence. I don't plan to publish them or anything at this point.
Objection, Your Honor.
You want to approach?
This is what bothers me about this trial. So clearing your name of false accusations means that people get to drag in your medical history, drag in your mental health history, drag in your entire financial history and put it on display for the world. What does this have to do with anything? Well, they'll give you some flimsy argument saying that this is some type of motive for X.
All right, so 936 will come into evidence, but I'll wait for redactions and they will not be published, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. White, you understood that Mr. Depp showed up hours late for work on Pirates 5, correct?
That is not correct.
Are you familiar with Tracy Jacobs?
Yes,
That's
Tracy Jacobs.
Mr. Depp's former agent, correct?
yes,
And at the time that she was serving as his agent, part of her job responsibilities, to the best of your understanding, was to communicate with you about Mr. Depp's financial affairs, correct?
to the extent she had knowledge,
Right.
yes, she would communicate.
And you and she did communicate about Mr. Depp, correct?
During the period of her engagement, yes, we did
Yes.
communicate.
Okay. Can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 874, please, Michelle?
she's really salty about that former part too. Woo, man, she's salty because Johnny Depp was buying her things like that expenditure. He was buying her $20,000 gifts. She would tell him, "You got to buy me a $20,000 birthday gift."
Mr. White, do you see here this text exchange between you and Tracy Jacobs?
Yes,
And your texts are in white and Miss Jacobs are in blue, correct?
yes.
Michelle, could you please scroll to the document that is Bates stamped Depp 19246? It's about the fifth or sixth one down, please. Mr. White, do you see here the third text down from Tracy Jacobs to you saying, "Thanks, I got a call from Disney last week saying he showed up 5
Objection,
hours
Your
late
Honor,
for
hearsay.
ADR." It's not hearsay, it's party opponent. She's his agent. I'm happy to approach if you'd like to discuss.
Tracy Jacobs. If we're going to talk about money here, so like I was saying, Tracy Jacobs would demand gifts. She got a 10% finder's fee anyway. Her company did. I'll bring her up in the break or after, or maybe I'll bring her up in the break. We still have one more break, but yeah, she would demand like high dollar gifts. Like she'd want anywhere from a $5,000. She was asked, "Do you consider a $5,000 gift that to be appropriate?" Yes. 10,000, yes. 20,000, yes. So I mean, she was on record saying she would demand $20,000 gifts, but they're gonna do like a financial gotcha. Oh man, these folks. It's funny when you look at like what they say themselves. Tracy Jacobs too. She owes a lot to Depp. Depp, she helped create his career. And when her company almost went belly up, he saved her when she lost all of her high profile clients. Like, in fact, I mean, everyone was walking away. They had a mass exodus at one time. And Depp, he could have walked away then as well. He walked away later on. And it's amazing. Somebody that has been enriched by around $100 million or more from you, they turn on you and they stick that knife in you when you're no longer financially feasible. Hollywood, baby. Hollywood. You gotta love it, right? Emma J, thanks for the channel and knowledge. Yeah, like I said, I've been covering this for a long time. You know, you can, if you want law, like, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to tell you about like that, you know, how a certain move works here or there, but I think I know the players in this game. Like Ed White here has a lot of knowledge about what went on behind the scenes, and he exposed the fact that Amber Heard. They can say whatever they want, but Amber Heard got a $20 million payday off Johnny Depp for 15 months. She made over $1 million a month for their marriage, and behind the scenes, she was abusing him as well. So she got paid for abusing a man. And then she got paid again after she turned him into clout, where she ruined his life. I mean, it's insane to think about how this, like I said, it's played out. She doesn't even seem to be ashamed. No, she's not ashamed at all. See, that's part of the, you know, when we were talking about the diagnostics, that's part of the diagnostics. Everything is about them. Center of attention, the spotlight. It is their world, and you're just living in it, baby. You know, and that's the problem, because when they want to do something, they want to put their hands on you, they want to do whatever. They have an excuse for it. They have an excuse to do the most unjust or horrific things possible to a human being, because in their mind, they can't excuse it. Again, you did something wrong. They'll take any grievance, a slight grievance, even if it's a perceived grievance, and turn that toward violence. Him reacting, him standing up for himself, Like that, I'm sure was taken as a grievance again. He was just supposed to, one of her texts said, he was just supposed to, settle things. He was just supposed to make things go away, make it easy. He wasn't supposed to fight back. That's why it got out of control. That's why it went forward, because it's his fault. Not the accusations, not the fact that Johnny Depp paid $20 million to sever this relationship. I mean, that's not enough. Pocketing $8 million, free and clear. And on top of that, walking away with no liability off of another $13 million. I mean, that's amazing. JV thinks so too. What about the majority of men are done dating? That's not, like, again, you have to be very careful with it. I understand why they become afraid because of these loud, harpy shrews like this. But I'm married. I don't have this. This is not a world I recognize. So the majority of people are not going to try to destroy you, but there are scary people out there. I mean, yeah, I acknowledge that. And I understand why people are afraid to communicate. And that's a problem. Because, like I said, the vast majority of people do not want to hurt you. They do not want to destroy your lives. They do not want to take from you. Most people are just looking to get through in their day-to-day life. But man, when you go after you go after somebody, that is known as being vapid, known as being a terrible human being, they may just turn out to be that. The problem with an Amber Heard is part of that. Again, the diagnostic criteria looked at, they're social chameleons. They figure out how to be the thing that you think you want. And people that are really good at that, if you can sell somebody the idea that you are the whole in their lives, that's powerful.
Mr. White, we just saw the text that I started reading. Do you remember that text?
Yes.
Okay. We're just gonna show you and move for admission of that page of the document with that text. So I just wanted, since you won't see anything else, I just wanted you to orient yourself that is the text that we were just reading, okay?
Fine.
All right. That page or that text?
They're going to redact it, just that one text.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of this document as, I guess we could call it Defendant's 874A.
Okay, 874A with the redactions. All right, thank you.
Mr. White, you just testified a few minutes ago that you didn't have any understanding of Mr. Depp showing up late for work on Pirates 5, but in fact, you received this text from Tracy Jacobs that says, "Thanks. I got a call from Disney last week saying he showed up 5 hours late for ADR work in London for Pirates 5. I really need to speak to him before he starts work on his next project in LA." Did I read that right? Permission to publish this, Your Honor?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Do you want me to respond?
I just wanted to ask you if I read that right, that you received this text message saying in part, "I got a call from Disney last week saying he showed up 5 hours late for ADR work in London for Pirates 5. I really need to speak to him before he starts work on this next project in LA." Did I read that right?
I believe you read it right.
Thank you. Now, at some point you became familiar. You can go ahead and take that down, please. Thank you. At some point you became familiar, as you've testified, with what Amber planned to do with money that she got from Mr. Depp in the divorce, correct?
It was the understanding from the beginning the money would be contributed to charities.
To two charities, to the
Contracts are
Children's
drafted in that
Hospital of LA and the ACLU, correct?
That is correct.
And as we discussed, you wrote checks to those two organizations that were part of Mr. Depp's divorce payment, but they were just sent directly to those organizations, correct?
Yes.
Can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1639. Actually, let's do defendant's exhibit. Yeah, we'll do 1639. Thanks. Mr. White, this is a letter from you to the ACLU Foundation dated August 24th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And as part of your work for your 100 or so high-profile, high-net-worth clients, you've helped clients set up pledged contributions to charities before, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes those payments are made over a period of time, correct?
Yes,
Charitable donations aren't always paid at once, correct?
that is correct.
And when you make payments on behalf of your clients to charities, is it customary for you to send a cover letter like this?
In some instances, yes. In some instances, no.
Okay.
But in all instances, that there is a signed agreement and an understanding that when the
Yeah,
payments will be made.
sir, that wasn't my question. My question was just, is it customary for you to send a letter like this? And I think you've answered that. And so when you send letters like this on behalf of your clients, do you prepare such letters in the ordinary course of your business?
In some instances, yes.
And in the instances in which you prepare those letters, do you then maintain those letters in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1639.
All right, objection? All right, 1639 in evidence, and you can publish it to the jury. Thank you.
And Michelle, if you could please just scroll through, Mr. White, I just want you to see there's the letter here. We'll come back to the letter. And then there's the check that you're making out to the ACLU. Then there's, I guess, the envelope or something, right?
Correct.
Okay. You can go back to the letter, please. So in this cover letter, you tell the ACLU that you're enclosing a check for $100,000 and that the donation is being made in accordance with Ms. Heard's pledged gift of $3.5 million to the ACLU Foundation, correct?
Yes.
And you also write that the check represents, just go ahead, that the check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments, correct?
It was my understanding that
I'm
she
just
was
asking
going
if
to
that's what you
contribute
wrote. I'm just asking if that's
$3,500,000
what
to
you wrote,
children.
sir.
You've asked me a question. I'm trying to respond.
No,
to
I was actually just asking if that's what you wrote.
Would you ask the question again, please?
Yeah, you write, this check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift.
It was my understanding she was going to contribute the money, and that's
Okay,
consistent
sir,
with my
I just
response.
asked if that's what you wrote. I think you've answered that. Can we please pull up exhibit 159?
He does not want him to answer it because it makes her look terrible.
Your Honor, before we go to the next exhibit, can I raise an issue with the,
Okay,
with
sure.
the bar? Thanks.
That's the thing. Like, he doesn't want him talking at all. See, what they want to do is make this about installments. Here's your question, though. If I pay you $6.8 million and you're supposed to donate $6.8 million, why exactly are you paying that in installments again? I'm kind of confused by this issue. Why do you need an installment plan when all money from X is going to Y? Not part of money, all money from X is going to Y.
Mr. White, is this a letter similar to what we just looked at for the ACLU, a letter that you wrote that accompanied the check that you sent to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles Foundation?
Yes.
And this letter and whatever payment, this letter is one that you would have prepared in the ordinary course of business, correct?
Yes.
And you would have maintained this letter in the ordinary course of business, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 1596.
All right, 1596 in evidence. You can publish it to the jury.
And Mr. White, this letter also says at the bottom that it represents, the check that accompanies this letter represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift, correct?
When I composed the letter, that was my understanding that she was going to give $3.5 million to charity.
You're really not answering my question. My question was simply, I understand that you want to speak your own narrative here, but my question was simply that this letter says that this check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift, correct?
We can both read the letter, and the answer is yes.
Thank you, sir. Now, you hosted a dinner with Mr. Depp and Adam Waldman in 2016, correct?
I do recall that.
And that was the first time that Mr. Depp had been introduced to Mr. Waldman, correct?
I do not know that, to be factual.
Now, you are not an expert on California divorce law, right?
Correct.
And you're not an expert on the division of marital property in California, correct?
I'm not an expert, but I've been actively involved in numerous cases involving the disillusionment of marriage and the related proceeds are distributed to each respective party.
Now, you can't give any sort of legal opinion or testimony as to whether or not Ms. Heard would have been entitled to more in the divorce settlement with Mr. Depp than she received, correct?
I'm not an attorney at law.
Okay.
I don't render legal opinions.
So, you've never met Amber Heard, correct?
That is correct.
The first time you've ever seen her in person is here in this courtroom this afternoon, correct?
That's my recollection.
And you have no personal knowledge of whether Mr. Depp engaged in domestic abuse against my client, correct?
I've never witnessed him involved in any abuse, and obviously I've never met her. I could not respond to that inquiry.
So the answer to my question is that it's correct, that you have no personal knowledge of whether Mr. Depp engaged in domestic abuse against Amber Heard.
That is correct. I have no knowledge.
Nothing further.
Period.
All right, redirect. Mr. Dennison?
Can we pull up defendants 1596? Sir, could you read the last line of your letter?
This check represents the first of multiple scheduled installments to honor the full amount of Ms. Heard's $3.5 million pledged gift.
What was the schedule for those payments?
They were scheduled. I don't know the schedule because I don't have a copy of any pledge that she made, if that's your question.
Okay, thank you very much. One more question. Has Mr. Depp paid all his taxes?
Yes, he has. He's fully current with all of his federal, foreign, and state tax obligations.
Thank you.
All right, no further questions, Mr. Dennison?
No further questions.
All right, is this witness subject to recall? No. No? All right, Mr. White, you're free to go. Thank you, sir. Just be very careful stepping down there, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day. All right, your next witness is remote witness, correct?
Remote.
All right.
Who is
Let me
it?
just give him don't.
We called that umbrella
Wait a
guy.
moment.
Oh, let me get out of here. No, I'm just playing.
Your Honor, may we just ask what witness they plan to call?
I see a Mr. Connolly in the lobby, so I'm assuming that must be,
Connolly, that'll be
must
a
be the one.
bodyguard,
okay, good.
security.
Good, I'm
Shouldn't
glad
say
we got that
bodyguard,
one.
Security.
All right.
Malcolm Connolly. What are they doing? Do they turn on a wood chipper and make you run the gauntlet every time they bring someone in? What's up with that noise? You must run the crucible. It's like, no, I don't want to run the crucible. Man, I stopped because I thought something was happening. Apparently not. Excuse me. I threw up my back. It's going to take you forever to get there. Come on, Malcolm. You'll get there. It's okay, buddy. $500 bottles of wine.
Mr.
2
Connolly,
bottles a
can you hear
day.
me?
All right, so they're going to have technical difficulties for a while.
Hello.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Hi. Yeah.
Can you turn your camera on, sir?
Okay, there we go. There we go.
All right, sir, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
All right.
All right, and good afternoon, Mr. Connolly.
Good afternoon.
And would you please state your full name for the record?
Malcolm Connolly.
And Mr. Connolly, where are you testifying from at the moment?
From home, Essex, UK.
And where do you live?
I live in Essex, UK.
Mr. Connolly, what is your occupation?
At present, close protection operative. I've had a couple of professions. I'm a bricklayer to trade. I was in the corrections facility, Pentonville, HMS prison. But right now, yeah, I'm a protection operative.
Okay, and can you tell us a little bit, just generally, what that means?
It means looking after the personal well-being, physical well-being of any client you're detailed to.
And how long have you been in the personal security business?
25 years.
Over the course of those 25 years, have you had any other kinds of jobs?
Yeah, as I said, I was a corrections officer for Her Majesty's Prison.
Are you familiar with the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
I am, yes.
And how do you know Mr. Depp?
I know Mr. Depp maybe about 23 years ago, 24 years ago. I worked for a company called Music and Arts. The guy who owned that company was Jerry Judge. Jerry started working with Johnny way back in the early days, and I was detailed with looking after Johnny's ex, Vanessa Paradis, and Jack and Lily Rose, Johnny's kids. And my job was just to make sure they were safe when Johnny was at work. So that job, after about a year and a half, 2 years, Johnny asked me to go with him directly, and we'll find someone else to do the kids and that. And that's how I came across Johnny. That's how I personally met Johnny Depp.
Can you ballpark for us about what year that was?
Oh, 2006.
Okay. And can you generally just tell us a little bit about what you do for Mr. Depp as his security guard?
I will escort Johnny to everyday public places, make sure he's okay, make sure he's not in any danger. First of all, do the recce. You go along first. There's usually a two-man team. It's a two-man detail. You go along, do your recce, make sure all the ins and outs are sorted, no compromises, any risks involved, do a risk assessment. We do the job. I look after him. Basically, I look after Johnny whenever we're in public domain. Whenever we're going to be in a public domain, I will look after Johnny.
Okay. And how about the defendant in this case, Amber Heard? Are you familiar with Miss Heard?
I am familiar with Miss Heard, yeah. I first met Miss Heard in probably 2000, and I don't recall the actual date, probably about 2010, maybe around there. She came into the UK to do a promotional job for a movie called Drive Angry. My boss, Jerry Judge, asked me to take the detail. Went and met Amber, started the job. Amber was with her ex, Tasha, and I looked after Amber for a week. Pleasant week. It was fine. Great.
Does anything stand?
Sorry. Yeah. After that week, I never seen Amber again until we did the Rum Diaries, the premiere after show of the Rum Diaries.
Okay, so let's move to the Rum Diary then. When did you see Miss Heard? Well, how did you see Miss Heard in connection with the Rum Diary?
We done the Rum Diary premiere. We went to the after show party. You know, I'm busy working, doing my job, myself and Jerry Judge. Seen Amber across the floor. Amber seen me. Just basically come across the floor, said hello, how are you doing? You know, the usual chit chat. We chit chatted for a minute or two. Johnny asked me how I actually knew Amber. Explained. That's the last I spoke to Amber that night. I was too busy with Johnny doing my job, you know.
Did you know at the time, and well, let's back up for a second. Where was that premiere?
Do you know what? I don't recall. I think it was in LA.
Okay.
I don't actually recall.
Okay. Did you know at the time of that premiere in probably LA, but possibly somewhere else? Did you know at the time that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were seeing each other romantically?
No, I didn't. I actually didn't. I mean, I said that there was a spark there, you know. It wasn't until maybe a few days later, a few nights later, we were at a dinner party somewhere, a promotional thing, and Amber and Johnny were basically, you know, sparking up. They were getting together. Then I sort of assumed that, you know, there was a romance happening there, budding there, you know.
Okay. Over the course of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship with each other, about how often would you say you saw them together?
Well, in the beginning, actually not a lot, you know, not a lot. Maybe once a week, twice a week at a push. But then it started, it started maturing into something, into a relationship. So more often as the time went on, you know.
And as time went on, did you have an opportunity to observe how Mr. Depp and Miss Heard interacted with each other?
At the beginning, you know, lovey-dovey, everything was great. The honeymoon period was on, and it was, yeah, it was good. I mean, it was great to see Johnny happy again. Amber was, you know, lovely, charming, as she usually is, you know, good as gold. And then things started to change. Amber started to change. Amber started getting a bit, I would say, a bit more feisty, demanding, you know. I could see that Amber wanted to wear the pants in this relationship. That was pretty obvious.
And what in particular made you think that you observed personally?
Just the way, you know, if something wasn't quite right, or Amber could get a bit frosty at the drop of a hat. So as time went on, you know, I could see them change. I could see Amber change. I could see Johnny getting quieter. You get into the car and nobody was speaking, and you know, it just, things started changing. Amber started getting a bit more grumpy, shall we say.
How did she get along with you?
Absolutely fine. Amber was fine with me. Amber was never anything but professional, polite with me. You know, she was. No, Amber was fine with me.
Did you ever see or hear any arguments between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
When you say see, I heard. I mean, I could hear at times in certain accommodations we'd be staying at. I could hear Amber, yeah, screaming, you know. I could hear shouting and bawling, and yeah, I could hear it going on, yeah. But I mean, I wasn't there every single night. When we're working in the UK, there's nights maybe I'd get home because Jerry would be there. But yeah, I did hear. Yeah, definitely for a fact. I could hear sometimes the shouting and bawling. You know, it's mostly I could hear Amber screaming. You know.
And about how, I recognize this was years ago, but can you estimate for us how regularly that happened?
I can't say regularly. I can't say it was like every day, but you know, it got more regular. It got more often than not.
Did you ever witness any physical violence between the two of them?
No, never. I've never seen any physical violence. It's not a thing. It's not a thing people would do in front of security. It's not a thing that would happen in front of myself or Jerry Judge or Sean Bett or something. It just wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. No, I never seen any physical security. I never seen any hands-on. No.
Okay, what do you mean you never saw any hands-on?
Well, I never seen any slapping or grabbing or punching or hitting. I never seen any of that physically. Well, I'll tell you what. There was an instance, maybe two incidents that come to my mind. One incident was on a private plane. I can't recall if it was a domestic flight or an international flight. I'm sitting, Johnny and Amber, or Johnny, whoever he's flying with, will sit up at the foretable. There's a foretable up aft, and myself and my colleagues will sit down the forward end of the plane. So I usually look up the fuselage that way, with my back to the nose. Amber had her back to me, Johnny's sitting across the table, and there's a bit of bickering going on. I can't hear because, you know, they're talking about jet craft. I can't actually hear, and it's more animated than verbal. And I see a lighter, a plastic lighter, bounce off his chest. Boom, bounce off his chest. So right away I think, well, this is going to escalate. Or it's either going to go one way or the other. I don't think it came to much. I remember Johnny just sort of, you know, smirking and looking away as if to say, you know, well, what is that? It kind of attitude, you know. And Johnny tips his hat, puts his head against the window, and whoa, I'm out, you know. Another time, I was at the loft apartment. I was in the security room in the loft apartments with a security guard called. Do you know what? I can't recall if it was Sean Bett or a guy called Donovan. Anyway, I got the text. I was down there to pick him up to go to the West Hollywood accommodation, and I got the text.
Objection
No.
to the extent he's going to talk about what the text is. That's hearsay.
You can just tell us what you observed without looking at without recounting the contents of the text.
Okay. I'm instructed to go and get Johnny, and because we're leaving.
Objection. He just said what he was instructed to do. That
All right, I'll sustain the objection if you can.
What did you do after you received the text?
I go to the loft apartment. The door's ajar slightly, just a we call a crack in the door. Push the door open and I go in. Shouting, there's a bit of shouting going on. I can't hear. I'm in the wrong area of the apartment. But as I turn to the left into the more of the lounge area, there's a soda can. Like I don't know if it's a Coca-Cola or a Sprite or I don't know what it was. But it's launched from the mezzanine, and Johnny's had this huge TV, the biggest TV I've ever seen. In fact, but this, and it's on this mechanical arm, which is an actual piece of artwork that Johnny had got commissioned. And anyway, this big mechanical arm holds this TV. So this kind of pop, you're going to call it pop, smashes on that, but by force, let me add, because it made a bang, boom. And all I can hear is it spraying all over the place. Johnny has already got his jacket on and a bag over his shoulder. That's why he's called me in, because we're leaving. I just pick up the other bags, pick up the two bags, put my hand through Johnny's arm and say, right, us were leaving. We walk out the door. We walk out the door and we go halfway to the West Hollywood. Johnny's already calmed down, you know. He's like, man, can you?
Objection,
No,
objection
but-
to the extent he's talking about what Mr. Depp is saying.
All right, I'll sustain that objection. Continue.
If you have, I think we can move on.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Next question.
Just to clarify, Mr. Connolly, when the soda can was launched from the mezzanine, where was Mr. Depp in relation to where the soda can landed?
Probably 10 feet, maybe 10 feet back from that. 10 feet back from that.
Okay, and just to make sure we're on the same page, when you refer to the loft apartments, what are you referring to?
The downtown LA Eastern Building.
Okay. What was your, did you form any understanding as to where, as to who had thrown the soda can?
Objection, speculation.
Okay, hold on, sir.
Speculation, foundation.
I'm just asking him if he formed an understanding, and he can state the basis for that if he did.
If you want to lay a foundation.
Did you, to your knowledge, was Ms. Heard present in the apartment at the time?
Objection leading.
Yes.
I'll allow
I could
it.
hear her. I never seen her physically, but I could hear her voice. Yes.
Okay. And where did her, could you tell where her voice was coming from?
Upstairs, just upstairs.
Okay.
She wasn't on the lower apartment with us, so I can only imagine she was upstairs.
Other than the cigarette lighter and the soda can, anything else similar to that you observed?
No, I can't say no.
Did you ever observe any physical injuries on Ms. Heard?
Never, no.
How about on Mr. Depp?
Yeah, yes. It started off with maybe a scratch once in a while, a swelling, but it got more. It got more. Yeah, I'm not talking. He was marked every week or every 2 weeks, but yeah, he sustained marks. Yeah, definitely. He was getting marked.
And can you describe for us what you can remember?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we
Any present
can we
service.
approach for
Okay,
a minute?
all right. Hold on, Mr. Connolly, for a minute.
So, Mr. Connolly, you can continue responding. I think the question was just, can you generally describe for us what you remember about the marks you saw on Mr. Depp?
Yes, as I was saying, in the prison service, you're taught to pick up, log in your mind, mental logging in your mind, marks, bruises, bully patterns, stuff. What I noticed right away was most of these marks and most of these things through my training is happening in the left-hand side of his face, and it would be scratches on his neck, maybe a fat lip in the corner, maybe a bruising on the eye socket. Dull impacts, except for obviously the scratches, maybe on his left ear. Sometimes it'd be two marks, 2 lines, 2 trams, 1. Yeah, yeah. And it was getting more regular. As I say, not every week, but it was definitely happening. Yeah.
Can we see Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, please? And Mr. Connolly, are you able to see the picture on, I assume you can see it on your screen.
Yeah, just give me a second, please. Yeah, hi, yeah.
And do you...
That is, yeah, I know that picture. I took that picture.
You
that
took the
picture's on the... Yeah, I took the picture.
Can you just quickly tell us what this picture is?
This picture is Miss Heard and Johnny's honeymoon on the Orient Express on the East Line from Bangkok to Singapore. You travel through Malaysia, stopping at Kuala Lumpur and a few other places on the way down. And that is in the dining coach, I think. Yeah, dining coach, that's what that is. The guy on the left there with a silver band around he's the waiter. He's the waiter with the detail to look after us. The guy in the bow tie, he's guest relations manager.
Mr. Connolly, just hold on one second. Before we continue describing the document, I'd move for the admission of Plaintiff's Trial Exhibit 162 and that it be published to the jury.
Any objection?
I'd like to approach it.
Okay. You can publish it.
All right, and Mr. Connolly, I apologize for cutting you off, but could you just continue to describe for us what we're looking at in this picture?
Yeah, as I said, the guy in the bow tie, he's guest relations manager. He was detailed to, fix us up anything we needed, to excursions and transports and stuff. Then it's Miss Heard. The guy, that's the chef who looked after this. He cooked for us. He's a great chef, by the way. Yeah, he looked after us, and that's Johnny. And I also noticed, if you look at that picture, like I said, on the left-hand side, under his eye, there's a swelling. And you see a swelling just on the left-hand side of his nose and under his left eye.
Huh.
And what do you interpret that swelling to be?
Oh, yeah.
What do I interpret it as? That's either he's walked into a door or a door's walked into him.
Okay. Can you tell us anything, and we can take this down, I think. Thank you. Mr. Connolly, can you tell us, well, first of all, do you recall what year Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went on their honeymoon in the picture we were just looking at?
That would, I don't know, is it 2013? 2013?
Okay, and were you, well, you testified that you took the picture, so you were there, I assume?
Absolutely, yes.
What can you tell us about that trip generally, and particularly focused on how Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were interacting with each other?
Started off good. Johnny's cabin was maybe 15 meters down the corridor from mine. There was no cabins in between. That was like storerooms, like, blankets and cutlery and stuff. So the cabin was quite not a big massive distance, but it wasn't like the trip started fine, absolutely fine. I think it was 5 days maybe. 2 days, 3 days into the trip, I can see Johnny going down. I can see him coming down. He's just not enjoying this. He's not enjoying this. But I can't. It's not my business to step in and that. I just do my job, but I can see he's not enjoying this. He's not happy. He's not happy.
Did you ever observe any arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in this time frame?
Just not arguments, but some frostiness. Ms. Heard sort of demanded that we have our own dining cart, if you like. So me doing my job, I inquire to the guest relations guy there that you've seen in the photograph. And he quite rightly tells me that, you know, there's other
Objection,
VIPs
hearsay,
in the
objection,
train.
hearsay.
All right, objection to hearsay, all right.
I think we can move on.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
sustain the objection. Next question.
All right, so Mr. Connolly, well, taking a step back for a minute and changing topics slightly, have you ever seen Mr. Depp use any drugs? I don't think
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Yes, I've seen him smoke marijuana. I had my suspicions. I have my suspicions that when he goes off to the bathroom, he probably does a bit of cocaine. I've never seen him do it, as Mr. Depp would never do a line or anything of cocaine in front of me, or Jerry Judge, or Sean Bett, or anybody. Johnny Depp would never compromise my license, my position, and embarrass me like that. It wouldn't happen. So, to answer to your question, I've seen him smoke weed, yes.
You noticed any particular, what changes, if any, have you noticed in his behavior when he's under the influence of marijuana?
To be honest, a bit more relaxed, no sort of uptight. But he's not out of his head. He's perfectly functioning. I mean, you can talk about anything, any conversation you want to talk about. He's neither up nor down with that, you know. He really isn't. He's got a very high tolerance for any substance, Johnny. You know, I would say so. You know, I think Jack Sparrow's more drunk than Johnny Depp, to be honest.
So okay, so that's marijuana. What about alcohol? Same question.
He used to like a wine, and the last I would say the last couple of years that's dropped drastically as well. It's in my last year with Johnny, it's quite actually rare now. It's not rare, but he's not a big boozer now. He's not a boozer now, you know. He's not. And he was never out of his head in wine. He was never, you know. I think I've seen drunk in the 20 odd years I've been with Johnny. I think I've seen him drunk twice. But when I say drunk, I mean drunk. Other than that, there's not a lot of difference in Johnny's demeanour or behaviour. Well, you're drinking alcohol or smoking weed, you know.
Okay, and finally, same question for the time periods when you formed the suspicion that he was under the influence of cocaine.
Sorry, what was that? Sorry, could you ask me that again?
What changes in his behavior, if any, did you observe on those occasions when you suspected but didn't know for sure that he was under the influence of cocaine?
Well, again, due to the training I had in the HMP prison service, it just seemed a bit more, I don't know, happier, up, not so down, you know. But I wouldn't say he's not leaping around kicking his heels or anything. You pick his guitar up and then he gets right into his guitar, and there's no major changes really. You know, he's fine. You know.
Okay. Now you mentioned you traveled with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard on their honeymoon on the Orient Express. Where else have you traveled with them?
Well, all over the world, Japan, China, Germany. I've been all over the States. Went to an interesting little place, Hicksville. That's an interesting story. Yeah, all over the world. Australia. Went to Australia. As far away as that.
And let's take that one at a time. Hicksville, you said?
Yeah, Hicksville. Yeah. It's a funky. I remember it. I remember Hicksville because it was a funky. It's a real funky place, you know. With Amber and Johnny, they've decided they're going to go to Hicksville for a day and a night, I think it was. So we all off the trot. Amber with 100 friends all head off And well, Amber travelled with Johnny, but our friends all head off. I followed. Johnny wanted to drive his own. He got a beautiful big customised Plymouth. I think it's a 58 or 50. I don't, not an expert, but he had to customise. So he wanted to drive this car. Myself and his assistant at the time, Nathan Holmes, we use another of Johnny's cars, and we follow behind. We get to Joshua Tree, Hicksville. Stunning as you can imagine, but it's done in a very funky theme. All the caravans have different themes. You know, like mine was an old railway caboose with the old fairground fortune teller head that turns around and stuff, all that kind of stuff. Johnny's and Amber's caravan were maybe about 15 meters from mine, maybe 20 meters, and that was done in like the 1950s styles, you know, like kitschy 1950s kind of thing. And the rest of the caravans were all, you know, like zombies coming out the ground, and it was craziness. Anyway, we go there. There's a lot of booze. All the booze comes up. Party starts. Well, sort of sitting around in the sun, messing around. Party starts. So there's loads of booze and weed, and I think there's mushrooms, some psychedelic mushrooms. That's going around. But the night gets a bit ruined as I'm watching exactly what's all happening. Everybody's happy, you know, Johnny, Amber, everybody's happy. As I'm watching what's happening, I can see Johnny and Amber getting a bit animated. And they were probably about maybe 25 feet from me. So I approach, and I've been working with Johnny that long. I don't have to really say anything. I only have to look at his face. And Johnny can talk to me through his face. He doesn't need to say a word. So I know what's happening. So, like, and I say in a low voice, guys, let's keep this private. Let's start walking towards the caravan. Let's, take this away from here. As I'm walking ahead, just, going ahead, I can hear sort of, bickering behind me. Johnny's trying to talk in his, low tone, keep things a bit quiet. But Amber's getting a bit more loud, a bit more narky, So anyway, I get them to the caravan, I put them inside, and I go to my caravan. That's it. Don't hear anything, don't see anything until the next morning. We sit around the pool, a couple of hours, and we head back to LA.
What prompted you to...
Mr. Mones, before do you have a lot of direct still left in this matter?
Not terribly much more, maybe 10 to 15 minutes.
We're going to take our afternoon break then. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take your 15-minute afternoon break, and then we'll come back and continue with the testimony, okay? Don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody.
So Hicksville is being brought up because that's going to be one of the alleged incidents that she's going to say he did these terrible things to me. Like Hicksville is one of the.
All right, Mr. Connolly, I'm going to put you in the lobby for our break. Okay, I'm going to come back and put you back in about 4:20 our time. Okay, in about 17 minutes. About 17 minutes. Okay, sir. All right, just don't discuss your test.
Okay,
all right, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody till then. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Letting them get out of here. All right, so Hicksville, like I was saying, is one of the alleged incidents, one of the places where abuse was talked about. There are 14 of them all told, remember, and some of them are very, very vague. All of them are old. None of them really have any substantiation whatsoever. You may have property damage at the places, but... Now, what was interesting is I'd never seen the pictures of his face. Let's actually look at that, because we got either he walked into a door or a door walked into him. I'd never actually seen that picture before, and like I said, I thought that was kind of telling. Michael Singer, thanks for the 5. I like how much. our outside research every day. Oh, yeah. Like I said, I've been looking at this forever. So I either research also while we're streaming, while all of this is going on. I'm also looking at I'm making sure that I grab photographs like these. I make sure I grab them, so I repost this stuff while they're speaking. I posted the Twitter where I'm following along, but it also helps us in our discussion because pictures like this are fascinating. So if you look at his face, again, the face, like here, this shot, you can indeed see it. I can see it even on this low res photograph. It's a rough photograph, but you can tell. You can see it under his eye. You can see it under everything. It shows up very well. Hey, Bear Cannon, thanks for the 220. I'm sorry. Doesn't anyone fact check these allegations like the ACLU or the Post? No, they don't care. They cared about big headlines and no accountability. They didn't have to worry, you know. This is D007. Thanks for the 5. Sing it, Tug. She takes my money when I'm in need. Yeah, she's a trifling fiend indeed. Oh, she's a gold digger. Way over town, the dick's on me. Yeah. I keep thinking, like, a friend in need is a friend indeed, but a friend with weed is better. I keep hearing about weed, you know? Thanks for the 2. Hashtag men too. Here's your sign. Yeah, I saw that people trying to trend that the other day, and I like how they don't want to make that trend there. You know, hey, 2012, what's up? UG, chat now. Love you, chat. AH's lawyers, $300 an hour. Huh. It was interesting. The financial guy was what, $711 an hour? Is that what they said? It was something like pretty high. You know, Ed White, they were discussing. Ed White's testimony was fascinating too, just to be honest. Like, I didn't realize how much money he actually paid out. You know, we've always heard $6.8 million, but I had never really thought about how many other costs were associated too. You know, because there was a lot of costs associated outside of that money. I'm pulling up so he paid community liabilities, he ended up paying $13.5 million for those alone. I mean, that's nuts. Yeah, when you look at that picture, I mean, you can see it there. Like the low res where she's like, you have to be like, where is it? What is it? Claudia, thanks for the 2. Where's Johnny's Amica cream? Really? Why wasn't she spreading Amica cream on him? Why didn't she just slather her fist in Amica cream? I wonder what would happen. If I slather my fist in Amica cream and I hit flesh, doesn't it automatically cure it? Wouldn't it be like, oh my gosh, you know, that umbrella guy, you're a saint. Why? Because you've healed them. I'll be like, no, my child. That is just Amica cream. Buy your Amica cream now. It's so tough. Miss Dog Lover, thanks for the 9 there. Appreciate that. How the F does this witch sleep at night? Hashtag men too. Because she has no conscience. She has no conscience at all. I mean, that's just, you know, you don't have to, like, all you have to do to exist in Hollywood, it seems, or to exist around some of these people is be okay with destroying other folks' lives. Here's the breakdown of money that was paid, by the way. Debbie McGill, thanks for the 179. What is community liability? Oh, okay, any debts they've accrued, you know, any kind of money that they've spent together, you know, like say they bought a house or just whatever. It's what they've communally put together. Community liabilities, like it's so in California. Under the law, it says, since it's a community property, the law applies to community estates shared between both individual is liable for debt incurred by either spouse during marriage. So it's any type of debt. So whatever you're bringing debt in for. So they had, you know, they probably bought property or something during that. End up spending a lot of money, but it's shared debt. You know, like if you're married and you go out and, you know, you and your wife or you and your husband or you're in your significant other, whatever, you know, you go and pick up something. I said you and your wife because, you know, that was looking at myself. But you and your significant other will say, pick up something. Yeah, that's community liability. Sean Harmon, thanks for the 20. Now I can't get the song Pure Morning out of my head. Thank you. I've got too many friends, too many people. I keep thinking of that song. That I'll never reach, that I'll never be there for. And when I think about them, I like that song. That's her, you know. Because I'll never be there for. Because she'll never be there. That's what I think about if I'm thinking about their songs. But anyway, so she got 2 payments. Here's what I don't understand about the charity defense either. I don't understand why she needs to make payments to something. If I give you $1 million and that $1 million is supposed to go to another place, then why do you need to make payments? Why not just transfer my $1 million, you know? Hey, Daring D's. Yeah, I'll go back and I'm catching some super chats right in the moment. And then if there's super chats before, I'm going to go back and catch everything, though. Yeah, so I missed a few like that because when they come in, we just don't have enough time to catch them there. I just see what people are thinking right here in this moment. But yeah, I'm going to go back and catch everything. And we can talk about whatever's in that moment. And, you know, any questions or anything, we can pull all that up too. See my super chat I put in a few moments before lunch break. If you saw it or read it, then I missed it. It was about an email to you. Yeah, I didn't catch it, so I'll have to check it. Sagi, thanks for the 7. I hope the jury can understand his Scottish accent. It's thick when he gets into details. I understood. But the jury requests a transcript tonight. They can request transcripts to go over stuff. Probably not tonight, though. You know, they can look back over it. I couldn't understand when he threw the lighter, the plastic lighter. I said, I couldn't, you know. Earlier you said she destroyed him. Don't you think JD had a hand in his own destruction to some extent? I think that he made the decision at first to get with someone he thought was what do you mean financially? His financial decisions would be his own for sure. You know, like overspending and stuff like that. I don't think, like when you're in a relationship with somebody that is absolutely insane, and yet they're manipulative, it's not as simple as just bounce. It doesn't work that way. Life doesn't work that way. People worm their way into your heads, and there's also all kinds of other social considerations and stuff. It's so for the relationship, you could possibly spec and guess the decision to get in a relationship, but you can't go with that really. I mean, you thought it was a good relationship, and then when you get there, no. But if you're talking about like financially and stuff, yeah, his financial decisions would be his own decisions in that, you know. At the same time, making out with $20 million, like while you're being beaten behind the scenes and stuff, yeah, they got a pretty good payday. Now, his career was up. It was there beforehand. The thing is, you could say anything that you want about his career before a moment, but his career did not lose job consideration. He was not taken off of projects. Like 2 of the big projects we've heard about, Houdini, and we also heard about Pirates of the Caribbean 6. He lost those directly as a consequence of her allegations from the op-ed that we're looking at right now. Well, you know, like I say, overspending and stuff, you can also rebound from overspending. You know, you could have got that back into place, but he has no recourse anymore. And again, that wasn't really a decision for his to make at all. You know, it's in fact, he thought he paid her off and she went away. I mean, you gave her $20 million. Can't you go away? Lacey Lewis, thanks for the 5. I thought the meeting on her birthday was about money stolen from. Why did he mention it? Well, they're talking about the devastating money. You know, that's what Ed White, remember they asked them about the devastating news, financial news. That's what they were getting into. And they're going to lay the foundation to say, ooh, he was in a bad mood. Therefore, that's what they're trying to do. You didn't know who was there. You didn't. And it just leaves it open, you know? Onk, I'm gonna butcher your name. It's called Onk. Thanks for the 5 there. Now it's official. She's crazy. Will they save the child? No. How does that work? I'm afraid for the baby, y'all. No, they won't do anything about the baby there unless there's some kind of really a reference to intercede. They won't do that. They won't do anything about it at all. She also has money, so typically when you're talking about someone that is elite status, they have a lot of money, and she has Elon Musk as a financial backer. Like you're not going to see anything happen with that at all. Debbie McGill, thanks for the 9. When will Adam Waldman testify? I'm all about Adam Waldman. He's a sexy legal eagle. Also, have you seen the honeymoon pic before? I thought it was quite well circulated, but maybe not. Yeah. I've seen it, but I've never really paid attention to it with a story. You know what I'm saying? Like when you look at it, oh, Yeah, I've seen the pictures before, yeah. Uh-huh. Michelle Saunders, thanks for 5. Being rude to elders is a no-no here in Virginia. Rottenborn messed up big time. Jurors remember that. Being just rude and wanting, you got to think of how that goes across. Like her team, that's been part of their strategy. And again, you always run the risk. You're allowed to be rude. You're allowed to be whatever you want. But you always have to remember that you run the risk of turning the jury off because they see you doing it. 2012, thanks for the 2. Spread out the tax deductions. JD paid tax, though. Yeah, part of his tax liability, too, it comes from that $650 million. He ended up with a $100 million tax liability. So, that's a big one. Marie McMichael, thanks for the 10. I'm a JD fan. Why does his security not intervene more? Well, in the relationship, you can't in that you could try to do something, but like he said, Malcolm just noted, they didn't fight in front of him. If did, he would do something. Like if a soda can was thrown at him, you're making sure that he's okay. Like you're talking about it in that, but raised voices and stuff, that's not their place to intervene in arguments. Unless the person wants them to intervene. Erica B, thanks for the 2. JD's team didn't question Laura, only AH's team. I saw that, actually. I thought that was kind of interesting, Barbara Beard, thanks for the 5. Did Elon advise her to make payments earn interest instead of pay lump down? I don't think that she wanted to pay, period. I think the plan was to get Elon Musk to make the payment because Elon is the one who paid. He paid a lot of money, He paid a lot of money. Chicky Burke, thanks for the 5. Jack Sparrow was more drunk than Johnny Depp. Line was great. Yeah, I thought that was good, too. Malcolm there, you could tell, too, that Depp likes him. He was smiling. He was enjoying himself, It seemed like when the guy was speaking, so I thought, I look like there. Okay, Rab, thanks for the 5. If she makes payments, she can earn about $250K in interest a year. Yeah, that's true, too. I think that she planned on keeping all the money, period, because if you're getting private donor to pay, you've got Elon Musk paying behind the scenes. Elon Musk paid $800,000, Do you see what Rockman put on Twitter? It says, listen, I can't do miracles. Rockman? I haven't seen it. I don't, while we're doing the trial and stuff, I pay attention to the trial. I've got headphones on. I'm listening. If it goes silent, I'll speak during the silence, because I like to hear what the testimony is. That's one thing, it's one thing I control by only live streaming myself. I make sure that, again, I can put in commentary here and there, if there's a lag, but I try not to speak over anything because I want to hear the trial. Now, some people are just wanting to make commentary and, be like, gotcha here and stuff. And that's fine too. That's what people want to do. But like I said, I want to hear the trial. Like, I want to hear what's going on because I want to hear all the pieces to it. I hate it when I miss pieces of it because I don't just want to see what's in. I also want to see what I think should have been added. You know, there are a lot of witnesses. Like, I have no idea how they would get most witnesses in. Like, they're leaving a lot of witnesses by the wayside, in my opinion. I'm not sure who all they're going to leave, but it looks like they're going to be a lot. You're asking about when Adam Waldman? I'm not sure. You know, again, we don't know the when, but we know, like, there are people that are scheduled. We also just found out, again, Muskie boy, so Elon Musk will not testify on her behalf. James Franco will not testify on her behalf. So her two high-profile names that were there, they won't be testifying at all. Like I said, oh, they're back. James Franco was expected to. And again, James Franco would have made more sense than an Elon Musk. Give me a second. I hear him talking. James Franco, actually, they cut the sound on and then they cut the feed again. Maybe they're not back yet. They can't make up their mind if they're coming back or not. Here they go.
Jury?
God, they come back fast, too, when they do it. You know, you have time to react to it, but still. Come back very, very fast. Yeah, if you would, two simple things. If you would tell people that we're live over here so people know that, and if you would like the video, help it drive. And when we have the next one next week, remember, there's no trial tomorrow. Okay? It's only Monday through Thursday, so no trial tomorrow. We'll have a live stream or something. Maybe. I may be out. I'm not sure. So for Rosa, thanks for the 9 there. One of the worst pics I've seen of Johnny Injuries is paparazzi shot leaving some restaurant. He has a hat on, I think. It's dark out. I'll look and see which one you're talking about. Miss Dog Lover, thanks for the 449. This chat is going to explode when age takes the stand. Guys, rest assured, most women are not like her. No, that's if anybody looks at this case and they think all women, you know, there are instances where there are monsters on both sides.
All right, Mr. Connolly, can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Can you just count to 5 for me, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Perfect, thank you. All right. Next question?
All right, Mr. Connolly, we were talking about Hicksville there, and you made a comment that you had suggested to Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard that they keep it private or something along those lines.
I did, yes.
My question is just what prompted you to make that suggestion?
Well, it was getting kind of animated. You know, it was getting animated, and you know, no one wants to see their dirty laundry in public.
Were they both animated?
More so Amber. Johnny, yes, but more so Amber.
Is that a sobriety test?
Do you remember anything in particular that Ms. Heard was saying at the time?
I don't recall, no. As I say, it wasn't really coherent. It was more the animation, that you know, the head movements and the stern looks and stuff that prompted me to do what I have to do, you know.
Okay. Shifting gears a little bit, you listed out various places that you traveled with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, and I think you listed Japan, Germany, Hicksville, and Australia. Do I have that right?
Correct, yes.
When were you in Australia?
That'll be 2015, Pirates 5.
And what were you doing in Australia?
My job. In that occasion, I flew out first. I usually fly out first to do the advance. The advance includes the check-in of accommodation. Not so much accommodation because Nathan Holmes, Ben King, and a chef called Russell, they would already been at the home, and got that sorted out. My main concern was locations, transport, local security, drivers, you know, making sure all that's in line before Johnny gets there. Jerry Judge would have travelled with Johnny into Australia. On arrival, I would have picked him up at the airport, as we do, take him to the house or whatever accommodation we're staying in, and I would have peeled off. I'd have left it at that, went back to my apartment. Johnny would have been in, maybe it could be up to a week for, makeup, costume before any shooting starts, in which time it gives me a time to run around some locations, the studio, check out the studio, the locations, as well as be around for, if Johnny wants to go for dinner at night anywhere, I would check out these places as well.
Mr. Connolly, I'm sorry, I just had a little trouble hearing you there. Might be the connection, but could you speak maybe just a little bit slower? I'm sorry.
Okay, as I say, my job in Australia is just to secure all the advance. So I would check out, make sure the local drivers are there, all the cars are in order, the accommodations in order, the locations for shooting are all safe, liaison with production, what's expected of them. I would pick him up at the airport when he arrives, take him to the accommodation, peel off, go and check out a few restaurants in case he wants to go out. And if nothing's happening, stand down for that evening.
Does anything stand out to you about your time in Australia in 2015?
Yeah, Johnny lost a finger. One afternoon I was instructed to go to Johnny's accommodation.
Objection, and can we just approach?
Okay, all right. Thanks. Hold on just a minute, Mr. Connolly.
Yeah, he lost a finger. Yeah. Does anything stand out to you about Australia? Yeah, Johnny lost a finger. Yeah, I think that would stick with me as well. When the asset loses a finger there, I'd be glad, well, at least it wasn't me that let it happen. That had to be a crazy time. I mean, when you look back at security, you got to think, man. See, we hear these stories and we think, this is insane. Remember, someone lived this. This was their life. And their life wasn't just this. It was the small hours. It was hoping, a person wouldn't blow up and hurt them. That's the thing that's so easy. It's easy to judge people in the aftermath and to say, this is what they should have done, or that's what they should have done. And people don't,
All right, Mr. Connolly, please continue, but as you go, please avoid discussing the substance of any communications that you had with Mr. Depp or his security, and just focus on what you observed.
Okay. I arrive at Johnny's accommodation with my driver, Andrew. I noticed that there's an SUV, one of the security, the RST, resident security team, one of their vehicles is sitting outside the door with no driver. So I just assumed there's a security car there but no driver. As I approach the door, I hear a muffled shouting and screaming, and quite muffled though, because the entrance to this house, there's a massive oak door. I mean, it's huge, and it's got to be about 25 mil thick. So I open it, and it's chaos. It's screaming and shouting, but all I can see with my eyes is Johnny. He's wearing a jacket, a hat, and a bag with his notebooks. I always know that bag because it's a grey canvas bag. And he's sort of, nursing one hand. So I'm saying, well, hey, what's going on? And it's screaming and shouting. It's madness. Amber's irate. I mean, tenacious. It's crazy stuff. Johnny's, shouting back. So I've said, Johnny, let's go. Let's get out, that's my job, to remove him from a situation. Let's get out. I do a couple of steps with him. Johnny, give me 5 minutes, Mal. 5 minutes. Well, he's the boss, there's no bullets flying. So, okay, give him 2 minutes. I said, let's go. Eventually, I get him out. I managed to get him outside the door. We go downstairs. But Amber appears from somewhere. Now, I don't know if Amber was upstairs or in the room to the left or wherever. But she appears and she's screaming. Berating him. She's basically berating him. Yeah, fuck off, she's saying, Johnny. Yeah, that's what you do. Fuck off. That's what you do all the time. That's all you ever do is fuck off. You fuck off with your guys. You're fucking coward. That's what you fucking do. You fucking coward. Yeah, fuck off with your guys. You big man. All that shit that goes with it. Gets him downstairs. By this time, Amber's on the threshold of the accommodation. She's screaming, fuck off, you fucking coward. That kind of words, And I get him into the car, and I want to sit in the same. I usually sit in the front seat shotgun, but I want to sit in the same seat at the back, so I can have a look what's going on here and have a chat and have a talk. But when I get around the car, the driver's not locked the door, so he's out the door again, and he's making his way back up the stairs. I get back round again. By the time I get to the top, there's two concrete stairs to the front door. He's just crossing the threshold, and the screaming starting again. Excuse me. Amber is screaming again. Johnny, let's go. And this time it's a wee bit more force, and I managed to actually basically pull him out of the place. Get him into the car. Doors are locked this time. Into the car, we take off. I got him back to my apartment using, a sort of secret way through the underground car park and service lifts. I get him up to my apartment. Get him into my apartment. Start washing his hand, basic triaging his hand, washing it, first aid. It's a mess. His finger's just a mess. It's like one of them cartoon exploding cigars. I always think in my mind that one of them cigars that blow up. The cartoons boom, and it's so flapping around, and I can see bone. There's bone there. It's smashed to bits, and he's wincing as I'm trying to wash his hand. Anyway, I sit him down and I phoned Debbie the nurse, who's living in the same apartment block as me. So that's my first thing. Phone Debbie. About 20 minutes later, if that, I don't recall, maybe 25, maybe half an hour. But she turns up with Dr. Kipper. So Dr. Kipper does his thing. Nurse Debbie dresses it all, but Kipper is saying, right, we have to go to the hospital with this. There's no other way. We have to go to the hospital. This has to be seriously looked at. We get to the hospital, and that's when that's when his treatment started,
Okay. When you were in the presence of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in the house in Australia, how far away were you from Ms. Heard?
When I first entered the house, Ms. Heard wasn't visible to me. Only Johnny. It's only when we started to leave, Ms. Heard appeared, and she's probably, you're talking 3 feet.
Did you observe any injuries on Ms. Heard?
No injuries. No injuries.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
No injuries, none.
Other than the injury to his finger, did you observe any injuries on Mr. Depp?
No, no. Well, I say no. There was a mark in his face, and I didn't know what that was, so I never really put it down too much. But in the hospital, I took a photograph, and when I look at that photograph, I can see 2 injuries. When we're sitting in the car,
hold on, Mr. Connolly.
Okay. Objection to the extent he's going to be talking about what the mark is on his, since he didn't see what happened and he's not a doctor, he can't describe what.
All right.
That's their entire case.
No, that's fine, Your Honor. We
can move on? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, next question.
I think you've generally described for us the kinds of things Ms. Heard was saying. How would you describe her overall demeanor when she and Mr. Depp were in each other's presence in the house in Australia?
Good days and bad days.
I'm sorry, I mean on that particular day.
On that particular day, I had never seen him in the house that particular day. The time I seen Miss Heard and Johnny in that house is when I arrived there to extract them.
And how did Ms. Heard seem to you when you saw her on that day when you arrived to extract him?
Crazy. Fierce, fierce.
Okay. What was the last thing Ms. Heard said as you were taking Mr. Depp out of the house to go to your apartment and then the hospital?
Yeah, the last words I recall hearing as I'm getting Johnny out is, yeah, just fuck off with your guys, you're fucking covered like you always do.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Nadelhoff.
Mr. Connolly, you still work for Mr. Depp?
I do, yeah.
Okay. And you've worked for him now for about 18 years?
No.
Well, 2 years ago, you said you worked for him for 16 years, so 2 more years would be 18.
No,
now.
I worked with him. I didn't work for him. I worked for a guy called Jerry Judge in Music and Arts. Johnny Depp never paid me. Johnny Depp started paying me 2 years ago.
Okay, so now you were working. Jerry Judge was your boss until he passed away. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and now you get paid directly by Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
You're paid a salary by Mr. Depp?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Depp's also provided you gifts, correct?
Gifts?
Gifts. Money,
Yes.
gifts? And,
No. Yes, Johnny gave me gifts. I've gave Johnny gifts.
and he's given you gifts over $8,500, correct?
$8,500.
Yeah.
He gave me a lot more than that.
Okay. And you're loyal to Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, of course I'm loyal to Mr. Depp. I'd be loyal to you if I was working for you.
Okay. Now, going to Australia, you said you went to Australia in 2015 with Mr. Depp, correct? Or you went before Mr. Depp, but you were there to work for Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And Jerry Judge was also there?
Not when I arrived, no.
But Jerry Judge was eventually in Australia, correct?
Correct.
And Nathan Holmes was also in Australia as well, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Depp came to Australia in February of 2015, correct?
Correct.
And when Mr. Depp first came to Australia, Amber was not with Mr. Depp, right?
I don't recall. I don't recall if Amber arrived with Johnny or Amber arrived later.
You don't know one way or the other?
No.
And Mr. Depp stayed in a house in Australia, correct?
Correct.
And you and the security team were about 40 minutes away from the house Mr. Depp was renting, correct?
25, 30. 30, 40. Yeah, you're correct. If it's a traffic day, yeah, 40 minutes at most.
And alcohol was in the house in Australia, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Depp consumed alcohol before Amber arrived in Australia, isn't that right?
Yeah, he would have done, yes.
Okay. And if Mr. Depp consumed illegal drugs before Amber arrived in Australia?
I'm going to object to speculation.
I wouldn't know.
Overruled, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
And do you know if Mr. Depp spent any time with Marilyn Manson in Australia before Amber arrived?
Don't recall. I don't recall Marilyn Manson being there.
So So as Mr. Depp's security, you don't know if Mr. Depp was with Marilyn Manson at any time?
I left Australia to smuggle 2 dogs back out of Australia back to.
No. I'm talking about I'm talking about in the beginning of March 2015. You were that you were. You don't know one way or the other.
No.
Were you seeing Mr. Depp every day? In early March 2015?
No, not at the beginning. I had other duties.
Okay. So you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing at that time, correct?
No, I wasn't with him.
Okay. And you don't know when Amber arrived in Australia, correct?
No.
But you do know that Amber stayed with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about a resident security team that was at the Australia house, is that right?
That's correct.
And were there about was there anyone from the resident security team in the house when you arrived on March 8th, 2015?
No.
Okay. And the resident security team, is it your understanding that they were there? That they were kind of guarding the house?
They would have been in the grounds, but the substantial grounds, real substantial grounds. They would have been at the grounds somewhere.
But they didn't go into the house on March 8th, correct?
I don't know. I never seen them in the house.
Okay. And so when you arrived at the house and went in, was it just Mr. Depp and Amber Heard?
Just Mr. Depp and Amber Heard.
Okay. And
There
before
may be someone else there. I never visibly seen anyone else. I wasn't there long enough to chat to anybody.
and when you arrived at the house, you could hear a ruckus, correct?
Yes. Well, yes, I could hear. No, yeah, I could hear. Definitely hear something through the door. Yeah.
But you said the door was so thick you couldn't hear the actual words that were being said. Is that right?
No, just a shouting.
And then you went in the house and saw Mr. Depp in the foyer, correct?
Yes, correct.
And Mr. Depp was trying to urinate in the foyer, wasn't he?
No.
Mr. Depp had his penis out of his
Objection.
pants, didn't he?
I think I would remember
Relevance.
seeing Mr. Depp's penis.
I'll allow. Next question.
And you were trying to get Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Correct. I was trying to get Mr. Depp out of the house. Yes.
And Mr. Depp was refusing to leave the house, was he not?
Not so much refused. He just wanted 2 minutes to say his piece.
You took Mr. Depp's arm to try to move him out, but he broke away, isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, so he was strong enough to break away from your grip, correct?
No.
So you had his arm and he broke away, though, correct?
No.
Isn't that what you just said?
No. I let him go.
You let go. But it wasn't
It's my
easy.
boss.
It wasn't
I'm not
easy.
going to drag him by it.
So Mr. Depp's your boss. You'll do what Mr. Depp wants, correct?
No.
It's not easy to get Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Not easy.
Okay. Now, can we play Exhibit 380A, which is already in evidence?
Plaintiffs or defendants, I'm sorry.
It's defendants, Exhibit 380A.
It's 388.
What is this? Sorry, what is this?
And
That's
this is a
bizarre.
recording from Australia, and it's just of Mr. Depp.
I don't think that's in evidence, Your Honor.
Hold on, it's not in evidence.
Our plaintiffs, Exhibit 380A?
I don't believe there are any recordings from Australia in evidence, Your Honor.
I don't
think,
have anything in
this,
evidence.
There definitely is. It's just of Mr. Depp. We can,
I don't have 380 in evidence.
it's 380A.
380. I have, Jamie says it was ID'd but never admitted.
It was never admitted. It was,
Your Honor, the recordings from Australia have other voices on them. and
we're
I
only asking
also-
for it's only the clip of Mr. Depp.
Okay, wait,
Well,
I
I
have it. It's actually plaintiffs, 380A, minute 33 to 34.
What's the foundation for using it with this witness?
He was at the house.
It's in evidence,
It's in
that's
evidence.
fine. So you're playing that clip, correct?
Correct.
Got it on plaintiffs.
What you are and who you are and how you fucked me over and make me feel sick of myself. There's still a lot left in the day. Maybe you should dye your hair. I see your roots.
Did you hear that, Mr. Connolly?
I did, yes.
And that was the sort of condition Mr. Depp was in when you saw him at the house, correct?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Depp was upset and angry when you saw him at the house, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Now, did you take Mr. Depp to the hospital?
Along with others, yes.
Is it your testimony that Mr. Depp was coherent at the hospital?
Yes.
Can you show Defendant's Exhibit 370, and I'd just like you to look at something for a moment. I'm not putting it in, I'm not publishing it, I just want to show them a document. Defendant's Exhibit 370.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on foundation grounds. The witness is not even copied on this document.
I'm going to ask him a question and ask him if it refreshes his recollection. That's all I was going to ask him about. I can use any document to refresh.
Wait, you want to approach for a second, we'll just see what
All right. So I like that audio. What I caught was what you are and who you are makes me feel sick of myself. So I didn't really catch I didn't really catch their big indictment gotcha. I love their little gotchas though, don't you? You know? It's so ridiculous. I am typing for 1 second while we're discussing that. But it's so ridiculous. Like the little tiny snippets of something that you get. Like, haha, did you hear that little snippet where he said that? Like, are you kidding me? That's what your case is? But then again, that's their case, right? Gotcha. You said something tiny right there. Like, are you kidding me? You know, it was like when he called her something the other day. I was thinking, are you kidding me? That's all we got? They like to pretend nobody ever argues. And when you argue, you're the nicest people ever, you know?
You can take it down. Was Mr. Depp's finger was filled with dirt, grime, and paint when you saw it?
Yes.
And now, you say you saw no bruises or cuts on Amber on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that your main concern was Mr. Depp and getting him out of the house, correct?
Correct.
You weren't concentrating on Amber, correct?
I was close enough. If there was any marks on Amber's face, I would have picked that up in 2 minutes.
As you're
trying to the Home Office.
As you're trying to pull Mr. Depp out of the house, you're scanning Amber for bruises and cuts?
Not scanning, but I'm looking at it.
As you're moving Mr. Depp out of the house, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. How do I know what she's going to lift?
Right.
I'm watching her. When I move a client from a bar situation, a house situation, I watch what's happening around me.
But you're not.
I know where the client is. The client's with me.
Right. The client was with you, and you're not scanning. You didn't scan Miss Heard's body for.
I scan everything.
You scanned everything on her body.
Not everything on her body. She's wearing long sleeves, from what I recall.
Okay. And at the hospital, the doctor was told that Mr. Depp cut his finger with a knife, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And you understand that the damage at the house, at Mr. Depp's rented house amounted to about $100,000, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. That's fine. Next question.
In Hicksville, other than when you first arrived, you didn't go to the trailer that Mr. Depp and Amber were staying in, is that right?
Only when I delivered them to it.
Right. And then after you delivered them to
when I delivered them to it, when we first got there.
Right.
We went inside and had a look around, yeah?
But after that, you never went inside the trailer after that, correct?
Correct.
So you have no idea what went on in the trailer between Mr. Depp and Amber, isn't that right?
I was told.
But you have no idea, you don't have any personal knowledge as to what happened.
I never seen it.
Right.
No, I never seen it. No.
And you have no idea how much damage was done to the trailer, correct? Personal knowledge.
I do have an idea.
You have no idea what happened to Amber in the trailer, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you don't, and you talked about that there was tension between Amber and Mr. Depp. You don't know what started the fight, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Depp grab another woman's arm before they moved off to the truck, before the fight started?
No.
Okay. Were you with the company when you were you with the group?
No.
Okay.
I was maybe 20 feet away observing. That's my job, not to get involved. I don't sit with my clients in a personal situation. I just observe.
Now, you testified that at times you saw marks and bruises on Mr. Depp, a fat lip, I think you said. You don't have dates for those times that you saw that, right?
I don't recall. No, you're
Okay.
talking. That's a long time ago. You know, it's
Right. And you testified in the UK in this. You testified in the UK, correct?
correct.
And you gave a witness statement too in the UK, correct?
Correct.
And you never testified to seeing any marks, bruises, or injuries on Mr. Depp, isn't that right, in the UK?
I wasn't asked in the UK.
But you never testified to that, right?
I wasn't asked.
Okay. Now,
Big difference
in the
there.
private, you talked about a private plane that you saw a plastic lighter bounce off of Mr. Depp's chest, correct?
Correct.
And you said you saw Mr. Depp smirking and then he said, was that it? Is that right?
No.
Okay. You don't know what started the fight there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you talked about at the lofts, I think you called it, in Los Angeles, you saw a Coke can get thrown somewhere in the vicinity of Mr. Depp, correct?
I've seen a can,
Right.
not a Coke can. I couldn't tell you what can it was.
Okay. And you don't know what happened before you saw the Coke can get thrown, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you talked about this picture of that you took in Southeast Asia, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never mentioned in the UK matter or in your witness statement Mr. Depp having scratches and bruises on the train, correct?
I was never prompted. I was never asked.
You gave a witness statement that gave the what you saw in a relationship between Amber and Mr. Depp, and you never talked about bruises or cuts on Mr. Depp in Southeast Asia, correct?
No, I wasn't asked that.
Okay. Now, you said only Johnny could make requests for a private dining car, isn't that right?
I said that.
Only Johnny needed a private dining car. Miss Heard didn't need a private dining car, correct?
That would be correct. Oh yeah, that would definitely be correct. Yeah,
Okay.
only Johnny Depp would need a private dining car, but Johnny doesn't want a private dining car.
Okay. Now, you were not present in Miss Heard and Mr. Depp's cabin on the train, right?
No.
And if a fight
That's
occurred,
correct. That's correct.
and if a fight occurred in the cabin, you'd have no way of knowing about it, right?
I wouldn't know.
And you don't know if Mr. Depp was strangling Miss Heard, do you?
No, I wouldn't know.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had his shirt wrapped around Amber's neck, do you?
Objection, speculation, cumulative.
Oh, no, I wouldn't know.
That's
The only
random.
The only reason I would know anything in that cabin.
No, okay,
is if
you
the
wouldn't know.
cabin door was
You
open or
answered,
closed.
sir, you answered that.
All right, we can move on.
Okay. And if we could put up, please, plaintiff's exhibit 120, and this is at 190, and I believe 120 has been in evidence before.
Well, I have 120A, 120B, and 120C.
So I think this would be 120D, if it,
120D?
yeah.
Okay. D.
And I would, Mr. Connolly, I'm asking you questions about the fourth one down. Do you see that?
Yeah, it's not very clear though. I can't.
I'm going
it's tiny.
objection. The document is hearsay. I don't know what the exception would be.
Okay, hold, if you want to come forward, let's.
Yeah, they're going to claim some insane stuff when it comes up. They're already getting the misheard shirt wrapped around her neck. I mean, what in the world? That's an attempt to bias the jury toward claims too. Amber, I love how she fakes the I'm going to cry as well. She was just laughing a few minutes ago with her counsel. Yeah, every time her counsel pulls her across, she like smiles and laughs and then goes back to her sad face. That's just nuts though. Well, you never saw that. Yeah, you never saw Johnny Depp climb the grassy knoll and assassinate JFK, did you? Like, no. You never saw Johnny Depp take one of the screws out of the Challenger and cause it to crash back in the 1980s, did you? No, no, no. You never saw Johnny Depp meeting with Osama bin Laden. It's like, what? Okay. I got you. I got you. So you can just allege anything happens, you know? I mean, with that. What a defense. what a defense, man. You claim anything you want that way. It's so disingenuous. Oh, Lord. You never saw inside the room. He could have been building Russian ICBMs, right? They wouldn't fit in the room, you know?
Take it down. Mr. Connolly, you agree that Ms. Heard's been nothing but respectful and professional to you, correct?
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
We came back for that. He got shot down is what happened, you know?
Mr. Connolly, very briefly, when you were in Ms. Heard's presence in the house in Australia on the day that Mr. Depp lost his fingertip, how far away were you from Ms. Heard?
On the exit, on the egress, about 3 feet, 4 feet at the most.
Can you estimate for us about how long you were in Ms. Heard's presence?
Oh, you know what? Best way to do this is think about it and count it out, okay? "15 seconds, 20 seconds.
How was the light?
Well, it's Australia. The door is massive. It's a wall of glass behind them. The light is absolutely fine. You couldn't get better.
All right, I have nothing further.
All right. Is this a witness subject to recall?
I think so. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Connolly, since you're subject to recall, did not discuss your testimony with anybody and don't watch anything about this case, okay? But you're free to log off today.
Of course, Your Honor, yeah.
All right. You're free to log off today, though,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Your next witness. Mr. Jenkins.
Oh my God, Starling Jenkins is awesome. So Starling Jenkins had to find Johnny Depp's
Mr.
phone.
Jenkins, can you hear me, sir?
Had to buy it back from a homeless guy.
Yes, I can, Your Honor.
All right. Perfect. Thank you, sir. All right. If you raise your right hand for me, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Jenkins. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
And could you please state your full name for the record?
Starling Jenkins III,
And Mr. Jenkins, where do you live?
Los Angeles, California.
And what is your occupation?
Executive chauffeur, security.
And how long have you worked as an executive chauffeur and in security?
Executive chauffeur for 30 years, security for 8 years.
And what occupations did you hold prior to working as an executive chauffeur and in security?
Route sales executive and United States Marines.
Mr. Jenkins, do you know the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
And when did you first meet Mr. Depp?
1993.
How did you first meet Mr. Depp?
He used delivery service to transport him to and from.
So in the 30 or so years that you've known Mr. Depp, what services have you performed for him over the course of that period?
Child care, animal care, personal assistant duties, security, and transportation.
And could you estimate approximately how many hours per week would you provide those services to Mr. Depp?
40 to 60 hours.
And can you describe generally your interactions with Mr. Depp in the time that you've worked for him?
Pleasant, always upbeat.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Amber Heard?
Yes.
And when did you first meet Miss Heard?
After the filming of the Rum Diary project.
And can you describe generally your interactions with Miss Heard?
Pleasant, cordial, very respectful.
And so, in your time working with Mr. Depp, did you ever observe Mr. Depp's and Miss Heard's interactions with one another?
Yes.
And can you describe those interactions generally, please?
Very cordial, very aware that people are around them, very, very friendly.
Did you ever see them argue?
Yes.
Can you describe what you observed about those arguments?
It would be initiated by her. She would try to engage with him. He would tell me to turn the music up.
And so, where did these arguments take place?
In the car.
Do you recall how many times you witnessed them argue?
Twice.
Mr. Jenkins, turning your attention to April 21st, 2016, can you tell the jury what you recall about that day?
Could you repeat the question, sir?
Sure. So, turning your attention to April 21st, 2016, can you tell the jury what you recall about that day?
It was the birthday party being held at the penthouse.
And when you say the penthouse, what are you referring to?
It's the Eastern Columbia building.
And what were you doing that evening?
That evening, I was assigned security on the detail.
Were you inside the residence while the birthday party was taking place?
I was in the CP, the command post that's stationed on the same floor, right outside of the elevators.
And did you interact with Miss Heard at all that evening?
Yes, I did. In regards to getting her clients keys, parking, making sure no one else was on the floor that wasn't invited to the party.
Were there any issues at the birthday party at the time that you were present at the penthouses?
No issues except for the boss did not show up.
And do you recall what time you left that day?
11:15 p.m. that evening.
And Mr. Jenkins, what happened the next day, April 22nd, 2016?
I arrived early, 10:45. Went upstairs to the penthouse. I was informed by Amber that she got in a fight with Johnny last night. She threw his personal property over the balcony into the streets, 9th and Broadway.
And when you say personal property, what are you referring to?
His phone, wallet, credit cards, passports, everything that's in his wallet.
Did Ms. Heard say anything else to you about this altercation?
Nothing except they were fighting.
So what did you do after Ms. Heard informed you that she had thrown Mr. Depp's personal property off the balcony?
Formulated a plan with Norm from the office to use the Find My Phone app, hit the streets, and try to get lucky.
Did you end up finding Mr. Depp's phone?
Yes, I did. In Skid Row, probably 6 miles from the house.
And who had the phone?
A homeless gentleman, unhoused gentleman. I approached him about the phone. He was honest. He returned it. I gave him a reward for it.
And what was the reward?
$420, chicken tacos, chips, apples, Fiji water.
After finding Mr. Depp's phone, what did you do?
I returned to the penthouse, showed the phone to Amber that I retrieved it. I left it in the CP for the evening security to return it to Mr. Depp.
So after figuring out things with the phone, what happened next?
What happened next is I walked Amber to the car. We got everybody in the car. She's on her way to Coachella. I went back to the penthouse to retrieve the dogs and the luggage.
Were you also going to Coachella with Miss Heard?
Yes, I was. I was the transportation for Amber and her friends while she was at Coachella.
So how did you get to Coachella?
Drove the SUV provided by Johnny, put the animals and all the luggage in, and headed out to the venue.
And the morning of April 22nd, did you see any injuries on Miss Heard?
No marks, no injuries.
And so driving out to Coachella, did anyone drive with you?
I was in the car alone except for the animals.
And how did Miss Heard get to Coachella?
She drove a Mustang.
Was anyone else in her car?
She was with, I believe, her sister and one other friend, her assistant, Savannah.
And do you know how many days Miss Heard and her friends were planning to stay at Coachella?
So the following Monday, I believe it's the 25th of April, we departed.
And do you recall where Miss Heard was staying at Coachella?
We were staying at the Parker boutique hotels there in Palm Springs, outside of Coachella.
Were you also staying at the Parker Hotel?
I also stayed there.
And so did you attend Coachella for work or for pleasure?
For work.
And what was your job that weekend?
Provide security and transportation, animal care, Amber's rolling assistant, take care of her, whatever she needed while she was there at the Parker or in out traveling.
Do you recall what time approximately you arrived at the Parker Hotel on April 22nd?
Around 5:30ish, maybe 5:45.
And what did Miss Heard and her friends do that evening, April 22nd?
That evening, we arrived. We were assigned the rooms. We went with the staff of the Parker Hotel around to the suites where we were staying. They let us in. We let all the luggage in, and we proceeded to plan for that evening to depart by 7:15ish to get to the festival there.
And how did Miss Heard and her friends get from the hotel to the festival that evening?
I drove them directly to there.
And did you have any discussions with Miss Heard on the way to Coachella that evening?
We had a conversation pertaining to the surprise she left in the boss's bed prior to leaving the apartment.
And when you refer to the surprise in the boss's bed, what are you referring to?
The defecation.
And what did Miss Heard say about the defecation in Mr. Depp's bed?
A horrible practical joke gone wrong.
Mr. Jenkins, what observations did you make about Miss Heard at Coachella in April 2016?
She had no worries. She was there to whoop it up. It's her birthday. She's with her friends.
And how often were you with her that weekend?
Was with her every day. She went to the venue from the time that we interacted with the wallet incident, the night before at the party, all the way until Monday. We returned with the pets and the luggage.
And did you observe anything about Miss Heard's health that weekend?
She got sick.
Do you know
She
what
got sick at the second night.
Do you know what caused Miss Heard to be sick?
She was eating the magic mushrooms and drinking red wine on an empty stomach.
And how do you know that she drank red wine and took magic mushrooms?
I saw the room service and I went to their room to collect them, to take them out that evening.
So is that something?
In the car.
Excuse me. Is that something you witnessed?
I witnessed it.
And what did you do in response to Miss Heard being sick at Coachella?
I collected her, got her in the vehicle. She didn't want anyone else to know that she was sick. Take her back to the Parker alone. I took her to the 7-Eleven where I retrieved hydrating fluids, Advil, and let her have those. Got her back to the Parker, got her into the suite, and then went back to pick up everyone else.
And Mr. Jenkins, when you said Miss Heard got sick, do you recall what her symptoms were?
Yeah, she was throwing up.
Mr. Jenkins, did you see any injuries of any kind on Ms. Heard April 22nd, 2016?
No injuries.
Good. I'll sustain. So, yes.
What about the rest of that weekend, Mr. Jenkins? Any injuries that you saw?
No injuries.
Have you ever witnessed any physical abuse between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Now they're going to get up and tell you, you're not there all the time, right?
Good afternoon,
Makeup.
Mr. Jenkins.
Good afternoon.
So just to be clear on the chronology, you met Mr. Depp in 1993, is that right?
Correct.
And you've worked for him ever since?
Off and on? Yes.
Okay. And your salary's paid by Mr. Depp, correct?
Salary? No.
You receive pay for the work that you do for Mr.
Yes.
Depp, correct?
Of course. Yes. Of course.
And Mr. Depp's security is your highest priority in your job, correct?
Yes, it is.
You're loyal to Mr.
His
Depp.
and his family. And his family.
You're loyal to Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to turn to the night of April 21st, 2016. You just to recap, you said you were working a security shift at Amber's birthday at the Eastern Columbia building that evening, correct?
Correct.
And you said that your shift ended around 11:15, correct?
Correct.
And you said the boss still hadn't shown up by the time that you left the Eastern Columbia building, right?
Correct.
So you have no idea where Mr. Depp was or what he was doing from 9:30 p.m. that evening until at least 11:15 when you left the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, I didn't know what he was doing. He was attending to his mother.
You weren't with him.
I had information.
Okay. All right. That's information that you received, but you have no personal knowledge of that.
I have no reason to doubt it. It came from Sean.
Okay.
I have no
Okay. So Mr. Bett told you that?
The boss is out there.
Right. Mr. Bett told you that he was tending to his mother that night?
He didn't say mother. He said the boss was out there. I'm aware of what the situation was, the time frame. He's with his mother.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Okay. And did you have any understanding that he had a meeting with his new business manager earlier that evening where he was told that he was running out of money and that his taxes hadn't been paid in years? Did you have any understanding of that? from Mr.
Objection.
Bett or anyone else?
Objection. Foundation calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And you didn't see Mr. Depp that night, right?
No, I did not.
So you came back the next morning to escort Amber to Coachella, right?
Yes.
And you say that Amber told you that she had thrown Mr. Depp's phone off the roof?
Correct.
And did you come to understand that Mr. Depp had thrown her phone off the roof that evening prior to when Amber threw Mr. Depp's phone off the roof?
She informed me of that.
Okay, she informed you of that. So when you went outside to look for Mr. Depp's phone, you weren't looking for Miss Heard's phone, were you?
She had her phone. She had her phone. She was trying to re-download and back it up.
Okay, so you were only looking for Mr. Depp's phone when you went downstairs to try to, you found it with an unhoused person, you said, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and did I hear you right that you said it was 6 miles away where you found the phone?
Correct.
It actually wasn't 6 miles away. It was actually right below the building, the ECB building,
No, it was
correct?
not.
Okay,
No, it was not.
Can you pull up, does he have a way to see documents that just him, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please pull up the witness statement, Mr. Jenkins? Mr. Jenkins, do you remember giving testimony on Mr. Depp's behalf in the UK trial?
Yes, I did.
And you gave a witness statement first in writing, correct? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then you were examined by the attorneys in the trial, correct?
Correct.
Okay. can you see on your screen the statement do you see a witness statement?
Yes, I see it.
It says witness statement of Starling Jenkins, right?
Correct.
And this is the statement that you wrote and signed as part of the UK trial on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct?
Does that matter?
Correct.
Okay. If you can scroll, please, to page 3 of the document. And Mr. Jenkins, I'm going to read you what you wrote in paragraph 13.
Okay.
And we can go from there. On paragraph 13, you wrote in your witness statement in the UK trial, the Find My iPhone application indicated that Johnny's phone was somewhere on the streets below the balcony of the residence. Did I read that right?
If that's what it says, that's what it says. I'm telling you, the phone was in Skid Row.
Okay,
I have
so
a photo of the gentleman that found it. I have the location where the phone was found.
isn't Skid Row just a few blocks away from the Eastern Columbia building?
No, it's on 6th and Main, I guess, depending on what area you are.
Okay, so one of these two sworn statements, either what you just said in court just now, that it was found 6 miles away, or this, one of these is false, correct?
It's just inadequate as far as the location. The location is not below the penthouse. It's not on Broadway. It was found on Broadway by the unhoused man, and then he lives off of Skid Row.
Okay. Now let's move on to Coachella, please. You were with Amber and her friends that weekend at Coachella, and you testified a little bit about what you saw. Is it fair to say that Amber and her friends were having a good time that weekend?
Yes, it was.
And there were thousands of other people at that music festival too, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware that Amber's sister Whitney was pregnant and sober that weekend?
Wasn't my information, wasn't my knowledge.
Were you aware that Amber's sister Whitney threw up in a parking lot that weekend?
No.
Okay. To your knowledge and understanding, Mr. Jenkins, there's nothing wrong with wanting to spend time with your friends at a music festival after being abused by your husband, right?
What abuse?
That's not an abnormal thing to want to be around your friends, correct?
She was partying it up with her friends. She was partying it up.
And you said you didn't hear anything about, she didn't say anything to you about domestic violence having taken place, correct?
Nothing in the car pertaining to that.
Would it surprise you that she might not want to talk to someone who had worked for her husband for around 23 years at that point about domestic violence? Would that surprise you?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Ms. Heard texted you on May 12th, 2016, asking you to call her, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bother to respond to that text, correct?
Correct.
And that was the last communication that you had with her, correct?
Correct.
Now, you weren't, just to be clear, you weren't at Amber's house on Orange Avenue in March 2013 when Johnny was there, correct?
I might have driven him to the location. I'm familiar with the address.
But you didn't enter the house at any point in March 2013, correct?
Depending on if he had luggage or gifts going upstairs, I might have.
But you didn't hang out with him inside the house, right?
Hurry up and wait in the car, sir.
And you weren't at the Hicksville Trailer Palace in late May or early June 2013, right?
No.
You weren't on a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May 2014, correct? With Johnny and Amber. You weren't you weren't with Mr. Depp and Amber in the Bahamas in August 2014, correct?
Correct.
You weren't with Mr. Depp and Amber in Tokyo in January 2015, correct?
No, I was not there. Correct.
You weren't with Mr. Depp and Amber in Australia in March 2015, correct?
Correct.
You weren't at Thanksgiving with them in Penthouse 5 of the Eastern Columbia building in November 2015, correct?
I believe I was there.
You
I
didn't,
might
you
have been
weren't,
assigned the detail. I don't have the schedule, but I might have been assigned the detail that day.
You were-
Thanksgiving, it's a holiday.
sure. You don't have any specific recollection of that one way or the other, though, correct?
I would probably say I was on duty that day.
Whoops.
It's the holiday.
Okay.
Whoopsie.
You weren't celebrating Thanksgiving in Penthouse 5 with them that evening, correct?
I was in the CP.
Okay, and that's a separate room, correct?
Oh, got to add to that
Separate
one now,
room,
don't
On
we?
the same level, correct.
And you weren't in the Bahamas in late December 2015, correct? With them?
Correct.
You weren't in the ECB with just the two of them the night of December 15th, 2015, correct?
That is right before the Christmas party, I believe. Correct.
And finally, you weren't in the penthouse of the Eastern Columbia building on the night of May 21st, 2016 with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that you have no personal knowledge of what went on between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard behind closed doors, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
That's their big. Yeah,
Just
redirected.
very quickly, Your Honor, do we have
Take apart their
Mr.
stupid
Jenkins'
gotcha.
witness statement? Or perhaps?
Because they've been essentially just called the man a liar over a stupid, like, little, where he said under the balcony. I mean, that could mean
And
anything.
if we could go to the third page, please. Mr. Jenkins, directing your attention to paragraph 13, which Mr. Rottenborn had you look at just a second ago.
Yes.
He read the first sentence of that witness statement. The Find My iPhone application indicated that Johnny's phone was somewhere on the streets below the balcony of the residence. Walked out. Could you please read for the jury the second part of that paragraph?
I walked out onto the street, did not see the phone. I then asked several homeless people if they had the phone. One homeless man admitted to me that he had the phone, returned the phone to me in exchange for the following: $425 in cash, 3 chicken tacos, 2 bags of chips, 2 apples, 4 bottles of water.
And so do you recall where you found the iPhone that day?
Yes, I do.
Objection asked and answered.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Jenkins, moving to Coachella, Mr. Rottenborn asked you about Whitney Heard. Do you know who that is?
Yes, I do.
Do you know the difference between Whitney Heard and Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
And who was sick that
One
day?
is the boss's wife, one is the boss's sister-in-law.
Who was sick that day at Coachella?
Amber was sick.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
We're trying to say the security
No, Your
can't
Honor.
tell the difference.
All right, Mr. Jenkins, you're free from testimony, and therefore you're free to do whatever you need to do, or you can watch the proceedings. It's up to you. But you're done for today, though. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you to the court.
All right, have a good day.
You also.
All right.
You're awesome, he said.
All right, I think it's close enough to 5:30 that I think we've had enough of a week. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to go ahead and be done with the testimony for this week. Although, since I won't see you till Monday, I want to give you the long jury instruction that I give you every Thursday evening, just so we all remember our responsibilities, okay? So at this time, remember that you are not to read anything about this case. You are not to watch anything about this case. You are not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you are not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social networking sites such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, blogs, or similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. For example, you cannot look information up on the internet that is related to this case or related to the persons involved in this case, nor may you consult dictionaries or other reference materials. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the 4 walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. You also may not communicate about this case or the persons involved in this case with your fellow jurors, okay? Hope you have a good weekend. It's supposed to be great weather on Saturday. Go outside, get some fresh air, okay? And just enjoy your weekend, and we'll see you back Monday at 10, okay? Thank you so much.
All right. That was a fascinating little end there, wasn't it? I mean, basically, they decided they were going to call Starling Jenkins a liar. That's what they were angling for. Starling Jenkins, I actually have his testimony, so let's pull that up. Since they were going to call him a liar over a sentence,
And
let's
as
you and I
always,
actually.
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, please do not do any posting on social media and do not talk to the press. I appreciate it, and have a good weekend. For the attorneys, tomorrow. What time? How many? Did we do our homework this week? Yes? We did. Work in progress. Okay, so are we still doing 19 tomorrow? 20. You added one for me. That's lovely. Okay, great. So we'll do 20 tomorrow. So I would suggest 8 o'clock. Can everybody be here at 8? Sound good? Okay, we'll be here at 8 a.m. and we'll just do them until we're done. So bring a lot of meals, okay? All right, we'll see you tomorrow then. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Let's pull up Starling Jenkins' testimony since they made such a big deal out of it. Yeah? Let's do that together real quick. I have it right here with me because it's actually marked on my browser. I've pulled it up so many times over the last couple of years that it's freaking marked on one of my browsers. Give me a second here. All right, so this is the testimony they were trying to big gotcha with. I want to pull up what they were throwing at him. Like, again, he's even more descript. I'm surprised they didn't also try, since they were trying for gotchas over over the 420. I'm surprised they weren't like, oh, but you said 425 and not 420. So this is what he said, though. Okay, look, he didn't say he found it underneath the balcony. He said the Find My iPhone application indicated that Johnny's phone was somewhere on the streets below the balcony of the residence. I walked out to the streets but did not see the phone, and I then asked several homeless people if they had it. One homeless man admitted to me that he had the phone. He returned the phone to me in exchange for the following: $425 cash, 3 chicken tacos, 2 bags of chips, 2 apples, and 4 bottles of water. So there's no statement in there. Their big gotcha moment, there was no gotcha in that whatsoever. Oh, you said you found it under there? It didn't say he found it under there. He said it wasn't there. And I had to start asking homeless people where exactly it was. From there, I found it because a homeless guy told me. It doesn't say where he found it. It doesn't say like if he had to, how far he had to search to find it. They wanted to pull that gotcha. Ridenborn was salty today, man. They must feel really desperate or something. Because, I mean, Ridenborn, he has been salty all freaking afternoon, you know? That's just nuts, though. He asked people, and did he ask people under the balcony? It's just in the wording there. Again, he says, I walked down on the streets, did not see the phone. I asked several homeless people if they had it. So in the homeless thing, again, you're not following his travel. You're not, hey, let's go out. That's the whole thing with a witness statement. Typically, a witness statement is prepared for you. This is deposition. You say what you saw. Someone will write it up for you, and you'll end up signing off on it. You don't type this up yourself. So they decide to condense your story, or they decide to keep it. You're not writing an essay. Dear diary, today I decided that I would go out and do that. You're condensing an entire story. You're not putting in your dialogue that you had with people. You're not talking about your travels. You're condensing a story into a. I'm sure this took hours to locate the phone because you had to find somebody that had it, and you condensed it into 3 sentences. So, again, no big gotcha there, but they played it out like it was, Dear diary, today I told everybody in the world, believe all women, but I told them not to believe a black man. Uh-huh. Yeah. Dear Diary, society still has not forgotten the lesson of Emmett Till, where you don't believe all white women because, well, yeah. Oopsie. Yep, that's pretty racist. That's what I'm saying. That's pretty racist. How dare you, Amber? How dare you not respect that black man? His truth. His truth. If you get to hear your truth, we get to hear his truth. Somebody said that he got scatfished. I was like, oh, gross. That was a comment I saw earlier today. Oh, he got scatfished. I was like, oh my, gross, man. That's pretty foul. Now, it's been an interesting case, though, as far as showing the world. Because remember, show the world, Johnny. Show the world. Let's see if anyone believes you, my home slice. That's verbatim. She called him home slice. Lord, she's such an unbelievable bag of a terrible human being, for real. I'm rolling back to the beginning of Super Chats. It's taking a minute. All right, let's get back here in the beginning. Morning, Tug. Sorry to start your day with a revolt, but we got to talk. You've deprived us peasants of sexy toast for 2 days in a row. Want some Amica? Yeah, I was running late today, by the way. I was talking to a source, a very important source about some stuff, and I was trying to hammer out a few details too while we're going through things. So I mean, it was kind of necessary, but it did make me late for the moment. So I was in a hurry when I got in here. Apologies for that. Remember, tomorrow we do not have trial. By the way, there is no trial on Fridays. Just hammer that in there. We may have a live stream later at night. We'll probably have a live stream Saturday and probably Sunday too, because there's so much stuff to catch up on. So. Heather Robert, thanks for the two. Her being sick from mushrooms explains the bros poop. Hey, I mean, it's gross. Like again, you can check this out for yourself, but I'm just gonna say, I wouldn't spend a lot of time in the nasty poopsies. There's some really gross stuff that actually I think I'll do the Super Chats backwards instead of forward. We'll go with the back of them, you know. Carolyn Starr, thanks for the 7 there. You're doing a great job. Like how you cover the case. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. You know, I do appreciate that. Zom, thank you for the 5 there. Rottenborg does have gotcha moments in the whole case, but none of them matter. They're so inconsequential to the real issue. The jury doesn't care. Yeah, you have to wonder. I mean, again, he's trying to impeach the the one that really stuck out to me was Johnny was urinating on the floor. I mean, didn't you see him with his penis out? And Malcolm Connolly was like, I think I'd remember that. You know what I mean? I think I remember doing with his penis out, like doing that. But hey, okay. Tarantula Ravenbud, thanks for the 2 there. AH is drinking Pedialyte in that water bottle. You know what's strange? She wants you to believe that a security guard that is there is going to mistake her for... Have you ever seen her sister, by the way? Let me look up Whitney Heard, okay? Because Whitney Heard's voice is just grating, too. Like, when you look at Whitney Heard, you don't get them confused. Like, they don't look the same. Like, they don't look the same at all. Like, I know they want to sell us the idea that they look the same, but I'm going to show you both of them. And you tell me, even just you, are you going to get these two confused, okay? All right, so here's Whitney. There's Amber. Do they look the same to you in any way, shape, or form? Actually, and again, I mean this in no disrespectful way, I actually thought that her sister was trans when I first saw the pictures, because I thought, you know, by jaw and everything, I thought the sister was trans. Again, I don't mean that rudely in any way. That's what I thought immediately. I thought that at first. I thought I didn't realize that Amber Heard had a trans sister. And then I heard about the then I heard about then I heard about the reality shows and stuff, and I was like, oh wait, that's not a trans sister. My bad. I guess that are they allowed to complain if I say that anymore? Is that rude if you complain? How dare you? You know. But yeah, I thought that was their trans sister. So Michael Sanger, thanks for the 2. Unhoused person. Seriously? Did you catch that? Unhoused person? You can't say homeless. They're unhoused. They're unhoused. Heather Robert, thanks for the 2. Leroy Jenkins. Exactly. Gaz, thanks for the 2. Did you see her smirk when he said she the bed? Yeah. And she also, so Starling Jenkins said that it was a practical joke gone wrong. Yeah, so they want to say that it didn't happen. And now, we hear practical joke gone wrong. Again, there can't be any culpability or liability for her, because the only liability, she brings out the lie and liability, but there's nothing else in there, Helena Couch, thanks for the 2 there. Oh no, after she cut his finger off, he was mad. I know. And the audio too. It's always, he's mad. He's like, I hate myself for being here with you. Marie McMichael, thanks for the 5 there. Appreciate that. No statement, but plenty of statement in backing. Thank you for that. Smooch Pooch, I bet you what she wrote in her diary is JD doing to her what she was really doing to him. I bet you money. I bet you will get, what was crazy, again, you heard them say, well, you didn't know if JD was strangling her. You don't know if he had his shirt wrapped around her neck. I mean, you could just throw in any random thing that you want and attribute it to him these days, Like under that, I was making a joke about it, but seriously, you can say anything you want under that, You don't truly know if, let me just pick a random person out of here. You don't know if Aunt on there was standing on that umbrella guy's back, riding him like a surfboard, making him use his sound modifier, do you? And they were like, no, I don't. My name is Starling Jenkins. What a stupid freaking defense. Yeah. We don't know anything the people were doing. I got you, Rotten. I got you. There's Alex. Thanks for the 10. Amber really screwed the pooch. Jesus, it keeps getting worse and worse with regular regards to the proceedings. Win, lose, or draw. There's a clear winner here, and the public victory is priceless. That's exactly what I've been saying. No matter what happens, she's the one that loses publicly. She's lost this battle publicly. What is she winning here? What is she winning? Kelly Jansen, thanks for the 10. Didn't AH donate the $3.5 million to the Children's Hospital, or did they only get $100,000? JD donated on her behalf. She didn't donate at all. Well, we're going to hear maybe a few other private donation, I guess. But as far as we know, there's a very little that has been donated to the CHLA. Again, installment plan. Like I said, that doesn't work. My singing's so amazing. Thank you. I think I'll be here all trial. Elizabeth Stafford, thanks for the 2. Man, I could do super chats like that. Let's see how a super chat works. Singing it. Elizabeth Stafford, thank you for the 2. The poop was on JD's side of the bed. Scamber did it. Oh, yeah, you're right. S, thank you for the 5. Can you break down the $14.2 million he spent? What are community liabilities? That didn't go as well for the second time. The first one did. The first one did good. Okay, community liabilities, again, that could be any kind of debt that you incur together. Any kind of cost or any kind of debt. We don't know what all of that entails. We don't know what all of the community liabilities were, though. So, breaking them down now, I can't break them down because we don't know that. But they spent $14 million thereabouts together, so I don't really know. Lisa Craddock, thanks for the 5. Dr. Curry indicated, but didn't state that AH tested high in the MMPI-2. Lie scale, trying to fake PTSD, not BD and HBD. She actually was, she noted multiple times. I bet you it's in her report, but we don't have access to it. But yeah, she reported evasiveness. And evasiveness, these do scale for evasiveness. So, I mean, you're right. You can scale that. Christopher George, thanks for the 2. She's going to pay JD in installments. Whew. Yeah. Wait until see you next lifetime, right? Tambers Blitz, thanks for the 10. Get a mega pint of something on me. Definitely. This weekend, like I say, I'm going to take the kids out and everything. I have to set aside. I told my wife, I was like, well, if I have a live stream, it as big as things are, it'll probably make a few, maybe make a few $100 in super chats. But you know what? I'm going to set aside today. I will make videos tonight all the way through, and I take the family out because, like I said, I'm obsessive compulsive. I have to stop myself, or I will sit here every day and cover because I enjoy it. I enjoy doing it. It feeds a need, a compulsion in my head. But at the same time, you gotta remember why you do that. And part of that, again, when the trial's gone, it's gone too. Although, when the trial's gone, here's a reality too. Depending on the outcome, she's going to sue him. She's going to try to sue anyway. And that God knows what the aftermath is going to look like with this. It's going to be weird. Cass, thanks for the 5. He's terrible. Pays his staff, keeps them happy, gives them gifts. Always pleasant to be around. So criminal. I know. Did you see that big gotcha with, he gave 8,500, and Malcolm McConnelly was like, I had to look the number up. And Malcolm McConnelly was like, no, he gave me more than $8,500. I was like, hell yeah, you tell him, Malcolm. That guy's nice to you. He doesn't treat you like crap. Exactly. Italians do it better. Thanks for the $13.99. Hi, Tug. I had the TV on all day, but I'll be honest with you, I missed quite a bit. Can you tell me what happened as well? Tell me what you thought of today's witnesses. How's it looking for Johnny? I thought the witnesses did good today, to be honest. I mean, we had we had a few people drop some pretty big like bombshell. If you wanna blow by blow of it, if you missed like big parts of it, that's one thing that we can we actually have a log of. If you miss the ACLU stuff, the beginning, holy crap, do this. So I take screenshots and I write down high points that I think. So I make notes for myself too, and that way we can review it later as well in detail, like in a live stream. But the ACLU, they were on the stand today, and that was big time. That was big time. They admitted everything. They admitted the articles was about him. They admitted that she wanted it to be about him. I mean, they admitted everything on the stand. So, as far as culpability, they threw out everything, But if you want to break down like post by post or point by point, I put a lot of them up there. Then you had Ed White. Ed White took the stand. That's the financial guy for JD. He detailed that Amber Heard didn't get $7 million in money. She demanded $14,258,000 actually, and between them, she got 2 payments of $6.8 million. JD paid $500,000 to her lawyers. Plus, he settled community liabilities. That would be whatever debt they incurred together of almost $13.5 million. So actually, that's the cost he brought on. Just insane costs. Heather Roberts, thanks for the 5. My contribution to your kids' ice cream this weekend. Thank you for that. Thank you for all your hard work put in. Thank you, wife, for letting us borrow you through this. Yeah, I'll be honest. I mean, this stuff, hey, the YouTube facet. I got on YouTube to talk about what I thought was injustice, and through comic books, ad revenue, and through like super chats and fun. I mean, it's life changing stuff. So I mean, it's definitely had a positive impact there. And you folks you show up. You are the ones that are to blame for goodness in the world. It has, though. My kids will grow up with a life that we wouldn't have had before that. It's interesting because I always it's fascinating because like people in my family were always like, why would the educational background and stuff you have, why would you choose mental health, especially community mental health? Where you service the poor basically. Like you could go out and do something with privatized insurance and make more money. Like, well, I'll figure it out along the way. And it just all fell into, one day it all worked out. So it's amazing how that works. But like I said, y'all are the huge part of that. Huge, like the overwhelming, because I could sit here being talking to the void, but I'm not. And you guys make that happen. So thank you. Nixie Boy, hey, thanks for the 50 there. Thank you so much for your coverage, Tug. You're a true legend. Enjoy your time off and family time. Much love. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll be up until god-awful o'clock tonight making videos for tomorrow. Actually, I've got it pretty much done. So what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to make a video about the police footage. I'm going to take all of the police footage together. So you're going to have it'll be the entire from when they walked up to the front thing to when they leave the elevator. So that'll be the first set of officers plus the 2 sets of body cams. That'll be about 13 minutes, I think. And it'll have the stuff with Josh Drew in the middle too. Drew Funk, Drew. I don't know why I said Drew. My brain. Carol Funk, my brain. I don't know where I got Drew. Thanks for the 5. Johnny's finger was cut off, and Amber is screaming at him. Yeah, isn't that crazy? So we heard from Malcolm Connolly that she's like, yeah, leave with your boys. F you. Telling him he's not a man. You always leave, and he's got his finger chopped off. I mean, good God. And thanks for the 2. Can the jury award JD more than $50 million? They can award damages and all types of. Yeah, they can make decisions on that. But he's saying, the damages that she did were $50 million. Yeah. KG, thanks for the 2. Can Amber Turd can see the case and let Johnny win? She could do a settlement or something, but she won't, because what she would have to do, JD is not going to concede. You know what? I imagine JD would actually settle for one thing. He would settle if she would admit guilt, admit the lie, make a public statement. He would take that, I'm sure. But she'll never give it. She'll never give it. She'd want a statement like we saw in the or rather in the divorce. That's what she would want. Hey, I'm just gonna do my thing there. To witness, he's not a doctor, but Rottenborn can say what he thinks is a type of injury on Amber. What a joke. Makes himself the biggest clown. That's true, Heather Roberts. Thanks for the 5 on that. And that is very true. It's funny. Oh, you can't talk about being a doctor. You don't know what an injury is like. But yeah, then he defines injury. Yeah, I find that to be fascinating too. Thanks for the 2 there. Not all women, just most. Don't be blue-pilled. No, it's got to be like this. Look, you can't say believe all women because that doesn't work. But you also can't turn around and say blame all women. It doesn't work that way. You can't be one or the other. You have to individuate things. Oh, what's that? What are you doing? You want to say hi? Hello. Hey, come here. Come here for a second. I'm live. We have a few thousand people talking.
For being the best dad ever and
it's a
for
what?
being yourself.
Oh, you got me a ring, huh? Wow. Mom basically bought it. Actually, I think I bought it. Come here. Come here. You want to say hi to the people real quick?
Hello.
Oh, that's pretty. I like it. You got me a ring, huh? That is very nice.
And please subscribe to my channel if you haven't subscribed already.
Oh, you trying to plug your channel there? Yeah, we haven't done anything. Like she had a channel where she would record like little. Well, I'll link it for them. Okay, I'll show them in a minute. Because YouTube changed.
Subscribe to my dad too if you haven't already.
What's your name? Who are you?
Lug.
Little Umbrella Girl, huh?
Mhm.
What's your channel called?
Littlest Umbrella Girl.
Littlest Umbrella Girl. Let's find you. Let's see. It didn't pull right up, baby. Why don't you pull your channel up? Why don't you pull it up on your device? I can't remember the exact name.
It didn't pull up.
It didn't pull up. Well, I'll have to look it up. It's not Littlest Umbrella Girl. It's a different name. I just can't pull it. I can't remember it right on the top of my head. I'm sorry, baby.
Little Umbrella Girl?
It's Little Umbrella Girl. Maybe that's my brain there. Yeah, there we go. I found you.
Little Umbrella.
Yeah, so I'm going to put the link for your channel in the description, okay? All right. Yeah, she made like videos. There's her channel. So if you want to subscribe to it, she would make she hasn't made anything in a couple of years there. See, YouTube, she would do like she'd like to do little advice things on like sharks. Just tell you about them. Here are.
Yeah. Hey, pull up one of my shorts.
You want me to pull one of them up? You want me to show them real quick what you make? Because I think they're cute. They would love one. After this crazy day, they would love one. I'll pull the shark one up. I like it. I think it's cute. It's the first one you made. Yeah.
But like,
so here's your shark one. I'll play it. Okay. Here we go. You can't hear it, can you?
well, a bunch of people yank pets, but goldfish are even better. Even other fish are doing chunks. But you have to watch out for great whites. They might eat you, but you don't have to watch out for whale sharks. They're pretty nice. They have yellow teeth to chew up the food, but they won't eat or bite you unless you step on them. Because some fish are into sharks.
See, that's what she does with her channel. It's cute. Like I said, it's I love it, but they
from a few years back, and I reacted to my shorts comment, and one of the comments said, "Everybody gangsta until Doug starts spitting facts."
Yeah, exactly. All right, here, give me pound it out. Thank you for my ring. I appreciate it. All right, I'll see you later, baby. Thank you, baby. Yeah. Like when YouTube changed its rules on stuff, like her channel, like it just you can't promote them at all because they just let them. So she's like, "Oh, what happened to my channel?" I'm like, "Well, they changed all the rules about it. They just like killed it. I mean, it's not anything you did. Because it's that is cute. Let's see." Aussie Rose, thanks for the 20 there. Thank you, Vivian Warrior, for Johnny Tuck. Oh, thank you for that. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for 279. Amber's Rough, Sexy Partners, and they don't want to say. Miss Dog Lover. Let's see, I saw that one before. Yes, and I agree. The chat will explode when Depp gets up there. I mean, he will. It will explode when Heard gets on. It's gonna be insane when Amber Heard finally takes the stand. That will be a crazy day. That'll take a crazy day. So Amber Heard, somebody, Christine, thanks for the 2, said $30K on wine. That's just her wine bill. He said something like the bill was actually like $10,000 a month for wine. Can you imagine that, though? Spending $10,000 a month on wine for one person. That was her wine bill. $10,000 a month. Like, that's nuts. Let's see. I can't believe the amount of money that was spent on that. There were a few questions about communal liability. I think I answered that, though. 2012 Jameson said she got $1 million per month. That's true. I mean, she got paid well. You know, Elizabeth Stafford, thanks for 2. What's up with the towel around her neck? Lou lies. I haven't heard that one, but she's going to come up with some crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. You know she is. Cass, thanks for 2. Did y'all ever see the article about Kevin Costner? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so if people, again, this is not a confirmed thing. This popped up in the media talking about Kevin Costner, but it sounds just like the story where we heard about Johnny Depp first meeting her. So Kevin Costner supposedly said in a group of people, quote, "When you broke up with him for a day or 2, though, it didn't take you long to find your way into my trailer naked, though, did it?" That's what one site reported that Kevin Costner supposedly said about Amber Heard. And again, back when, it was pretty noted that Amber Heard had let's just say a reputation in Hollywood. You know, she wanted to get ahead, and well, to get one, that's terrible to say. I'm gonna say it anyway. She would give one. So, Don D's, thanks for the 2. Can you post the link to the op-ed? I've never seen it. For the article itself, you talking about for the Washington Post op-ed? Yeah, I'd have to pull it up. You can look it up though. You can look up Washington Post Amber Heard op-ed. Let me see if I can just find it right fast if I type it. Washington. It may be buried in the new stuff. Washington Post op. Yeah. Because it's definitely, like, there's so much stuff going on talking about it. It's probably buried now. No, here it is. It's right there at the top. Okay. Here, if you've never looked at her article, this is the basis of it. I'll actually push it into the chat. Okay. So that's the article that started all of this off. Right. I mean, it's crazy there. It is crazy. Somebody else asked again, they asked for 20. Doesn't anyone fact check these allegations like the ACLU or the Post? I did read that before, but no, they don't. Like, again, that's the problem with statements like this. They figured that it would be okay that they did this the way that they did, that no one would care, that no one would care at all. Cute Chaos, thanks for the 5. No statement, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. Smith Stein, thanks for the 2. 2 a day with a handful of MDA. Did I read that? She took a lot of MDA, man. MDA. She took a lot of MBAs. That's what I feel like I'm saying when I mess it up every now and then. It sounds like I'm going to talk about her MBA. She definitely didn't have a master's in business. Master's in business wasn't what she was puking in the parking lot for. Sprout's mom, thanks for 2. Her lawyer is quaking in his rotten boots. That's funny. Red, thanks for the 5. Oh, Till It Right said Amber should have gotten more money from Johnny Depp. Wow, Amber is a gold digger. Yeah, he spent a lot of time trying to deflect that, didn't he? Well, thanks for the 10 there. He should change his name to Mr. Objection, writing down. He does object a lot, doesn't he? Ash, thanks for the 2. He was salty today. I'm for real. I mean, his man little Speedo panties, whatever you call those things. I don't know what he calls those particular, the manly garb that he wears underneath there. His little boy underoos that he keeps around, He's like, they chase away the night-night terror, the night-night feels. They chase away my fears of Amber. He was like, dear diary, I got up one day and I found something chocolate on my pillow. Wonder if Amber broke in. Yeah, it looks good. Can you hand me my thing? Yeah. Yeah, she came down here and gave it to me. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, my wife's asking me what I thought of the little. She got me a ring. I like rings. I'm neurotically called toward rings. Look at that way. Like that better than that round one? Yeah, I like that. Thank you. Anyway, I got to stuff that I'm live. I've been trolling Turd Team pretty hard. I laugh at them, but I never talk to them publicly. I never communicate with any of these people publicly. Like that's just part of it. I like it. But you going up? Oh, steaks. Oh man, must be a crazy day there. Tug dropped Laura B an invite. She said she's not doing live streams right now while she's at the trial. After they kicked those people out, like they were all worried about them targeting and getting them kicked out. So I haven't been inviting any of those folks at all. Like I'm just not going to mess with them because I don't want them getting in trouble. Because Amber Heard's team, they're waiting for any reason to try to target or kick them out, and just they're trying to stay above reproach. So, like I said, I haven't been inviting Laura or anyone on for that reason. Not because of anything else. That I like Laura. Laura's a good people. If you haven't followed her, in fact, online, you definitely should. The real Laura B on Twitter. She's, like I said, she's good people. Actually, I like her as a person, not just as a cover person for the story. Average Joe, thanks for the buck and the super sticker of poo-poo. See, you see way too many poop emojis during this. Savage Links, thanks for the 10. My pain can wait till the donk's in my face because Tug's singing is new real good. I know. Man, I dropped that new beat, Sometimes I do. I'm like, I got my wicker on, baby. Yeah, 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 yeah. Singing to the chat about how. I'm going to do my Rottenberg song, I'm going to do my song about Rottenberg and his chocolate drops. Rottenberg's chocolate drops. Yeah. I got my Rottenberg chocolate drops, baby. Yeah, I'm not doing that anymore. I got to be inspired. Oh, it's so gross. K-Rab, thanks for the 20 there. Appreciate you taking all this time to stream and inform us of the details of the case. I hope this isn't affecting your day job. It's not. You know what it did? I had to spend every freaking, I had to spend all my vacation and sick days and everything else. So I was going to have to take leave. But I need to. I've got to go over this stuff. By the way, it looks like this year, if you're going to be in the Houston area around the end of July, there's an anime matsuri that's on that, and there will be a bunch of us, like Yellow Flash, Nick Ricada, myself. I'm not sure everybody yet that will be there, but there are going to be a bunch of us there. I haven't decided. I'll wear a mask goofing off, but I haven't decided. Like, I don't have to wear a mask anymore. Like, it's not a big deal, but I like to wear a mask. I think it's fun. Just to be honest, I like wearing it. I enjoy it. I think there are a lot of, I don't know, there's just something kind of nice about that. Again, I've been doxxed before, so it isn't like I have to worry about that. But Chesty LaRue, thank you for that. $17.99. No statement with that, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. I'm rolling through a few of them, Warren, thanks for the 10. Oh, Tuggy Man. Okay, I saw that one. Yeah, somebody mentioned before the Stand cover, and the Stand was terrible. I always thought that she was hired to be part of the Stand because of her marriage. I thought it was always a direct commentary on it. Because think about this. So she was hired to be Nadine Cross. Nadine Cross, I'm just going to speak in. I'm not going to explain the characters very well. It's just, if you think about the role that she's in, she's supposed to be the promised wife of your Antichrist figure. The walking man, the walking dude, Randall Flagg, And she's terrible. She does horrible things. She hurts people, but it gives her an out. I always thought, man, that's commentary on Johnny Depp. The real commentary was that it flopped and it damaged the network so bad that they changed their name. But I always thought that's the reason that they did that. What do you think about that? Do you think they hired on, for the statement there? Like I said, I personally think that was the issue. Hashtag #ShePoo question. Amber threatened JD's life to a fake Jack Depp account on Instagram, and I think I recall her dad making threats. Oh yeah, I talked about that with the kid. I don't remember her making any threats. Now, like I said, there's the if you want to go through it one day, we'll go through that Kalaki statement. That's again his statement. It will not be in this trial because there's just not time for it. But his statement has some crazy stuff in it. Can you please stream those off-the-record moments in between, before, after the trial, so we can see Johnny and AH's moments and interactions? Well, they have, the trial actually has, so in the live footage, they have, I forget what they call it. It's not your regular footage, but it's like B-roll every day that they store. And you can interact with the B-roll. I think it's them arriving and leaving, because you have the regular stuff in the court announcement, but you also have, like I said, they supply like a B-roll listing too. So you can access that stuff. I'll see what's there this weekend. If I have time, I'll go through it and see what's there. And if there's anything cool, I'll put it into something, because it doesn't belong to any of these networks. They may use it, but it doesn't belong to them. It's free. Yeah. Amber thought if she could take down a Titan, that she did get the world. She didn't expect the Titan to fight back. Now, backed by the world? Yeah, it's true, Nathan Jasper. I think I read that one, but that's actually a very good point. All right. Daring D's, Dauntless Detours. Hey, Tug, I sent you an email. Please check it when you get a chance. Email begins with Dauntless Detours. Thanks for your JD coverage. Oh, you want to see when I finish these, remind me to show you something crazy, and I'll check that out when I get a chance. There, Elizabeth Stafford thinks so too. I saw that Aquaman 2 screen time was cut to 10 minutes, cut down to 10 minutes. Hers was, yeah. Her, okay. The reality of her stuff on screen anyway was that she wasn't picked up until the last minute. I mean, she had 2 weeks left on her contract, for extending, and they weren't going to bring her back. Again, there are a couple of reasons they weren't going to bring her back. One is that she's terrible to work with, but the other is that they full well knew how this would go. They knew, and yet they decided they gave ground because they were afraid how they would appear publicly. They were afraid this would become a hashtag Me Too moment, and they backed. And again, Ann Sarnoff backed her. That would be the chairperson then. Ann Sarnoff, she thought it would be in their best interest to do that and more. I always got the feeling from the Ann Sarnoff stuff that, she's kind of in the bag for Amber Heard. It's kind of a weird thing in that. Like I always took that weird. Man, we broke 175,000 subscribers today. In the last 2 weeks, I picked up 25,000 subscribers. So thank you all to all you new people. Do you know that you have a better chance of making it into the NBA? That's the NBA. It may sound like MBA, but the NBA than you do to get to that level on YouTube. That's crazy. So thank you, folks. Seriously. And hopefully after the trial, you keep watching. Yeah, I don't know. I'll cover stuff that attaches. I'll cover Hollywood of Power, just whatever. All this stuff. Again, and I will probably take up with a lot of the Manson case. I don't like what's happened with Marilyn Manson. I do not think that Marilyn Manson is guilty. Colonel Kurtz has done a really good job of covering there. So I'll probably work with there. Shrey, thanks for the 10 minutes. Is 10 too many? Recast remains boycotted. No, forget them. Just walk away from them. Like I said, for real. Let me take this moment to note this. So we complain about these companies all the time and their behaviors. The only way that you can stop this behavior is to walk away from them. The only noise, the only thing that they recognize is money. The one thing, like I say, that we deal with, we put out our alternative. Again, this is a shameless promotion, but it is also the truth. And I'm going to link this into the description. We make a comic book. Now, our comic book, this is our third one. See, here's the problem. We can either continually complain about companies doing terrible things, but we still throw them money, or we can walk away. But when you're walking away, you do not surrender the mediums to them. They're ours. This is our stuff, all of it. They don't get to have it because they ruin it. Doesn't mean that you and I give it up. Now, again, the way that they treat comic book consumers is much the same or even worse because they're professionals in that industry. They will out and out attack people that are customers. They treat you like absolute trash there. So again, these companies, they don't deserve backing, but they don't get to destroy that industry and everything that we like. Like one of the things I started talking about when I started this channel was comic books. I talked about, and I still talk about the subject of professionalism. Professionalism is not limited to when you run into somebody, with a live mic or something. And professionalism, again, you're going to run into people like individually that are just terrible to deal with. You may end up blocking a person individually, but in the comic book industry, to give you an idea of how bad they act, you'll have people that'll say things like, it's a privilege to interact with me, not a God-given right. No. It's not a privilege for you interacting with me. It's a privilege that you show up for me. It's my privilege. It's my privilege in that. You opening your wallet, you're opening up your lives, opening up your time. That's a privilege for me. And these people forgot it, so forget them. But when you walk away, walk towards something. This is our third book that we've created. We've done remarkably well with them, but that's because you folks, they help us send a message. And we send this message too. Again, it's a good product. We try to make really good products out of that. We also send a loud message. This could have been yours, but it's not. It's ours. It's not mine. It's not my co-creators. It's ours. We all built it because it's indie. It's our thing. This is 44 pages. And again, this is a family-friendly product. We do. That's the reason you heard little umbrella girl come in here. She was talking and stuff. When she was 5, we started making comic books. The guy I work with, S.K. Bennett, he is a fantastic creator. I mean, look at this. I mean, he's the letterer, colorer. He does he's everything. And if you look, like we can get to put her work in there too. So, and if you don't care about comic books, when you check that out, there's a charity tier. So you'll donate a comic, we will match that comic. We'll move forward with that. I think that's a great way. Again, we can complain forever, but companies, they're not going to get any better because they're not financially incentivized to, and we don't owe them our money. West Virginia, you wouldn't deal with this from like a supermarket or a doctor's office. So why do we take it from these entertainment behemoths? We don't owe them anything. West Virginia, thanks for the 5. Thank you for covering this crazy case. I appreciate it. Like it for the longest time, the people I ran into incredibly average. Actually, Yellow Flash is the person that told me, hey, you need to check this out. You need to check this out. And I did. And I was like, holy crap. So definitely want to check out his videos on this stuff. But at the same time, I ran into incredibly average. And the rabbit hole I ended up going down because of that guy kept me there forever. Got it? Hey, thanks for the 7 there. Hey, Tug. Been sharing your coverage since day one. Appreciate it. Can I get a shout out? There's a shout out for you. You need to check out the channel too, actually. I was checking out some of your stuff there. I thought that was interesting. So people should check out your stuff. It's CHICNCANDA. Made a new video about Amber's 160,000 wine bottle. People should check out your channel though, for sure. Tamara's Bledsoe, thanks for the 10. Wonder what the MS mainstream media is going to do when the horse they bet on turns out to be a little nag. Oops. What they've done is they've tried to change off. A bunch of them have. They've jumped ship. You have places like, again, when you look at the biggest channel right now on law and crime on YouTube, they had, I would say most of the people I ever ran across from that, they were pro-Heard at first. And they didn't change because they suddenly became pro-Depp or pro-truth. They changed because the clicks weren't there. And the problem is that they suffer no repercussion from it. Most people have no idea. Like Court TV, again, right before coverage came up about this, they took a piece of evidence and they manipulated it. They took a 2 minute and 4 second video. They condensed it to 6 seconds. They hyper zoomed it and they made it, you know, that picking up the phone thing, they made it look like she was being assaulted in the video. I mean, it was crazy. So I think like that many of them have changed they're pretending, you know, that they never had those spots to begin with. They're not trying to change them. They're just like, no, that was never us. And a lot of people don't know that, and they pick it up. I mean, like I said, Law and Crime's making millions of hits off of this, and they're feigning pro-Depp because, again, the majority of people online are, because people don't know. It works out for them. It works out great. Kind of thanks for the $2.79 and the super sticker. Appreciate that there. Yeah, I hope you do see some subscribers in there. That's one way to. It's one way, hopefully, like people will see. Court TV is still pro-Heard. Yeah, but they've got a lot of workers that what they'll do is they'll play like they're pro-Depp. They'll attract people that'll come over, and then they'll get people to watch their coverage, you know, where they're not talking, they're just covering. I can't right now. I might have to wait. I'll get it in a minute. Jen, Farron, thanks for the 2. For mods. Karina, thanks for the 5 there. Super sticker, I was watching it. Did Mike drop? Darius, thanks for the $1.49 and the popcorn. One Last Idiot, thanks for the 10. This guy's face look like it's just like Turd's face in the picture. He should sue for DV. By the way, tried sending this with the big A company he works for and denied each time. Huh. That's interesting. Ong, thanks for the 2. Sexy Toast, please. I will definitely bring Sexy Toast up before we end, for sure. I want to do the Hammer song at the end, too. I'm going to pull that up under the website that it's on, too. I'm going to give the creator a little bit of prop with that. Okay. Yep. Here, thanks for the 2. Here lies ACLU, January 19th, 1920 to today. Yep. K-Rab, thanks for the 5. Amber's ad, I'm sorry, her op-ed, LOL. She promised them $7 million, plays an ad, and said that would ruin Johnny. And she stifled them. Well, you know, what's crazy is that Elon Musk, because of that, essentially, he paid them millions. Elon Musk made $6 million in payments that we know of, plus another $800,000 on her debt. So, it's crazy. Heather Roberts, thanks for the 2. JD just 1. We're still weeks out. Cut to her face. Yeah, what she's going to do is she's going to try to... Her strategy is this. She's going to make some insane claims to try to get the jury on her side so she can claim that this was all necessary public information. You can talk about something if it's for public concern or public health, public safety. So, an abuser in our ranks, oh yeah, you know, that's what they're going to try to do. That's going to be her defense. So they're going to lay it on bad. It's going to be crazy. And again, she has 50 million reasons to lay it on thick. So it's interesting, though, she hasn't been able to keep her I'm not a terrible human being face on for very long. Standing over, you know, on the sideline. Amanda Connor, thanks for the your number 1 and the $1.99. Appreciate that. Carol, thanks for the 10. Can JD sue the ACLU for this? Yes, he can. Crystalline, thanks for the 698 and the super sticker. Appreciate that. Barbara, thanks for the 1. No statement, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. JV, thanks for the 2. DV is not gender-based, trying to blur lines. That's right. They try that all the time, though. They love to do that. K-Rab, thanks for the 5. This is really going to damage the ACLU's reputation and their ability to fundraise among the average person. Hopefully. I hope it does. Elsa, thanks for the super chat there. Don't you ever get scared? AH Media spin is insane. Do I get scared? No. I mean, I get stuff like, you want to see what I get in my mail? I mean, you want to see like my typical stuff? All right, I post, I get crazy stuff. I get absolutely crazy stuff some days, but I'm used to it by now. I mean, again, one of the clips that I play on live streams, I joke about, but let's see, this clip here, it's very fast, but this clip here, notice what this guy's saying.
You know what? I talked to your mayor.
He talked to my mayor. They called my mayor. They came to my town. They filed false police reports. They do all kinds of crazy stuff. After a while, you're just like, screw it. I'm going to do whatever I want. These people will never stop you. It's amazing. When you come out the one side of it, you either quit after, everything's done, or you say, screw it, like nobody can do anything. But you get some crazy ones like this. I always redact what's being said or who's sending, because you've got to redact them. Otherwise, YouTube, it doesn't matter if they threaten your life here. You got to redact it. Otherwise, they'll consider you a doxer. I spy with my little eye something that looks like lead in yours. Yours. That's terrible. Maggot cookies. No one will hear. No one will find the crumbles. Heard you unheard? Heard you unheard? MRA deserve rope with the runts. I take that as a threat. I'm going to say I take that as somebody needs to shoot you in the face along with your runts. That's how I read that personally. I don't know. I get some terrible poets here. Not very good with the thing. And again, this one came from, I think, Anonymous. I'd have to look. There's a lot of anonymous messages that send, so you can't really track them into where they come from. And I mean, after a while, you learn something too. Like threats wise, it doesn't matter. Nobody does anything about it. Nobody cares. You see, the other day, Ricada Law was swatted live on TV. He's been swatted 3 times, I think. That means police were sent to his home. You know what the police did? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So it's just, you have this idea that something can be done. The only thing that they'll tell you is if you don't like it, like, don't do what you do. It's like, wow, that's crazy. So you just laugh at the stupid and you just keep going with it. Merry Creeks, thanks for the $17.99. No statement, plenty of statement back. Thank you. Barbecues, thanks for the 5 there. No statement, plenty of statement back in there too. Thank you. Dan Soda, thanks for the 20. Did Elon Musk pay for Whoopi with her through the ACLU? I believe so. Caleb, thanks for the $6.99. Love your tunes. Keep them coming. Yeah. Elon's probably like, oh, Amber, I paid $1 million. Would you not hit me in the forehead and give me some whoopee? That's the other way it goes. Amber emotes like a Skyrim NPC. Hey, Tug, and your soothing voice. Thank you for providing the truth over the duration of the case. #MePoo. That's funny. Sindara, thanks for the 10 there. Andrew, thanks for the 2. This is the definition of karma. Cal, other people have been donating on her behalf. Blimey, I'm going to watch this later. I need to sleep. Kind of reading my eyelids. Get that too. Ed Moss, thank you for the 5 and the super sticker. Katrina, thanks for the 5. Now, this is a win for JD. Leah, thanks for the 5. I just ordered an Amica Cream t-shirt and Fun Times Indeed hoodie. Great, awesome there. I like and appreciate what you do to keep us informed. Appreciate that. Pete, thanks for the 5 there. Do you find it odd that AH clearly does exactly what Elon wants, but fights against JD in every way? It gives me weight to believe EM may be violent. I really think that I really think that, oh gosh, let me sit back. Oh, I'm getting comfortable here. I'm leaning back. I haven't leaned back in like all day long. So it's like, oh my God, I've been sitting forward all this time. I really think that Elon Musk was probably being set up for a fall too. The more I look at it, the more that I think that she was going to go after him because she already went after one person. She didn't get the real payday that she wanted. So she was going after somebody with real money. That was my opinion. But him, I have no idea what his motivation is. I think she has dirt on him in some way, but I don't know what. Mish, thanks for the 10. Appreciate all the great content, providing AH Lives and fantastic trial coverage. Thank you. The Voice, thanks for the book 79. Tug Your Mod, anime is a clown. I don't know which mod that is. Yeah, but somebody pulls something down. People are allowed to argue and stuff too. If people spam, they get timed out. If people are getting banned because they like disagree or something, then somebody should let me know about that. With these crazy size crowds, you know, I appreciate my mods doing stuff, but I don't like people banned unless it's just for something terrible. Niece Clark, Custom Art, thanks for the 10. Offer the SWAT team some muffins. That's what you do. Keep them on standby and a mega pint, right? Stat. Richard Mai, thanks for the 5. Thanks for the great content. Really enjoyed it. Read my first super chat when you get a chance. Working my way there. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 2. 79. The house fell on her. The witch is dead. Bird. Jen, thanks for the 10. Thank you, That Umbrella Guy, for covering this trial. Great to see Depp get the vindication he deserves. That's true. Window to the Soul, thanks for the 5. It's almost as though everything people like you, Tug, have been saying for years and years is true. Weird stuff, right? Yeah, you know, it's weird when you believe all evidence, right? Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 279. Everyone, let's all have one clap for the stupidity. Josh Thompson, thanks for the 2. Hey, you returned. Ask me if I care, thanks for the 5. And the super sticker, thank you for that. Katrina, thanks for the 15 there. Hey, Elon and Franco ran off to the muffin shop. They don't want the bad press. Do you pass on a proof of investigations on the team? Oh, yeah, definitely. I answered that before, but I will say this. Yes, anytime, if there's something, it goes on where it needs to go. Always. Always. So all information always makes its way to where it's supposed to go. Jessica, thanks for the 2 there. Listening to you brightens my day, my workday. Thank you. Heather Panner, thanks for the 5. So what exactly is Amber's counterclaim? I'm a little confused on that. All right. Well, if you're wondering about the counterclaim, she said she deserves $100 million because she deserves 2 times the money that JD's suing for. She really says that in her counterclaim. She also, what's left there are 3 statements made by Adam Waldman. These 3 statements, she's saying that he was acting as an agent for JD. So he's the voice for JD. And he made 3 statements she says damaged her, therefore she deserves $100 million. The thing is that she never made $100 million. She's never come close. And Warner Brothers has come out and said that they wouldn't have paid her more. They thought about not picking her up, and none of the damages done were done because of that. So Samantha Taylor, thanks for the 5. Do you think Depp's team is saving time as a strategy? I mentioned that before today. Yeah, I think I'm caught up, actually. I think it's everybody. I think I caught the early ones, so we're caught on that. Awesome. So what did y'all think about the trial today? I thought it was pretty good. Thought he did really well, to be honest. I mean, again, if you feel like it didn't, there was a real problem. You know, like a really gigantic problem. If you feel like the trial is going bad for JD at this time. Let me pull up the thing real quick. I'm going to pull up the Hammer song in a second. I'm going to drop a video at 6 as well, so it'll be in like 30 minutes. You should check it out too. Heather Roberts, thanks for the 2. Behavioral Panel just released new video on Johnny. I'll have to check that out then, see what that is exactly. All right, so let's see. I'm going to show you the Hammer video. I'm going to show it on the source though, okay? So there's a channel called Finatra. You should check him out. Good people. But he's the one who made the Hammer song, all right? Like I was explaining the other day. So crazy people do crazy things. They will stalk and do oddity. And when in 2019, a bunch of crazy people decided one of the things they wanted to do was, this was before my second kid was born. They said that they wanted to drive my wife to miscarriage and doing all kinds of stuff. So anyway, one of the people that liked telling my wife to kill herself and stuff was on a stream with me. And I had plenty of nice things to say to them. And someone turned it into a song. Sinatra did. So I'm going to bring that up. I'm going to bring it up off his coverage because I think it's easier to control the volume. So let me turn the volume down when we get started. But you enjoy this. This is the Hammer song.
Technology.
It's going to be as loud when it comes up this time.
You know who these people are? You guys are all the same. You are not clean. You have no backbone, no spine. None of you. Like I said, if you ran into me in real life, you would be afraid. You would not pull this shit in real life. What did you say about my wife? What you said? You know, you wouldn't say that to my face, though. Again, but you fucking think that you can hide behind a keyboard. I know who you people are. If you ran your mouth like that in real life to me, I will beat you with a fucking hammer. Motherfucker! And I'm not kidding about that. I'm the kind of person that you should be scared of. You are not fucking man enough to step to my fucking face. And no, you listen to me. I don't fuck with your families. I don't do any of that shit. Did I say that? Yeah, you fucking my fucking God, dude. Show me the post right now. Did I say that? Show me the post right now. My fucking God, dude. You would not do that shit to my face. So again, you need to think the fuck about what you do online because it has real fucking world consequences. That's the thing. I'm a better person than you because I don't come to your home. So I'm a better person than you. You people know that I care about my family, so you think that's my weak spot. My weak spot is my temper. I will beat you with a fucking hammer. Think you're a big man? That's what you people don't understand. Internet crosses over into real life, bud. And when you guys cross over into my fucking real life, you expect me to sit here and be calm and fucking just take it. And I'm telling you, the only reason that something hasn't happened with that shit is because I will beat you with a fucking hammer. Think you're a big man? You know, no, you ran your fucking mouth. You're like a punk bitch. You're just a punk bitch. You're just a punk bitch. Dude, you came on here running your goddamn mouth. Punk bitch, you're a bitch. Punk bitch. Bitch. My fucking God, dude. And I'm telling you right now that you're a bitch. I'm serious, man. I'm serious. Like, if you were to step to me in real life like that, I would fucking beat you with a hammer.
That is some G shit, son. You're fucking G.
I like that song, though. It's funny. Turn that into a song. Anyway, that's Finatra. Finatra. I'll link it into the chat. You should definitely give him a follow. That took him forever. I super chatted him like I think probably $100 off of that because it was pretty. He did good work on that. So give him a follow, give him a like on it too. But yeah, I'm gonna play you some Sexy Toast, and then I'm gonna be out of here because it has been a long day. It's been a good one though. It's been fun. And remember, nothing tomorrow. If I have a live stream, then I'll see you there. But if not, I may just video out. Again, check those out. But that may be the extent total of tomorrow. And then Saturday, we'll have videos and a live stream probably. And Sunday, I'm sure we'll have videos and a live stream. And then Monday, we'll be back. But anyway, I'm going to Sexy Toast you out. Here we go. I'm all out of love. I'm so lost without Sexy Toast. I will see you tomorrow, maybe. All right, anyway, I'm out of here. Appreciate you folks. You have a great one.